天上太阳风呀风风风嘞，心中太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们的结伴嘞，这里本身当家做主人，一呀一自由，呀呀自由啊，这里本身当家做主人。天上太阳风呀风冲冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们奋勇前行嘞，革命江山一片风嘞，一呀一自由，来呀自由啊，革命江山一片风。我心中的片太阳，这的片片绿片风，长白千里歌声嘹亮，拆人江畔风起飞扬，接着江人为大海，温度为火山山海，年年年年共情歌唱，我们心中的红太阳。毛主席，我不随了你，你的脚踏拉进心肠，沿着真理出原理，万手将万上将。What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and today we embrace Mao Zedong thought at the Marxist-Leninist headquarters, coming to you live from Beijing. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you, like I said, live from Beijing. That's right, I've been studying up on my Mandarin because I know that our inevitable supreme leader, overlord, will finally liberate the United States and its counter-revolutionary, racist, capitalist, imperialist state, and liberate all workers across the world. That's right. Save us, Mr. Xi Jinping. Okay, I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Perfect TikTok
Go see how they treat gay people.
What is this? Oh, regarding my IG post. Time to start learning Chinese, buddy. I mean, listen, I fucking should have done that. There's two things. I should have learned Japanese and I should have learned Mandarin, okay? Big mistake. Why the fuck do I know Turkish? What the hell am I going to do with that? You know what I mean? Anyway, folks, I'm live and alive and it's a fucking Tuesday. That's right. Tuesday, October 24, 2023, 11:21 a.m. Any update on how Kai is doing? Yes, I do have an update. She is going on group walks and she is so fucking good. She's so good. Yeah. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, not much. Not much is going on in my life. I have been in a constant state of news coverage, learning, reading, writing, all the good stuff. Non-fucking stop. Literally never stopping on that front. But yeah. That's what I've been doing. Any anime updates? I watched another episode of Jujutsu Kaisen. There's like 4 episodes that I need to catch up on, and it's pretty good. But more importantly than Jujutsu Kaisen, I finished the Spider-Verse movie, which was fucking fire. Actually, it was nice to see you happy and laughing playing video games. Yeah, it did feel good playing video games. You and Jeremy look fresh as fuck during the game show. Love the fit. Thank you. First episode of season 2 is so boring I haven't been able to get through it. Yeah, I am really invested in the whole Spider-Man stuff right now because you know, Spidussy. Did you just watch Spider-Verse 2 without watching the first one? I think I watched the first one. Like, I remember Gwen, and I remember like sad Peter Parker, you know? Have you seen Felix's Spider-Man tweets? Yeah, they're pretty funny. I mean, Felix is correct when he makes fun of like these, you know, jacked up balaclava wearing fucking thugs that just like go and they're like, yeah, Sandman's attacked the city. I guess it's time for us to go hit this bakery and steal with our AR-15 kits. It's time to go steal some pies in this bakery. Let's go. Oh no, it's Spider-Man. It's like pretty funny. But whatever. It's fun. It's fun. It's cheesy. It's corny. It's fun. It's stupid. Right? But it's great. It's very enjoyable. I am enjoying it at least. Israel now demands Antonio Guterres step down for his expressions about Palestine. Yeah. I know. We're gonna get to all of that. That stuff is, of course, something that we will be covering. Do not worry. But yeah, I even though the Spider Baby and I usually hate stuff like that, it's just like so incredibly well drawn and animated. It's crazy to me. Yeah, this is new Spider-Man game has the best bad criminal scheme ever concocted. A 40-man crew robs a community jazz museum and 2 small moving truckloads worth of drum sets and acoustic guitars. The yield on that can't be more than like $17 per guy, and they're all committing armed robbery. Doing 12 years at Elmira because me and my 39 of my friends tried to sell a drum set to an undercover cop. Yeah, it's like it's pretty funny. The crimes that they engage in, especially for like how ripped and how like kitted up they are. They're literally like, they're all jacked as hell. They all have some of the most powerful automatic rifles. I don't know how they found them at the gun club. Okay. And they're all wearing balaclavas with tank tops, and they go around and they basically go around and do such marginal crimes. Like, it's so funny how silly those crimes are. They're goofy. They're goofy, gaff-ridden crimes, you know? X called the animation trash. He must have been smoking something on Into the Spider-Verse. Yeah, that animation was incredible. What? It's like beautiful. It's actually objectively untrue to call it anything but beautiful. So, yeah. What else? Yeah, other than that, you know, Kai has been a good girl, apparently. Are you going to be discussing the third person to plead guilty in Trump's Georgia case? Obviously not the most pertinent news, but I'm curious if it actually will mean anything for Trump. Yes, I will be talking about that, of course. I like that I am correct on who was going to flip. Like, I've told you that there were going to be flips coming, and I told you who was going to flip, and they've been flipping like pancakes, dude. Anyway. If you end up wanting to read some Spider-Man comics, do not read the current run. Probably not. I will probably not read the Spider-Man comics. Yes, Cutie has been getting tackled by Swifties online. We're going to be talking about that as well. But yeah, there isn't really anything else going on in my life, like I said, other than an endless barrage of just covering the news, you know, and try my very best to avoid people going, Hasan is a Hamas supporter, HamasAbi, over and over again. Yeah. So we'll talk about Cutie getting attacked by Swifties as well, obviously. This is big in the HasanAbi universe. Just watched you on Brittany Broski's Royal Court. You were funny as fuck on it. Thank you. It was actually pretty good. It was probably one of my favorite. Appearances that I've done. But yeah. Speak out on missions. Speaker drama continues. UN calls for a ceasefire. America deserved it as your campaign slogan killed me. Thank you. The comments were insane. Wait, really? I thought people loved it. Like, insane in what way? What could they have possibly said that's bad? It was like just fun. Or do you mean like insane and like insanely nice? Oh. Yeah, no, it's like sick and tired of pretending I wouldn't let this man crush every bone in my body. Thank you, Queen, for your service. It's so refreshing to see Hasan be able to actually relax, have fun, and not cover heavy subjects. So funny. All the H3 family members assemble. This is literally my two worlds colliding. Yeah, that's like, I think we forget that there are plenty of other communities online who aren't permanently brain broken with like online commentary spaces, and that like the normie fields in the world do not have the same reaction to me. That like the absolute biggest fucking losers. You know, I rarely ever have an opportunity to have fun, but you have to remember, like, normies are not the same as the brain broken fucking weirdos that are like, here's my subreddit dedicated to fucking everything that I have misconstrued that Hasan has done, so I can hopefully get you to hate this person who you just kind of think is a hot guy who talks about the news. Anyway, Massage to speak out on conditions. Speaker drama continues. UN calls for a ceasefire. And a new box. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. What was the last thing? Oh, and Trump co-defendants keep flipping. We'll continue fighter and later. Get in now. Sexy ass fan cam from TwitchCon. Sure. I'll look at that. All right, here we go. I've blasted off officially. Show your support for pro-Palestine demonstrations in Roblox. The Gen Alpha kids need your support. Yeah, I saw that. I will look at that in a second. There have been some like reports coming out of people being people like younger demographics saying that they actually do support Palestinians, and it's got a lot of people wondering how that happened and how they're freaking out over it, and they think it's like absolutely ridiculous that they could do such a thing. And I think the divergence comes from people who primarily get their information from TikTok, which can lead people astray for sure, versus people who primarily get their information from mainstream news. I think that is where a lot of this comes from, which I will be talking about as well. I have the Roblox vid in the docket. If you think you're the first person to send me the Roblox vid in the docket, you are wrong. You're wrong. Of course, I have it. I have it, of course, in front of me. Please.
Give it up for Hasan Biker!
This is the...
This is what you get with socialism, folks. Look at
this. Nice. Nice. I'll take it. God damn those flare jeans. I think that I should not have... I should have done a better job of tucking my arms in. You dress like how Ted Cruz dresses when he tries to look like a real human. Thank you. You on the British news clip had the dead queen cut out in the background. Nice. Yes, the UAW strike is massively expanded by 11,000 workers in the past day. It's been very significant, ramping up over the past week while you've been covering Palestine. We're going to be talking about that as well, of course. But let's dive right into it. Pants are way too tight, my guy. Brother, you know I am a behemoth. You know that, right? Like I'm a giant. I'm a monster. I am not like a normal sized human being. And for that reason, it is very difficult. I am a wardrobe specialist's worst nightmare. Very difficult for me to find clothes that actually fit me appropriately. So I will take whatever I can actually put on. So yes, the pants were tight. Indeed, this is true. So anyway, here it is. How did you end up getting Kim K's clothing? I have no idea. My mom was like, hey, while you were gone, you got this fucking package. She's like, Skims? I don't know what this is. And I was like, what? What the hell is that? It turns out Kim Kardashian's team has like also sent me a PR gift, which I find to be strange, but that's okay. One other thing I will mention, I keep forgetting, but yeah. Speaking of Kim Kardashian, another person that has been DMing me a lot is Bella and Gigi Hadid's dad, Mohammed Hadid. Yeah, he's been like sending me DMs, which I don't even know how old. I mean, I don't know how old he is. Like, I'm surprised that he's like on Instagram and using it. I saw he reposted you. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Mohammed Hadid is Palestinian, and has actually I might have him on the show. He's a real estate developer. He's a Palestinian real estate developer, and he was expelled from his home. Like he has a very deep and personal connection to the story because he is a part of said story. Yeah, he was born into a Palestinian Muslim family on the 6th of November 1948. He's the son of Anwar Mohammed Hadid and his wife Khaira Hadid. And through his mother, Hadid claims descent from Dahir al-Umar, an 18th century Arab ruler of northern Palestine. And Hadid and his family fled Palestine as a part of the 1948 Palestinian expulsion and flight. So he has he has a deep and personal connection with this with the situation. So understandable that he's like something that he has talked about. One of the other Hadid sisters, Alana Hadid, is a huge fan of yours. She's always reposting your stuff and commenting. I did not know that. What is this? Is Felix? What is Felix saying? Stop sending me Felix shit. Slavoj Žižek speech in Frankfurt about the ongoing Israeli-Palestinian war. Thought you might react to it. Yeah, Slavoj Žižek has been posting interesting shit about a lot of stuff, whether it be trans issues, whether it be Ukraine, Russia, just so much. Here's Mohammed Hadid.
Which is the city that my father lived there for hundreds of years with his father and grandfather and great-grandfather and so on. When a ship came from Poland with refugees, Jewish refugees from Poland and Germany, whatever, and they went to several countries first, went to America, and they went to Cuba, and they wouldn't let them off, so they came to Haifa. And funny enough, Haifa is a port that my great-grandfather built, and they had a banner on the side of their boat saying, we lost our homes in Germany and our hope.
This is real. That there's like, this is a well-documented story. Like, I've seen the photos of Jewish refugees coming into Israel by boat. I've seen that photo.
Our hope and,
don't let our hope die, I think.
So, and they took two families, each took two families, and others did, and they brought them to our house, to my father's house. And they lived with us for 2.5 years. And when my mother was pregnant.
Into Palestine. Sorry. Everybody calm down.
Went to Nazareth, to her parents' house. She had me. And I was 9 days old when she came back to Safed to take me inside our home. And we were locked out. The fact I came back home and they wouldn't even let us into our home when my mother begged them to get a shersha or something to put around me, they wouldn't let her. So she moved on down to the refugee camp in Syria somewhere.
They should have forced Germany to let the Jewish people return to their homes. No, I don't think that, dude. Refugee acceptance is the correct thing to do. Okay, it's just like ridiculous. Yes, I mean, we've often joked about how in the aftermath of World War II, it would have been better to have developed Israel directly inside of German borders, which would have been the apt, correct, adequate thing to do, especially considering how many Jewish people lived in Europe at that time. And like, I get that. It was just, but there's obviously reasons as to why that would have been not great and impossible, considering that if you're Jewish in 1946 and 1947, you probably don't want to fucking live in Germany. You know what I mean? Like, that's also another perfectly understandable thing to not want to be a part of ever. Bad idea. It would create tensions. I mean, I don't think the Jewish people would want to live in a nation that literally turned a blind eye to them being put in ovens and being killed inside of concentration camps. So, but yeah. Anyway, where were we? I mean, immediately post World War II wasn't that great either. I mean, the point of an Israel would mean it's not Germany anymore with how they did it. They just created tensions in the Middle East instead. Yeah. So yesterday we talked about the hostages that were released by Hamas. These two wonderful old ladies, these grandmas, who, according to their family, were peace activists living in one of the kibbutz. I will be, of course, talking about that more today because more updates have occurred. Much to the chagrin of certain members of Israeli media, there was no prepping prior, and immediately they asked them questions. It's fine. Hold the line. It's fine. Yep, there it is. We're back. Anyway, all right, we're back. That was a brief moment there. I don't know what the fuck happened, and that was very frustrating. But yeah, my bitrate dropped to 0 for some weird reason, and then we're back now. That's great. R.I.P. VOD. What? Why would R.I.P. VOD? Okay, let's continue. So, I don't know if it's Twitch servers or not, but we're going to be talking about the hostages. I guess before we do that. Before we do the hostages, let me just run this fun little video here. I saw this earlier. These guys thought that they saw Hasan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is fucking S-Fan and Wake, and I guess some HasanAbi heads thought that apparently this is something that happens quite a bit to them.
Hope you guys are fighting a good fight, man. I'm fucking
lost at the
really?
lost at the casino, but it's okay.
Yeah, hey, all cops are bad, and for the whole 9 yards. That's bad.
I love that he goes, ACAB, all cops are bad, Antifa, the whole 9 yards.
It wasn't me this time.
Oh, fuck yeah, it's the same time.
That's so funny. Wake is about to get ambushed with political questions. No, first of all, Wake can handle it. That's number one. And number two, most people that come up to me in the real world are actually just very kind. They're not like fucking weird losers, okay? The weird losers are on. No, this is a Twitch server issue. It has to be. It has to be a Twitch server issue because I'm getting. We're back. I'm currently sitting at like 600 up, 38, 40 up, 600 down. It's not me. It's not me at all. This has to be a Twitch related thing because there's not like this is weird. This is very weird. I mean, obviously it's not like all that out of place. Let's be fucking really real because this is a thing that happens with Twitch all the fucking time. Yeah. This is very, very, very, very frustrating. Man, Twitch has been doing it for a minute now. I have it with the MR stream too. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here, but I will tell you on my end, I have incredible speeds right now. I have better speeds than I ever have. It's 40 up, 663 down. That's not a thing that happens for me. It just goes, I keep getting shut down. And it has to be on the fucking Twitch side. Yes, 40 up, 600 down is the best you're going to get in Los Angeles. This is also very frustrating. No, I'm not being DDoSed, chatter. That's not how DDoSing works. Please stop saying things like this. I would not be able to use my internet if I was getting DDoSed. What are you saying? Okay? No, this... Like I have a fairly comprehensive understanding of like how this kind of stuff works. I have basically experienced all of this kind of I've experienced being rate limited, I've experienced being throttled by my ISP. This is not on any of those moments. This is literally on a Twitch server side issue because it has to be a Twitch server side issue because I'm consistently checking my internet speeds and my internet speeds are perfectly fine. If I was getting direct denial of service, I would I would not be able to even write stuff to you as I'm getting clapped on here. I would not be able to turn around and say, "Hey, I don't know what's going on, but it's really fucked up." I do love that this kind of shit obviously ruins the stream, especially early on. That's great. That's always good. That's always cool when that happens. I can't get on this archive PH site. I don't know why. It's not letting me click on it, even with the CAPTCHA, even with the I'm not a robot click. None of the motherfuckers accusing you of being DDoS knew what it stood for when you said it. Yeah. So, anyway, I guess I'm going to try my very best here to continue coverage and hope that like Twitch can offer me consistent, servers. Hopefully, we'll see. Yeah, it's not letting me get to archive today. Look, when I click on this, it's not letting me get in there. I don't know why. This is a new thing. Oh, okay. I love you, man, but you got to have a second ISP for failover. Man, that's such a sick idea, dude. That's such a great idea, except this is not a fucking ISP failure. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? It's a server-side problem on Twitch's end. So what am I supposed to do? How about everybody just calm down, okay? And relax, kick back, enjoy the fucking show. and we'll get to everything. All right, let's get started. So a couple days ago, 3 days ago at this point, Hamas said that they wanted to release 2 hostages on humanitarian reasons. For one reason or the other, Israel. We do not know if Israel was negotiating with Hamas or not on the release of these hostages. They refused to say whether or not they were negotiating on the release, and this was an unconditional release. This was supposed to be for humanitarian reasons. These hostages were very old. Okay, so Israel refused to say whether or not they were negotiating, but they did say we will not address any of these Hamas propaganda talking points. Don't know why they chose to say that instead of saying we are negotiating on the release of these hostages. But ultimately, Hamas sidestepped Israel and went to the Qatar government and Egypt to get these hostages released through the Rafah crossing. These are 2 old ladies who were in the kibbutz, one of the kibbutz that the Hamas and other Palestinian militant forces had taken over. And brought back into the Gaza Strip, into their complex tunnel network, and they were released. They were released, and immediately the media went and talked to them to describe their accounts of the gruesome experience that they withstood, being kidnapped by Palestinian militants, and then being sent to a tunnel network. So. Let's see how what happened, and let's see how the media covered it.
Well, just a few moments ago, we heard from an elderly Israeli woman released overnight from captivity in Gaza by Hamas. That's 16 days after having been abducted from her home.
Palestinian military forces, nice whitewashing OG terrorists. I have to make an honest assessment of the situation. Yes, the designation of terrorism is one that I have utilized already. There are also other militant forces amongst the forces that did October 7. So I know that it's not important for many of you to get a full grasp of what's going on, but no, it's not just Hamas. I said militants as well, not military forces. Hopefully that was apt for you, and that was adequate for you. I said Hamas and other militant forces, which is true. Anyway, why are you showing hostages, HasanAbi? You're right. They should kill the hostages instead, actually. What the fuck do you mean? Why are you showing the hostages? What is happening right now? Do you not care about the people that are fucking luckily being released? Like, I don't understand.
Home in a kibbutz in southern Israel, close to the border with Gaza. Yocheved Lifshitz says that a doctor attended to her during her time in captivity. She said the hostages that she was with were given medicine, and she said that after her capture, once inside Gaza, she was taken into a network of tunnels underneath the Gaza Strip. She described them as looking like a spider web. Her daughter helped her translate her account.
My mom is telling the horrific stories. She's saying that many people, a swarm of people, came through the fence. The defense cost 2.5 billion shekels, and it didn't help even a little bit.
Yeah, she says the fence that they propped up was ridiculous. Like, it was just 2.5 billion shekels. Completely fucking ridiculous, completely useless in general.
My mom is saying that she was taken on the back of a motorbike with her body, with her legs on one side and her head on another side, that she was taken through the plowed fields with a man in front on one side and a man behind her, and that while she was being taken, she was hit by sticks by Shabab.
The reason you don't confirm you are in hostage negotiations is once people know you are negotiating externally, it can affect the negotiations. Hamas could demand more, as now there is an expectation Israel will give the release. Also, right-wingers will demand Israel walk away from all any negotiations. Yes, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. I think that is a fair assessment on the situation. That, like, for one reason or another, Israel refused to say whether or not they were in communication with Hamas at all. But ultimately, the way that this ended up ultimately the way that this ended up playing out was that that Hamas militants talked to the Qatari government and the Egyptian government to get these hostages out.
Yeah, Shabab people. Until they reach the tunnels. There they walked for a few kilometers on the wet ground. There are a huge network of tunnels underneath. It looks like a spider web.
That's crazy that this is where they cut it off and not like other stuff. That's okay. Let's see.
Yocheved Lifshitz also spoke about how the hostages that she was with in Gaza were treated.
My mom is talking about coming there. When they arrived into a large hall. About 25 hostages were gathered, and after 2-3 hours, those hostages, 5 of them, she among them, were taken into a separate room. My mom is saying that they were very friendly towards them and that they took care of them, that they were given the medicine. That they were given medicine and they were treated. One of the men with them had badly injured from a motorbike accident on the way, and the paramedic was looking after his wounds. He was given medicine and antibiotics, that the people were friendly, that they kept the place very clean. They were very concerned about them.
That was Sharon Lifshitz translating for her mum, Yocheved, one of 2 elderly Israeli hostages released overnight from Gaza. Yocheved's husband, so Sharon's father, remains inside Gaza, one of the 220 hostages still in the Gaza Strip.
We are closely following.
So, you thought they cut that part? Lol, nice one. The reason why I thought they cut that part was because every single article that has been written on this, and the principle goes as follows. Dog bites man, that's not interesting. Man bites dog, that's newsworthy, right? This cuts against every single thing that that has come out. This cuts against every single thing that has come out so far. There's a reason why you don't hear from the other peace activists that were in those same kibbutzim that have been talking about their perspective and who is to lay the blame on in this horrifying massacre that they withstood. Okay, there's a reason why it is also literally illegal to actually show things like this and to actually say things like this in general. Lifshitz press conference panned as disastrous for Israel, PR win for Hamas. I will show you exactly, I will detail to you exactly the many different moments where Israeli officials said showing this would have been absolutely, this was just a horrible idea, that she should have been vetted before being allowed to speak. Okay? Yocheved Lifshitz offered the first public account to emerge from more than 200 hostages estimated to be held in Gaza. 85-year-old held hostage in Gaza says she went through hell. Okay? She said that. There are parts of this, of her story that are still truly horrific. I mean, she said they beat her with sticks. That's what she said originally when they were trying to apprehend her. Like, that's horrifying. And, of course, if you only covered that aspect of it, which many news in the Western press did, which is understandable, that certainly is something you should cover, right? That's objective journalism. This is something to absolutely cover. But if you just cover that and bury the lead, yeah, she was hit with sticks while riding the motorcycle. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And this is an 85-year-old woman, right? Mentioning that is perfectly appropriate. Of course, that's the news. You're supposed to cover it. burying the lead, however, on the other side of the story as to why she shook the hands of a Hamas militant and what her perspective is, and telling the Hamas militant shalom after shaking his hand, which has been a incredibly polarizing moment in Israel as far as I understand it. Like, a lot of people saw that and were losing their fucking minds over it, at least those who did see it. For you to understand the situation on the ground in Israel as best as possible, you have to remember that currently there are not just Palestinian citizens of Israel, but also Israeli citizens, Jewish citizens inside of Israel that are currently being apprehended by forces for saying things that are considered to be demoralizing to the IDF. This is the circumstance on the ground, okay? This is the circumstance on the ground right now. So coverage like this completely cuts against, even if it's just an adequate representation of events. And there are 200 other hostages. Not all of them are going to have this perspective. Not all of them are going to say that their conditions were nice. Some of them are going to, and probably have withstood horrifying moments. And they will explain that. But the fact that people are, and this is not enough for me to like make an assessment or to say that like, look how good Hamas is or anything like that. That is not what I'm saying. Okay? But the idea that like having this be played is considered a crime basically in Israel, and the reaction overall from what I've seen online is crazy. Okay? I will show you what I mean by this. This is yet another instance where it's like, don't take my word for it. Take the word of the former Israeli Prime Minister Lapid.
If the international media is objective, it serves Hamas. If it just shows both sides, it serves Hamas.
I mean, this is, I want to see the full video. Does anyone have the full video? I mean, this is way too short. But that's not the only reason why I'm saying this. This could just as easily been clipped out of context. I would like to see the full clip. However, that is not what I'm making my assessment on. Okay? The reaction from right-wing Telegram channels is so fucking funny. They're in complete panic and disaster recovery mode over the grandma saying peace. This is a tricky situation because the kidnapper-hostage relationship makes it difficult to get a clear idea of the conditions were actually like, especially considering that Hamas still has other hostages, meaning that there is still some incentive avoiding collective punishment for the remaining hostages to not pain Hamas too badly. That said, I'm inclined to believe her account as she says. Yes. Her husband is still in the hands of Hamas militants, yes. But I do think that it's more likely that she said those things because she has spent a tremendous amount of time, as far as I understand, from her family. Oh, she didn't say Hamas hit her with sticks. I believe she said sticks hit her as they rode through a field, not that they were hit with a stick mid-motorcycle ride. Oh, that was a mistranslation. Anyway, regardless, that the way that the media covered it was like that is what was happening, that like they beat her with sticks and that it was hellish. However, I think it could have been civilians that hit her with sticks. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. What you need to understand is the likelihood of her saying this, an account that actually is quite similar to other accounts that have also been portrayed in Israeli media, is partially because there are a lot of people that live in these fucking communes that literally for 85 years have been working on recognizing the dignity and humanity of Palestinians in Gaza. This lady is one of these people, according to her own family's takes on the matter. That there are a lot of situations where inside of Gaza there isn't enough medical help that people can get. Sometimes Gazans have to be taken outside of the Gaza Strip and medevaced into Israeli hospitals. There are Israeli doctors that work on Palestinians from Gaza. One of those doctors, as a matter of fact, is currently being persecuted, which I will talk about as well. Hold on. Find it really quickly, because I was talking to Alon Lee Green, who is a part of Omdim Be'achad. I think I said that right. Who has been talking about this quite a bit. He is he is in Israel. He's an Israeli activist who is an end the occupation activist in Israel. And he actually showed one of the, where is it? Here, I'll just show you this really quickly. I'll explain this to you. For those of you who don't understand, here it is. This is Dr. Abed Samara from Hasharon Hospital, who has invested his entire life in the Israeli health system. He has been treating Jews and Arabs wholeheartedly for years, but in one moment his life collapses. He is fired, accused of supporting terrorism and siding with Hamas. The reality is the opposite. But does the truth even matter? Okay? So this is something that I've tried to stress before, that there are people inside of Israel, obviously marginal for the most part and marginalized in general, that have dedicated their lives to ending the occupation. There are activist groups that have dedicated their lives into ending the occupation. Their voices, unfortunately, do not ever get heard, okay? And now their voices are criminalized, okay? Their voices are now literally criminalized. Understand something. It is criminal. Omdim Beyachad translates to standing together. They're a peace movement, and the police constantly take down their pro-peace posters. Their demonstrations have been violently suppressed, even before and certainly after the last siege on Gaza. So this lady, according to her family, is she's not a part of this group, but she has helped transfer Palestinians out of Gaza into Israeli hospitals in the past. People that do stuff like that, of course, are going to recognize the humanity of Palestinians and are going to have a very different perspective on the matter than those who are championing blood and soil narratives thousands of miles away. Okay? So we're going to talk about this account, and we're going to talk about the way that the Western media has covered it thus far. Ms. Lifshitz said she was marched through a network of subterranean tunnels under Gaza that she likened to a spider web. She said that she was later treated relatively well, offering the first public account to emerge from the more than 200 hostages estimated to be held by Hamas and other armed groups in Gaza. Here's the former Israeli Prime Minister Yair Lapid and his address to global media, which we saw a quote from. Okay? This is from a couple days prior. This is from 4 days ago, I guess, or maybe it's an older speech. I'm not entirely certain, but we'll look at that in a second as well. I went through hell, Ms. Lifshitz told reporters the day after her release, sitting in a wheelchair at a hospital in Tel Aviv amid a thicket of microphones. She was freed along with Nurit Cooper, 79, on Monday, and transferred from Hamas custody to Israeli forces via the International Committee for Red Cross in Egypt. Both of their husbands are still being held hostage in Gaza. Okay? When nobody gives a shit about your life, 75 years, the most humanist Palestinians start not giving a shit about enemy civilian deaths. I'm a Palestinian. Okay, dude, shut the fuck up. I feel like there's going to be more and more people coming in here to be like, I'm a Palestinian, and I think all Israelis should be murdered, just so some other fucking dickheads can clip it and then turn around and be like, wow, look at Hassan. He loves this kind of rhetoric. Notice that. Shut the fuck up. Her account of the tunnels offered a glimpse of the difficulties facing Israel as it weighs whether and how to launch a ground invasion of Gaza to eliminate Hamas, which led to devastating October 7 attacks against Israel. Hamas has built a labyrinth of underground passages in Gaza for its fighters, military analysts said, complicating both Israelis' anticipated ground invasion and any attempt to rescue the hostages. Ms. Lifshitz's voice at times faltered as she recalled her abduction and the horrors suffered by her neighbors when Hamas attacked her town of Kibbutz near Oz. Her daughter, Sharon, who was crouched at her side on Tuesday, occasionally translated for foreign journalists. Many people stormed our homes. They beat people. Some of them they abducted, like me, Ms. Lifshitz said. It made no difference. They abducted the elderly and the young. This is important to understand because it's not like she's not explaining the situation in a specific direction. She is just giving her firsthand accounts. Like this is constant with the immediate interviews that were conducted inside of kibbutzim, inside of the people that survived the attacks in the kibbutzim, where they would very openly be like, these are Hamas terrorists that came, but then they would talk about their experiences that contradicted some of the testimony. Now, if you're saying on the one hand that they're terrorists, like you obviously aren't, you're obviously not like doing propaganda for Hamas in the same way that like a lot of people will immediately rush to claim. It's not like she's fucking pro-Hamas, okay? In my memory, I have these images all the time, she added later. She said her kidnappers hauled her onto a motorcycle and beat her painfully in the ribs, making it hard for her to breathe, and also took away her watch. They drove off through the fields surrounding near Oz. They took her through a network of tunnels until they reached a large hall where about 25 people were, she said. After about 2 to 3 hours, they separated 5 people from her kibbutz into their own room where they were overseen by guards and a medic, she said. Ms. Lifshitz said that she and others were relatively well taken care of, given medicine and the same food as their captors. Fearing disease, her captors worked to sanitize the area, she said, and doctors would visit sporadically to check on them. They treated us gently and fulfilled all of our needs, she said. Hamas has released 4 hostages, including Judith and Natalie Ra'anan, American Israeli citizens who were freed last week. Ms. Lifshitz is the first released hostage to speak publicly about her ordeal. Ms. Lifshitz's husband, Oded, an Israeli journalist and peace activist, remains in Hamas captivity, according to Israeli authorities. The Hamas-led attacks against Israel's border communities shocked and traumatized the country. Israel has repeatedly fought short battles with Palestinian militants in Gaza in recent years, but nothing approaching the scale and brutality of the assault. Ms. Lifshitz at times criticized the Israeli military, saying that it and the Shin Bet domestic security service had ignored warning signs of the threat to towns near Gaza. The Israeli military's chief of staff acknowledged after the attacks that the military had failed to live up to its own mission to protect Israel's citizens. It's so strange. How strange that people who are directly victimized by this attack, people who are inside of Israel on the Israeli security forces, the interior security, the FBI of Israel, they all are collectively saying the same things that I've been saying to you for a very long time now, okay? Weeks before the assault, Palestinians had rioted and fired explosive balloons near the Gaza border fence, sparking fires in southern Israel, Ms. Lifshitz said. The Israeli army didn't take this seriously, she said. Anyway, the UN is live debating the ceasefire negotiations and whatnot, but I wanted to show this to you so you get a better understanding of the situation. Here, we'll play the whole thing.
Leonid?
Not only will we play this whole thing, but I also want to show you. We'll play this whole thing, but I also want to show you the. I want you to listen carefully to her words, but I also want to show you some of the reaction to this internally. An Israeli news network immediately came out and spoke against her testimony, saying that this was playing into the hands of Hamas and it was propaganda for Hamas. It was pro-Hamas propaganda. I mean, this is a person who literally has been kidnapped. Okay, apprehension of this sort is going to be violent regardless. The translation here is horrible. I mean, the Sky News translation is different. Israel Minister of Foreign Affairs says, I will not meet with the UN Secretary General. After October 7th massacre, there is no place for a balanced approach. Hamas must be erased off the face of the planet. That's what he said after the UN Secretary General said things that I have said here as well. Just normal, subdued, tempered reactions that offer context as to how things have happened. Okay, offer context as to how the violence that the Israeli citizens experienced was not violence that happened in a fucking vacuum. That is a of course, understandable and nuanced approach to the subject matter. I know that there are a lot of people out there who desperately want to act like that materialized out of thin air and that it did not. It was the first time. It was totally unprecedented. Well, it was unprecedented, but it was totally unprovoked. But that is not the case, okay? It is insane to me. It is insane to me that anything that cuts through the unconditional support for Israel, the uncritical and unconditional support for Israel as it engages in its ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza is seen as like Hamas propaganda and you can't say it and fuck you. It doesn't matter if it's truthful. How dare you say such a thing? You are engaging in propaganda for these violent, barbaric terrorists. And you should let us do whatever the fuck we need to do here. You should shut the fuck up. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So, if anyone has the Sky News video, footage, because I want to watch the whole thing, we can get into that. Am I the only one who hears that the Israeli government asked for the UNSG to resign and remembers the images of the Japanese delegation leaving the Society of Nations? League of Nations? No one has told Hassan. It's just not the time to talk about it, right? The conflict, not the time to talk about it. Wait, what? This is just one of many clips. I want the full one.
Handed to the International Red Cross Committee. She took the hand of a Hamas gunman and she said,
People writing not the time to talk about it might be drama farming. I don't know what you're saying. Like, I don't know what that means. I don't know what is going on. is drama. Ignore it. Okay. Oh, fucking so silly.
The question is, why did you shake that Hamas activist hand when you crossed? Because they treated us very nicely. My mom is saying that they were very delicate and gentle with them and took care of all their needs. They seemed really prepared for it. They had concealed it for a long time, and they took care of all the needs that women need: shampoo, conditioner. Did they tell you anything about what was happening outside?
No, that's the I-24 one, and I'm sorry, I don't like Sky News is a right-wing outlet too, but I-24 is the main outlet that ran with the 40 babies were ruthlessly beheaded by Hamas. That was the first article that came out and said 40 babies had their heads cut off by Hamas. So why are you cutting her? I'm not. I'm trying to find I'm trying to personally find the uncut broadcast, especially because according to Haaretz, I-24 News is so pro Netanyahu to secure broadcast license that they are not going to have possibly the best translators. Okay? That's it. That's the major reason. Here. I have to pee. But I also am running the top of the hour ad break, which I forgot to run earlier. Hold on.
ילידת הארץ. אני מודה לכם שבאתם לשמוע את הטרגדיה שלי ושל כל חבריי. היה קשה, ונקווה לעבור את זה. אני אחזור על הדברים, אז אם את תדבר איתי, אמא אמרה שהיא ילידת... אמא מודה לכם שבאתם היום, ואומרת שהיא ילידת הארץ, ילידת 1938. לומר לכם את האמת, עברתי תופת שלא חשבנו ולא ידענו שנגיע למצב הזה. והם השתוללו אצלנו בקיבוץ, אותי חטפו, השכיבו אותי על אופנוע, על הצד, וכל הזמן, וטסו איתי בשדות החרושים לכיוון חיר וחזק. הם פוצצו את הגדר שבה...
This is not translated. The one fucking video that we found is not translated. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind, dude. Oh, fuck. Where did you go? We need you to translate. Dude, I don't know how to speak Hebrew. What do you mean? Hassan, this is super minor, but as a Palestinian, I want you to know you're mispronouncing Hamas in the very particular way that Israeli officials mispronounce it. It's not a ch sound. I didn't say Hamas. I said Hamas. Hamas. The daughter is translating, I thought.
ב$2.5 מיליארד, והיא לא עזרה כלום. והמונים הסתערו על הבתים שלנו, עיקו אנשים, חלק הם חטפו, כמוני חטפו. לא היה הבדל אם יחטפו קשישים או צעירים, וזה היה מהלך מאוד מאוד כואב ומחיר. אחר כך הם הביאו אותנו לפתח של מערות, בדרך ששכבתי על האופן.
Yeah, the most complete one is the Sky News one, I think. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll go into my wait, where is it?
This report. It's okay. Let's go. With a handshake and a goodbye to her Hamas captors. Yocheved Lifshitz and Nurit Cooper crossed the border into Egypt after 17 days held hostage in Gaza. They were taken back to safety in Israel by the International Red Cross. This morning at the hospital in Tel Aviv, where they're recovering, 85-year-old Yocheved told her story.
My mom is saying that she was taken on the back of a motorbike with her body, with her legs on one side and her head on another side. That she was taken through the plowed fields with a man in front on one side and a man behind her. And that while she was being taken, she was hit by sticks.
There were people there who took care of all the needs. We can say that to their credit. And they made sure that we will be clean and eat.
Yocheved's husband, Oded, is still being kept hostage. She said that they were split up and held separately in Gaza.
Our hopes from our father and for all the hostages is that they will come home safely.
They didn't show anything. What the fuck? Why can't we find a decent translation of the full uninterrupted like 20-minute press conference? It sucks that the most complete one is literally from I-24, which is known to be not a credible credible outlet, considering that they were the first to say 40 babies were beheaded. I don't want to watch an Al Jazeera one either, because the Al Jazeera one is only featuring 2 minutes. I want the full blown, the entire conversation. I want her whole testimony.
שכבתי על הצד, רגליים פה והגוף פה, אז השב"ב בדרך מכות איתו אותי, אז הם לא שברו את הצלעות, אבל הכאיבו לאזור הזה מאוד, וזה הקשה לי מאוד על הנשימה.
Here's the Zionist talking points to rebut her statement. I already saw that. He literally acknowledged that he was wrong. He said it was outrageous to see post that misinterpret the video of the 85-year-old freed hostage Yocheved Lifshitz shaking the hand of her armed and masked captor as a sign of somehow as if the hostages were treated well. This guy literally openly admits later down that I'm happy someone brought my attention to this. What do you want? Her husband is still captive. She talks about the others being captive. The woman, when released, looked to me tired, a tad confused, and with the tough skin and temperament of a kibbutznik. I also want to correct my first tweet. The question is not if she was treated well, but rather if they were humane. Hamas and not Palestinians, of course. No, they are not humane. Many on her kibbutz were massacred. She witnessed horrific crimes. Really, people, a little respect. People can read her testimony here. A sharp woman who describes her painful days in captivity. This is from Haaretz. You can be the judge. It seems her comments also reveal how this was a well-planned attack to capture hostages. Except that Haaretz article, I read it earlier this morning, and that Haaretz article actually featured a lot of her testimony that directly cuts against what she is trying to say, what he is trying to say, sorry, which is that her treatment was very humane in the hands of the Hamas militants, contrary to the expectations, contrary to what people normally hear and see of Hamas. This does not change the reality of the October 7th attacks and how many people were slaughtered, murdered, okay? But the reality is that, like, this person popped off super quickly and then didn't even delete it and just kind of tried to dial it back while still maintaining the same position. Link to the Sky News stream. If you go to 10:20 in the beginning of the stream, you get the full press coverage.
To come here today to announce, not that the government has cut the number of hotels being used, but that it simply plans to, and by a paltry 12%. Is that really it?
My mom is saying that she was...
Here.
Just the night, which we'll have more from in due course, did suggest that hostages would be released if Israel stops bombing. Very much in a difficult position at this moment, though, to establish more than that. Let's listen now.
She's telling the horrific stories. She's saying that many people, a swarm of people, came through the fence. The defense cost 2.5 billion shekels, and it didn't help even a little bit. My mom is saying that she was taken on the back of a motor.
It doesn't matter if it was humane. They killed and raped hundreds of teens. There is no redemption for Hamas. Brother, October 7th was brutal. It was gruesome. It was horrific. Stick to the actual facts of the matter without just going along with information that has not been confirmed at all by even Israeli authorities. Okay? You do not have to jump to racist canards. This does not mean that it did not happen. It simply means I have yet to see any verified information other than source Ben Shapiro. What the fuck are you saying?
With her body, with her legs on one side and her head on another side, that she was taken through the plowed fields with a man in front on one side and a man behind her, and that while she was being taken, she was hit by sticks by
Do you say, okay, and he's a reliable source? Ben Shapiro is a reliable source? Ben Shapiro? Okay, you're being satirical. Got it. Okay, I was going to say Ben Shapiro, who like lives in fucking Florida, okay, is not a reliable source.
Yeah, Shabab people. Until they reach the tunnels. There they walked for a few kilometers on the wet ground. There are a huge network of tunnels underneath. It looks like a spider web. I will repeat it in Hebrew. אמא אומרת שהיא נלקחה על הגב של אופנוע, שגבר אחד ישב לפניה ומאחוריה, הרגליים בצד אחד של האופנוע והראש בצד השני. היא אומרת שהם נסעו דרך השדות החרושים, ובזמן שהם נסעו דרך השדות החרושים, הכו אותה אנשים מהשב"ב.
So we did just hear some comments there from Sharon there, the daughter of Yoshed Lifshitz, in English, recounting what her mother had just said. That let's go back and listen in.
רגע, לא, אם את תספר את הסיפור, אין שאלות. אוקיי, תמשיכי.
I find it almost terrible that they put this woman on such a show after all she went through. I'm almost certain that there is a very high likelihood that she wanted to do this, knowing full well that she wanted to give her own personal accounts because no other hostage thus far has done this. No other hostage has come out and spoken. This is, 4 hostages have been released so far. And no one else has come out and spoken. Are you going to ignore the fact that her husband is still in Gaza? No, I mentioned that myself. I mentioned that as well. To me, however, the fact that she is a Palestinian peace activist, the fact that her husband is literally also a journalist / peace activist himself, plays more of a role in her commentary here than the fact that he is still apprehended and she's speaking out of fear and that she's like somehow coerced into saying these things. I don't think you guys understand personally how the complex dynamic of Israeli peace activists operate and coexist with Palestinians. Like I don't think you get that. She also personally did say, I lived through hell. I was beaten with sticks. This is what at least the immediate translation showed. So it's not like she's saying, I love Hamas, I want to hug and kiss them. She's just giving an honest assessment. If she personally was fearful, she probably would not have brought that up either, right? She says she was beaten with sticks while riding the motorbike. If she personally had an interest in portraying her conditions as different than they actually are, to present facts in a way that helps Hamas, then she would not have brought that up. Why believe the bad and not the good? Wait, what? Are you talking to me or are you talking to chatters? Additional context, she was a member of Women Wage Peace, according to this veteran hostage negotiator. As she was being freed, Israeli hostage Yocheved Lifshitz shook the hand of her Hamas captor. I asked the veteran hostage negotiator Gershon Baskin, director of Holy Land Bond, International Communities Organization Middle East, author, negotiator, award-winning Times of Israel columnist, and Al-Quds newspaper columnist. what he made of that moment. This was his response.
And she was obviously being talked to by the Red Cross. And, you know, she's there and she turns around and she delivers a human gesture and a handshake to, I guess, somebody who was her captor.
If her husband is still a hostage, couldn't Hamas use that as leverage to make her say good things about the treatment? Absolutely. Except she didn't just say good things about Hamas. She also said that she was hit with sticks on the bike. So if that's the case, then she would not have mentioned that. Do you understand what I'm saying? And now we arrive at the last part of the equation. That's Stockholm Syndrome, which is what I was expecting. I thought that there would be a bunch of articles on the matter, except this account, or her anger and her feelings on the matter, her activism on the occupation, against the occupation, does not change the reality by simply saying Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome. I knew that it was going to come, and chatters are already fucking hitting that line. What you fail to recognize here, I have a translated version of 3 minutes. She doesn't mention any stick beating. That's what I'm operating off of what has been written thus far.
It's Hamas video that they put out. She was, leaving and saying goodbye, I assume. What do you make of that? Sorry? What do you make of that gesture?
Well, I think, first of all, it's important to know who she is. She's a woman who has volunteered for years of driving Palestinian children and their mothers and fathers to hospitals inside of Israel for medical treatment. She has been a member of Women Wage Peace, Israel's largest peace movement. Also, another woman, Vivian Silver from Kibbutz Be'eri, was abducted and is held hostage in Gaza. She was one of the founders and leaders of Women Wage Peace. I assume that Yocheved speaks some Arabic, and she probably tried to communicate with her captors. I imagine that if I, God forbid, was being held in Gaza, I would make every opportunity to befriend the people who are holding me because my life is at stake. I think we also have to remember that her husband is still being held hostage in Gaza. And had she come out and immediately done something completely opposite, maybe it would endanger the life of her husband. But I think it was those kind of humane gestures that are important to show. I know a friend who did research on Holocaust survivors and asked the question, why do some Holocaust survivors become these people who are very, very anti-Arab and others are in the peace camp? Yep. And what she found in interviewing many Holocaust survivors who were part of the peace camp is that there was a moment when they were going through the horrendous suffering during the Holocaust that someone made a humane gesture. Someone gave them a piece of bread or gave them a night stay in a home or gave them a blanket. And those gestures of humanity would transform their worldview later and enable them to support peace with the Arabs rather than being against them.
Don't be like the IDF storytelling. She was not beaten by a stick. She was referring to another guy who was treated. No, the other guy that was treated was a separate story. Another guy fell off of the motorcycle while he was being transported back into Gaza and received medical treatment on his arm. That's a different story. She mentioned the stick beating, according to at least the articles that I have read on the matter, separately from that. Okay? Here, let's look at Democracy Now! That uses the I-24 assessment, so we'll see.
Ground tunnels. Once in Gaza, Yocheved Lifshitz says her treatment improved. Her daughter Sharon, who flew in from London for her release, translated her remarks to reporters.
My mom is talking about coming there. When they arrived into a large hall in which about 25 hostages were gathered, and after
Why don't you cover the demonstrations? Lobotomite. Do you think that there is like a secret reason? Which I have covered the demonstrations, but do you think that there's like what could be a secret reason as to why I'm not covering the demonstrations in your mind?
2 or 3 hours, those hostages, 5 of them, she among them, were taken into a separate room. My mom is saying that they were very friendly towards them and that they took care of them, that they were given the medicine. That they were given medicine and they were treated. One of the men with them had a badly injured from from a motorbike accident on the way, and the paramedic was looking after his wounds. He was given medicine and antibiotics. That the people were friendly, that they kept the place very clean.
We were very hurt by the fact that the IDF did not know where are the scapegoats. They've warned us 3 weeks prior with people who came to the road and burned fields, sent incendiary balloons to burn our...
Yes, chatter, of course I know Rachel Corrie, one of the most famous fucking activists that was run over by an Israeli bulldozer. Yes, stop fucking begging me to cover Rachel Corrie, okay? I know. It is a horrifying crime that also telegenically was the murder of a white woman, a blonde white woman, who also recognized the dignity and humanity of Palestinians and of course was murdered by an Israeli bulldozer. I know the story. How the fuck would I not know that story? Please shut the fuck up. Let me cover this, okay?
To burn our fields. And the IDF did not address this seriously. Suddenly, on Saturday morning, when everything was quiet, there was a heavy bombardment of the communities. And with that, the masses infiltrated, blew up the expensive fence, opened the gates of the kibbutz and entered in their masses. It was extremely difficult. I keep having those images in my mind. He's asking, why did you shake the hand of the Hamas terrorist in the visual? They were gentle with us. Our needs were supplied.
אמא שלי אומרת שהם התייחסו אליהם בעדינות וסיפקו את כל הצרכים שלהם. My mom is saying that they treat them kindly and provided for them.
That was 85-year-old.
That's crazy, okay? It is. That is not something that you will hear. It's like not allowed for the most part to be repeated. People that have said far less have been punished inside of Israel. Literally, Jewish citizens in Israel, Palestinian citizens in Israel have been punished for far less than that. For people saying her husband is still a hostage, she needs to say it or he will die. You are most likely, you could be right. Her husband is still a captive, but also her husband and herself have literally worked for years as activists for Palestinians. So which one do you think is more likely? Do you think that she's giving an honest assessment of the situation, which even the Times of Israel and Haaretz said was clear? There are three other hostages, some of which have not said anything. She's the first person to give an assessment of the conditions. The likelihood that she wanted to come out and speak when other hostages also still have family members that are apprehended by Hamas and other militants implies that there are conflicting values here at play. Do you think that her activism could play into how they were treated as prisoners? There is a likelihood that that is the case. Certainly. But immediately discounting her fucking narrative and claiming that it's like silly and wrong or there must be some secondary purpose is wild. What if Hamas targeted her specifically to be taken? No. Oh my God. The failures of this bloody government scream to the sky. The fact that she does not make the release of the abductees her main goal is inexcusable. This is what the government looks like when it cares about national honor and not about its citizens. Something I've said already. Anyone who wants to live understands that first and foremost, all abductees must be returned now because the window of opportunity is closing. About 20,000 people have already joined the demand to release all the abductees now. This is from Omdim Beyachad. It's also just kind of common sense that Hamas would want to remind the world that their hostages aren't already dead like some in Israel believe. Yes. This is the truth in this circumstance. The truth in this circumstance is one that, as far as I understand, Israeli officials do not want out there. So much so that saying things like this or covering things like this could be considered in violation of the current law under the new war coalition government, the war government. The Khan public broadcaster reports that Israeli PR experts are calling the decision to put Lifshitz in front of cameras a mistake. This is from Times of Israel. The Khan public, I'm going to read this again. Criticism is pouring in after freed hostage Yocheved Lifshitz appeared to praise her Hamas captors and criticize Israel at a press conference earlier in the day. This is from Times of Israel. The Khan public broadcaster reports that Israeli PR experts are calling the decision to put Lifshitz in front of cameras a mistake. The station knows that the international media is now reporting on Hamas's kindness in taking care of the hostages' needs. In Israel Hayom, columnist Eddie Rothstein calls the interview a propaganda win for Hamas. What a brave and enlightened woman, the kind we thought they no longer make in Israel. And what a clumsy handling of the event, he writes. The truth is, you don't need to be a PR expert to know you can't have a press conference like this live on television. There's no doubt the Lifshitz statements could have been managed better, tweets Channel 12 reporter Daphne Liel, who adds her descriptions were still pretty shocking. Anyone sane should understand that medical attention she was given was intended to keep their bargaining chips alive and not from the kindness of their hearts. The channel's Dana Weiss calls the press conference a disaster, noting the lack of state intervention in managing her appearances. I think this is important to understand. That is important to understand. Why is this important to understand? What Daphne Liel is saying. It's not at the kindness of their hearts, but simply out of their interest, their self-interest in survival, that Hamas is offering medical attention. This is something that I have mentioned as well, okay? But when I would mention this, many people in the chat would yell at me. So maybe when you hear someone who is reactionary have that same opinion inside of Israel proper, maybe you will also recognize this, because it goes against the idea that these guys simply are there to do death and murder and are not operating out of their own self-interest in continuing their survival. The hostage taking in this circumstance is a cruel act. That much is true. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. But what you have to recognize is that there is a reason for it. There is a reason. This does not mean a justification, but to immediately hand wave away that plays into the narrative that Israel wants to put forward, which is that these guys took them to rape them and kill them. And they're going to go and kill them quietly, not in front of a camera. They're not going to use the hostages as a bargaining chip, but instead, they're just there to just like do brutality to them. It is already a brutal act to take someone as a hostage, but dead hostages are worth nothing to Hamas. Alive hostages that are well taken care of are worth everything to not only Hamas, but other Palestinian forces as well. Okay? The channel Dana Weiss calls the press conference a disaster, noting the lack of state intervention in managing her appearances. Tal Schneider takes aim at the hospital spokesperson who put Lifshitz in front of the cameras rather than just her family members, and then bragged about his ability to get a wow factor for journalists on Instagram. From a professional point of view, this is an embarrassment for the hospital, she writes on X. They are more mad. They're mad that this 85-year-old woman was able to accurately portray her experiences. That fucking blows my mind. If she had come out, if she had personally come out and been like, they were brutal, I would still cover it, because there is no reason for me to believe that she is lying in that circumstance, especially considering that she has her husband in captivity still. But because she gives a more balanced assessment of her conditions, everyone turns around and says, oh, well, she must be lying for one reason or another. And her balanced assessment also. How can you say it's accurate? We don't know that at all. This is insane to me. It is insane to me that you are like now talking about an 85-year-old grandma who was fucking held captive by Hamas as like an agent or something. Like she has an ulterior motive in this circumstance. The ulterior motive is that she's afraid that they will murder her husband ruthlessly. I know her husband is a prisoner. But if that was the case, then she would have no reason to say that what happened to the kibbutz was a slaughter, or that she was hit on her way into Gaza. Please, you said source to a first-hand account. Here, Yocheved Lifshitz, a frail 85-year-old grandmother who was one of the two hostages released by Hamas on Monday, recounted the moment that militants snatched her from her home in Kibbutz near Oz and drove away on a motorbike towards Gaza, a painful act during which she said she was beaten and sustained bruises. Lifshitz says she was forced to walk on wet ground and descended into an underground tunnel system she likened to a spider web, where she was greeted by people who told us, "We believe in the Quran," and promised not to harm her and her fellow hostages. This is an experience that almost virtually every single Israeli citizen that has spent any time with Hamas militants that wasn't ruthlessly slaughtered by them, by the way. So I just make no mistake. I'm not making light of the situation at all or trying to cover it without accuracy. But this is something that I've heard from other hostages as well. They have all told the same thing, that first and foremost, they were like, we're not going to hurt you. We're not here to hurt you, which of course doesn't matter because they did hurt people. Okay. They did. But every single person that has been like, these Hamas terrorists, they slaughtered my family, also told me they believe in the Quran and promised not to harm me or the other fellow hostages. There's no reason for people to offer that if it's factually inaccurate, especially when it's paired up with people saying that they had ruthlessly slaughtered their friends. Lifshit's daughter Sharon, who helped her convey her mother's comments to reporters outside of a hospital in Tel Aviv on Tuesday, called it a huge network of tunnels. She was initially grouped together with 25 other people. We already talked about that. They really took care of the sanitary side of things, so we didn't get sick, Lifshitz added. Each of the 5 hostages in her group received their own doctor, and there was a paramedic present who supervised medication. They were very generous to us, very kind. They kept us clean, Lifshitz said. They took care of every detail. There are a lot of women, and they know about feminine hygiene, and they took care of everything there. Lifshitz also accused the Israel Defense Forces and Shin Bet Intelligence Service of not taking threats from Hamas seriously and said the costly Gaza border fence erected by Israel had done nothing to protect their community from the Hamas attack. Why would she say this? Do you think that this is also a part of her propaganda? Do you think Hamas was like saying, like, you have to say something that every other person whose entire fucking family was slaughtered from other kibbutzim have said? You have to repeat that line that people that are in the Dead Sea right now, that are not literally apprehended, that have no friends that are apprehended, that have had their entire family slaughtered by Hamas, has said the exact same thing. The lack of awareness by Shin Bet and the IDF hurt us a lot, she stressed. They warned us 3 weeks beforehand. They burned fields. They sent fire balloons, and the IDF did not treat us seriously. Lifshitz explained how this culminated in the attack on Nir Oz in the southern Israel border on October 7th. All of a sudden, on a Saturday morning, everything was very quiet. There was hard pounding on the settlement. Not long after, hordes of Hamas fighters broke through the kibbutz's expensive fences and kept coming in their droves, she said. It was very, very difficult and unpleasant. As she concluded her remarks, Sharon said her mother's feeling was that the story is not over until everybody comes back. Hamas released Lifshitz and her neighbor and friend Nurit Cooper, 79, on Monday, and later they were reunited with family members who rushed to the bedside at Ichilov Hospital in Tel Aviv. Grandson Daniel, who heard of her release while staying at a hotel in Eilat with other evacuees from near Oz, said Monday that the news of the women's release sent a jolt of joy through the hotel and hope that others may be freed soon. And right now, the commentary on the pro-Israeli side is that Hamas is using the hostages as a way to stop the bombing campaign for 6 hours at a time, as though the bombing campaign has to continue. There's no way to do a ceasefire. There's no way to do anything other than continuously kill children inside of Gaza. And Hamas is using the hostage negotiations and slowly but surely trickling out hostages as a way to stall and cease the bombing campaigns. And they're reporting on this as though, sorry, these hostages have to die. There's nothing we can do about it because they have to literally fucking keep bombing. If you want to understand the perspective a little bit further, here is former Israeli Prime Minister Yair Lapid. Wanted to cover that for you as well. Wanted to give you the full length of that, full length of his statements. Let me see, where the fuck did it go? Jesus Christ, I lost it. To understand it better, Lifshitz press conference panned as a disastrous for Israel PR win for Hamas. Okay? Where is it? Oh, here it is.
In the 13th day of this war, which was forced upon us, which we didn't want, which we have no choice but to win. Not because we seek revenge, but because we can't live like this. Last week I went to visit the people who were evacuated from Kfar Aza. At the entrance, I met an elderly lady that I know, and she said to me, they killed my son, but at least I have cancer, and I will die soon enough. I will not have to feel what I feel anymore. I met a 13-year-old girl who saw the murder of her best friend. I met a father whose wife and 2 children were abducted, sits alone in an empty apartment. I met people with hollow eyes who described to me what burned babies look like. The terrorists abducted a particularly large number of young women. We're trying not to think why, but we can't. I want to remind you, the horrors of October the 7th has nothing to do with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The terrorists...
Yeah, he's like, it's isolated, it's separate, it's like, it's completely unrelated. Don't ever say that it was not in a vacuum. Say that it was in a vacuum. Say that it was in a vacuum. Say that it was in a vacuum. It's isolated. It's isolated. Why is he saying that? Well, the reason why he's saying that is because he wants to say that this is an unprompted attack. Okay, that's his goal. His goal is to say this is unprompted, unprovoked, and while it is unprecedented, it is not unprovoked and it is not unprompted. This is not a justification, okay? But to act like this is an isolated instance is a lie. Is a lie that he is telling you, okay? That's it.
Are not part of the struggle for a Palestinian state. Hamas don't care about that. Just like...
That's okay, dude. Yeah. Yeah, dude, totally.
ISIS and Al-Qaeda, they don't want any agreement with anyone. They want to kill Jews because they are Jews, and Christians because they are Christians, and moderate Muslims because they are moderate. They killed...
Bro, this is a wild thing to say, considering that, like, once again, it's always pure projection. It's always pure projection. Swap it with Hamas and Israel, and you arrive at the Israeli position as well. Straight up.
260 young people who went to a music festival because Hamas don't like music, they only love death and bloodshed. It is interesting and shocking how quickly the world has moved on. Israel was giving barely a week of sympathy and global shock.
So many Jews, both in Israel and also in America, have said that Israel's immediate actions, while there were still militants inside of Israeli borders, were to bomb Gaza, that Israel did not offer them a time of peace and mourning, that they immediately turned around and used this as a justification for their violent retribution that collectively punished all Palestinians. The idea that the world forgot about the Israeli victims is false. They shouldn't, and they have not, okay? But if there's one person, or if there's one group of individuals that are responsible for people immediately moving in the other direction and going, what the fuck are you doing? You have to stop. Please do a ceasefire, was Israel's own actions in the immediate aftermath. You cannot retaliate by killing 2,000 children and cutting off their food, cutting off their water, cutting off their power, and then assume that the rest of the world, after 14, 15, 16, 17 days of a brutal siege, that they're not going to respond to that. And the reality is, the Israeli government knows this as well. That's why they say Pallywood. That's why they say Palestinians are telegenically dead children. That's why they say Palestinians engage in the act of human shields. That they put their children in the vicinity of our rockets that are just, our missiles that only fire on targets, that happen to kill children because the horrible Hamas militants have placed those children in the way of our rocket fire, in the way of our missiles, in the way of our shelling campaigns. This only works if you do not recognize that 2.2 million people are living inside of an open-air prison, a concentration camp, one of the most densely packed areas on the fucking planet. If you don't recognize that, then you think, oh yeah, well, I don't know, maybe they are doing that. This only works if you think simultaneously. If you don't know how densely packed Gaza is, a civilian population, 50% of which are children. If you don't actually think that Palestinians are human beings, if you don't think that they're human beings, and you are completely oblivious to their living conditions even before this last siege, you don't understand it. You will go along with this narrative, okay? The largest hospital in Gaza, the Indonesian hospital, was out of power last night. Yesterday, 24 hours ago, they lost power. Israel refuses to give them fuel for their generators. There are babies in incubators in this hospital alongside other hospitals. They cannot evacuate. There's no way to do that. That's why it's considered a fucking war crime. Doesn't Hamas have like 500,000 liters of fuel they are withholding from the civilians? Maybe in your fucking fantasies they do. Even the IDF spokesperson said Hamas has 1,000 liters of fuel that they're withholding from the civilians. No one said 500,000. You made that up. Even the IDF spokesperson said 1,000 liter of fuel being withheld from Palestinian civilians. Now that went from 1,000 liters of fuel to 500,000 liters of fuel. New IDF tweet says 500,000. Nice. Just like the inflation has struck the 9/11, where the original assessment was this is Israel 9/11 times 15. Now Bibi Netanyahu is saying this is Israel's 9/11 times 20. The liters of fuel that Palestinians actually have is not 1,000 liters, but 500,000 liters of fuel. The aerial photographs seem to indicate it's around 500,000. No, dude, they actually have oil refineries, okay? They have oil refineries with 1 million liters of fuel. They have a pipeline directly tapped to Iranian refineries. Believe me, bro. Aerial photographs, bro. Look at these empty tanks, bro. Yeah. They also literally have water too. They have all of it. It's just, this is no different. This is no different than saying that the situation inside of Gaza is actually far better than the way that people suggest it is. People claiming that they have luxury hotels inside of the Gaza Strip and that people are living in the lap of luxury from the billions of dollars they get from UNRWA.
And then the word went back to attacking us for defending ourselves. I've got one question to you all, and that question is really the reason we're here. Do you think an organization which has no problem butchering babies, butchering pregnant women.
Yeah, Israeli government.
And butchering a 13-year-old autistic girl with an 80-year-old grandmother has any problem lying. Of all the distortions of the press coverage of the past days, the worst one is the balance. A large part of the media is offering its readers and viewers a balanced picture. They are presenting both sides equally. The story told by a democratic country that is trying to protect life.
You cannot be a democracy while maintaining an apartheid. Can't. It's not a democracy. It's an apartheid regime. So, pick a struggle there. You're not a democracy.
And the story told by a murderous terror organization that hates life.
What's wild to me is that, the closest to what he presents is not even my broadcast, because I condemn Hamas regularly, okay? I do my daily condemnation of Hamas multiple times throughout the day. And even then, it's I don't think he's watching the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? I don't think that Yair Lapid is in here being this guy Hassan, he's the one who's covering the other side's perspective, which is really fucked up. And then he serves me a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, and then tells me that if I no longer want to see the fucking ads, all I need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting my Amazon Prime account to my Twitch account, or by getting gifted a sub if I'm lucky. It's really fucked up. Calm like a Tom, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, including giving one to former Prime Minister Yair Lapid. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. How come no one calls him out on these blatant lies when it comes to Intel when they switch it up so drastically? How come nobody asks how it went from 1,000 liters to 500K liters? Because in the Western world, we are conditioned into believing our allies, which is a developed state, over militants. Okay? This is a constant struggle, even for Kurdish militias that operate alongside the CIA and operate alongside the fucking State Department. Americans are conditioned into looking at even our allies that are militant groups, right? Like Kurdish militias in Rojava, and assuming that they're fucking terrorists because they're brown. They're brown, and they speak a language that they don't understand, and they look exactly like the other people that we are conditioned into fucking ruthlessly slaughtering. Okay? So you cannot go and explain to people that, like, these guys are our allies, actually. They're good. They're the good guys. Please, don't get mad at them. Okay? Do you understand? That's why. There will never be a collective moment of breathing room and a tempered reaction to any kind of brown militant group, regardless of whether or not they are considered terrorists by the American State Department, which is, of course, a political designation to begin with. This does not mean that Hamas is not Islamist fundamentalist. They are, okay? Islamic Jihad even more so. But Americans and Westerners in general are conditioned into thinking any kind of militia that is not a well-developed state, okay? Any kind of brown person across the board, already scary. A militia on top of that, doesn't matter if they are literally being trained by the CIA, doesn't matter if they're literally working alongside the American State Department at the behest of their interests. No matter what, in the post-9/11 world, brown militia bad, okay? Now, HasanAbi actually brought up a good point. He said, Mujahideen being an exception to the rule. No, that's why I'm saying post-9/11. Post-9/11, America engaged in a information war to manufacture as much consent as physically possible for America's gross war on terror, which killed millions of people, destabilized tens of millions, created a massive refugee crisis, created a power vacuum in the Middle East that created like super violent Islamist cells that they also facilitated and funded and offered logistical capabilities to originally, that even they escorted out of certain areas. You understand? People do not have the capacity to go, well, these are people that have a self-interest, acts that I might not agree with, but still operating under you know, a self-interested perspective. No, it's just wanton violence. There's good people and there's bad people. Marvel Cinematic Universe politics. Good people do good things. Israel is our ally. They're good people. They're always good doing good things, even though sometimes doing good things become complicated and you have to kill 2,000 plus children. Okay, but it's still at the behest of a good cause. And bad people only do bad things because they're bad. There's no way to assess the situation beyond my enemies are ontologically evil, and therefore no amount of evil that we do to them is unjustifiable. I do not make such assessments when talking about Israel. I might be hypercritical of Israel, but of course, I do not make the assessment across the board that like every Israeli is violent and a criminal and wrong. Okay? Just like I do not make such monolithic assessments on Palestinians in general.
Hamas lies as a policy. They murder our children and then they blame us. They murder their own children and then blames us. They use people as human shields, fire at them if they try to escape, and cover for this with vast...
Like, by all accounts, every single account that has covered the human shield narrative that Israel adopts on a regular basis will always maintain the position that in the overwhelming majority of strikes that Israel engages in, where they kill people, okay, where they kill children, where they kill women, that they are killed as a consequence of how densely packed Gaza is. Even the most critical assessment that is critical to Palestinians and critical to Hamas. Stop using Islamophobic language. I'm losing my mind. Okay, I'm gonna move on from this. Even accurate accounts from Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, which are no friends to Palestinians across the board, it took them, to be fair, you say you are against Islamists? Yeah, of course, because I understand the conditions in which governments that are fundamentalist are established, okay? That's why. I understand that. I do not think that it is good for a fundamentalist government to control any area. Okay? It does not matter if they are Muslim. It does not matter if they are Jewish. It does not matter if they are Christian. It's still conservatism. In this circumstance, however, you have to understand how this fundamentalism thrives and is considered an emancipatory force. I'm not doing the classic like, oh, both sides are bad and here is why and yada yada yada. I'm trying to explain the conditions that lead to the development of a group that takes on arms and engages in violent retaliatory, violent emancipatory acts that I would consider to be unjustifiable, okay? And how over the course of 30, 40 fucking years, 30 plus years, that Hamas went from being a fundamentalist, conservative charity that was marginal and completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things to the governing body of Gaza that became the only group in the eyes of Israel and in the eyes of Palestinians as well to be the governing body that is to be negotiated with, like the actual force that Israel wants to negotiate with. And that was by design. You have to look at the situation and the history to understand that. But if you think that I would be comfortable in a free Palestinian governance that has autonomy, with that free Palestinian governance being fundamentalist, you're wrong. Obviously, we can never consider that because there's never been a moment where there wasn't an occupation that is brutal. Okay? I talked about this before. Earlier today on my Instagram, I covered this because there's like classic people always shitting on like, oh, queers for Palestine. Okay, lol, more like chickens for KFC. I said, here, I'll just show you the Instagram post real quick. People love dunking on this because they can't comprehend empathizing with others on non-ideological boundaries. Queer Palestinians exist. They're under greater threat of an occupation and apartheid regime bombing them. Imperialism and settler colonialism also legitimizes reactionary movements, as it did in Iran. It emboldens them as emancipatory forces. When people struggle against imperialism and settler colonialism, they do not have the liberty and the time to fight for their individual civil liberties. They can't fight for their own civil rights because they're too busy trying to stop being bombed. When bombs are fucking raining on your head, you do not think, oh, well, I do not like that this government that I'm existing under is homophobic. You know what I mean? That's not a concern. That's a secondary concern. Yeah, because, see, like, look at this fucking idiot. He went, well, Hamas is so tolerant of the LGBT. It does not matter. You want to know who's also intolerant of the LGBT? Even domestically, okay? The United States of America, Israel. But guess what? There's varying degrees of intolerance. But let me tell you something. You know what ultimately is the least tolerant thing you can do to a gay Palestinian? Drop a fucking bomb on his house and kill his mother, father, and brothers and sisters alongside him. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Average Zionist does not know that gay marriage is illegal in Israel. You know what's also not tolerant of gay Palestinians? Israeli security forces finding who's gay and who's not gay, like queer Palestinians, and blackmailing them to use them as CIs to further their surveillance. Do you feel like that is something that a tolerant force would do, a tolerant force for good? You can turn around and say, wow, well, guess what? It wouldn't even work if they were more tolerant. Sure. But these people have never had a moment to breathe so that they could work in this act of civil liberty. People now dunking on this tweet, but I think that's the point. The point stands fine. Unless you want to firebomb a homophobic evangelical family homeschooling their kid, talking about the homophobia of Palestine is incoherent and raises gibberish. This is especially obvious when you realize that the group making this point about Palestinian homophobia are the people who would wish to enact homophobic policy. It's a fake hypocrisy, and I'm surprised to see seemingly good faith people occasionally going for it. Palestine doesn't support the LGBTQ community. I'm about to tell you something about the United States that's going to blow your mind. What do I always say? conservatives fucking hate conservatism in other countries. People like Ben Shapiro will unironically use this argument, which is mind-boggling to me. Why are you supporting the attackers? You have made this assessment. Why have you made this assessment? You put that puzzle piece together. Why did you put that puzzle piece together? Because in your mind, you understand that one side's actions are also immoral. And this is the first time you are coming to that recognition. So all of a sudden you go, wait, what do you mean? Is this justified? Is there justification for this? You made that assessment. I never said it's justified. I think it's unjustified. I said it time and time again. Just ban and move on. They want a clip. The Palestinian cause is a left-wing issue in the West, but Palestinians are very conservative. Aside from this being grossly oversimplified and dishonest framing, it's useful to point out these glib, chauvinist mercenaries cannot possibly compute a non-transactional model of human solidarity. Exactly. I'll give you an example from domestic politics that you will understand if you are living in the United States of America, or if you are living, okay? If you're living in the United States of America, or if you are living in the Western world. I always talk about universal health care, okay? Universal health care does not mean health care for only the people I like. Universal health care means health care for all, which includes people I don't like, which includes evil people, which includes people that I think would better serve a prison sentence than breathe the free man's air. It means for all, including even Nazis, okay? Ridiculous. Does this mean that I like Nazis? Of course not. They've made my life a living hell for the past 10 fucking years. And beyond that, they are gross and abhorrent, obviously, and idiotic. But that does not change the reality that the goal is, no, I'm not taking a moral high ground. This is not taking the moral high ground. My friend, you are wrong. You have to understand, this is self-interest. I am not taking the moral high ground when I say Medicare for all means all, including those who I disagree with, including those who are brutal and barbaric. Why do I say this? It's not the moral high ground at all. It's actually a means of self-interest. I am self-interested when I say Medicare for all. Why? Because as long as you solve the underlying material inequalities, you make it much harder for people to have reactionary points of view. That's it. That's it. Do you think that American Christian militias are not just as fundamentalist as the ISIS right-wing brigades are? The Islamic fundamentalists are? They are. Why do they not fucking go around and slaughter every single person that they consider to be unchristian-like? Do you want to know why? Because they're too busy eating fucking jalapeno poppers at Applebee's. Because they're too fucking fat. Okay? That's why. Because their conditions are not living hell. Now, of course, the more we make these conditions living hell, the more people are aware of the inherent contradictions, the worse their actions will get, the more violent their actions will get. That's the difference between our religious fundamentalists and religious fundamentalists overseas. Now, are there still stochastic terrorists across the board? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's few and far between in comparison to organized militias. And the major difference there is not that some are barbaric and Arabic and scary and Muslim. The major difference there is their material conditions. Okay? Fix people's real human problems, and they will be infinitely less likely to become violent, right-wing, fundamentalist terrorists who will act out on their violent desires, on their violent ideologies. Okay? That's it. So advocating for Palestinian liberation is also the same thing. This is not simply a moral high ground that I'm taking, even though I do believe that I have the moral high ground in this situation. I do think that ethnic cleansing is bad. Brave take, I know. But the reason why I say this is a matter of self-interest, because peace is the only way to create permanent security for not only Palestinians, but also Israelis as well. This is a fundamental reality that many of those people that were inside of the kibbutzes that watched their friends get murdered, they recognize that reality. So why can't you? You can't recognize that reality 10,000 miles away. They can. And they were on the receiving end of a barrel of a fucking gun not that long ago. So if they can demonstrate that moral clarity, so should you. The only way to offer a permanent security measure for everyone living in that region is through peace. Anyone who tells you otherwise is wrong. Anyone who tells you otherwise is a liar. Anyone who tells you otherwise has a secondary interest, whether it be additional land grabs or whether it be the ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from that area. That's it. Fuck. This old 85-year-old lady who was literally kidnapped by Hamas recognizes that reality, but many here in the Western world who are far removed from the violence do not, because they have no personal stake in the matter for the most part. Their interest is just simply watching it on Reddit, like it's a movie that they're watching with good guys and bad guys. One thing I will say is the quicker you recognize that Israel cares more about killing and forcibly displacing Palestinians than they do about the security of Israelis, the easier you can comprehend the situation on hand. Okay? They care more about killing Palestinians than they do about offering permanent security assurances to their own citizens. This plays out in its domestic policy, and this plays out in its policy against Palestinians in general. Understand this, because it is the truth.
Okay. With a handshake and a goodbye to her Hamas captors.
I have to pee, I'll be back.
Yocheved Lifshitz and Nurit Cooper crossed the border into Egypt after 17 days held hostage in Gaza. They were taken back to safety in Israel by the International Red Cross. This morning at the hospital in Tel Aviv, where they're recovering, 85-year-old Yocheved told her story.
My mom is saying that she was taken on the back of a motorbike with her body, with her legs on one side and her head on another side. That she was taken through the plowed fields with a man in front on one side and a man behind her. And that while she was being taken, she was hit by sticks.
There were people there who took care of all the needs. We can say that to their credit. And they made sure that we will be clean and eat.
Yocheved's husband, Oded, is still being kept hostage. She said that they were split up and held separately in Gaza.
Our hopes from our father and for all the hostages is that they will come home safely.
Israel's military says it is prepared for a ground invasion and just awaiting the orders to go. But there are reports that the US doesn't agree that they are ready yet. Language from some parts of the Israeli government.
I think the real reason why the U.S. says they're not ready yet is because they have to mobilize more troops to ensure that if there is a second front war that opens up either from Lebanon or from Syria or, God forbid, Iran, that they are adequately prepared for it. That's it. They want to flex their military might in the region as best as they possibly can to intimidate other regional powers, to ensure that they do not actually go in and open up a 2-front, 3-front war for Israel, which would be incredibly damaging. I'm afraid, and I hope that this is not the case. Also, I can't watch the Piers Morgan interview. I'm sorry. Late Cuba, can you explain why the formation of Hamas was by design? You were explaining how the formation of Islamist fundamentalist groups was inevitable. Because religion is a tool of organizing. And if your material conditions are horrifying, okay, then obviously people are going to find themselves under the banner of a group of individuals that they might not even ideologically agree with. We never even finished the Yair Lapid speech. Holy shit.
Vast amount of fake news. There has never been a more cynical and horrific abuse of freedom of speech. My argument is that the media can't just claim to bring both sides of the story. If you do that, you are only bringing one, Hamas' side. That's cowardly and it's lazy.
Yeah, you can't bring both sides of the story because then you humanize Hamas, is what he's
It's an
saying.
insult.
Which is the reality is you're not even humanizing Hamas, you're humanizing Palestinians, and that's what he's afraid of.
Insult to the victims, including the Palestinian victims. It's also an insult to the core idea of what journalism is. Believe me, I know I was a journalist for 31 years. I have no problem with criticism of Israel. But when you know that one side lies and one side makes every effort to verify the facts.
That's insane. To say that is insane, okay? Here, how Israel lies about literally everything from GDF. I hope that there isn't a lot of death on this because I want to show this. I want you to understand something, okay? The IDF does not have a strong track record of being truthful. No state does. America certainly doesn't either, okay? Make no mistake. This is not just simply about the IDF. This is about most states, okay? Most state departments are not going to give you an accurate assessment on the ground because guess what? They're trying to do propaganda. They are trying to do biased propaganda that features misinformation, okay? That's it, just so you understand. But if you are wondering how that works, well, here, let's take a look at this video.
News out of the Middle East.
Have you noticed something?
Breaking news out of the Middle East. Israeli Defense Forces say
the Israeli military says Hamas.
As Israel says it targeted tunnels and weapons manufacturing sites.
Israel says.
We
spoke with the international spokesperson from the IDF, Richard Hecht.
Israeli authorities say.
The Israelis say.
Israel says.
Israel's defense forces saying.
Israel saying. That's according to the Israeli military.
Israel says. Every single time. But over in Israel, prominent journalists stopped believing the military years ago. Back in 2015, Gideon Levy would write a scathing article in the Israeli Haaretz saying, quote, "The policy of denial and disconnection from reality is rising to a dangerous level, and the illness is getting worse. Israel further entrenches itself in its imaginary reality. It's all just a matter of hasbara, the Israeli euphemism for propaganda." Now, the term Hasbara has its nuances. Hasbara is one of those wacky Israeli words that defy translation, but as senior Haaretz correspondent Anshel Pfeffer maintains, Hasbara is simply the act or profession of explaining. Even going so far as to say, Hasbara is now one of the basic tenets of 21st century Zionism. Indeed, many Israeli media outlets and think tanks are comfortable with this official-sounding interpretation. And in fact, Hasbara is a fully codified institution.
Sufi Masoudi, I'm sorry, you are wrong. You talk about the mistakes of the Soviet Union, but what I'm trying to tell you is you are making the same mistakes. No, you are absolutely wrong. If you think that the overwhelming majority of Palestinians were not more comfortable with secular formations, you're wrong. The only reason why they moved against secular organization, away from secular organizations to Hamas is because, one, their leaders were executed, or their leaders were routinely, and even to this day, shown to be patsies for the Israeli government. That was by design, okay? What I'm talking about is not necessarily a forcible secularization of Palestinian peoples or ensuring that Palestinians should not be allowed, forcing Palestinians to not be able to believe in whatever they want to believe and forcing them to be under this, French-style secular democracy, okay, where they can't be fucking Muslim. What I'm simply stating is that if you think that Hamas gained prominence specifically because of their them being Muslim or them being more fundamentalist or them being Islamist, okay, you're wrong. They ran an anti-corruption campaign at a time when the secular forces were understandably viewed by Palestinians, at least not the same amount of Palestinians back then, but at least at least a decent number of Palestinians, a plurality of Palestinians, saw secular Palestinian formations as patsies for the United States government and also for Israel. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, well, I don't want to argue with you on this. How do you think Muslims want Islam to rule? Wait, how you don't think Muslims want Islam to rule? How? That's such a funny fucking take, man. That's a funny take. How would I think? Why would I think that? Just literally, just think about it. Well, I mean, here, I'll clue you in on it. My name is Hasan, okay? So just think about that for a second. Maybe you can figure it out, okay? I wanted to see what he was going to say. Yeah.
Within the Israeli government.
Show me one Muslim that doesn't want Islam to rule. You can't. Exactly. I can't find a single Muslim. Oh boy, where would I ever be able to find a single Muslim? Now, Islamic rule is not the same across the board. Now, I know you're joking. I know you're joking. I know you're joking, real despot. I know you're joking. I'll give you the example of Israel. Do you think Israelis want do you think there is a broad majority of Israelis that are championing a far-right religious theocratic governance? Or do you think they protested against that? Now, obviously, they don't realize that you can't just refuse to recognize the existence of an apartheid and then continue to say, oh, well, on the domestic front, we actually disagree. No, that's not correct. No, Israelis do not want a fucking theocratic governance at all. You are so wrong. 80% of Israelis support gay marriage. What the fuck are you talking about? No, there is certainly a sizable amount of the population, but that's how Netanyahu was able to build a coalition. If that was the case, if this wasn't a necessary coalition building with further right-wing elements within the country, then there would be no need for a coalition. Likud in and of itself, or even the more right-wing elements in Israel in and of themselves would be able to maintain majority rule. You guys are wrong. Although Israeli politics is very right-wing, and every Israeli will tell you that if they are honest about it, okay? Israeli politics is Israeli politics is a dance between right-wingers, center right-wingers, and far right-wingers, and even further right-wingers, okay? With like 8 people that are, center left or maybe leftist, and they are not represented by a broad majority of voters either, okay? That still does not change the reality. That still does not change the reality that, like, across the board, they might be right-wing on certain issues, like the maintenance of the apartheid state or how violent you must be to Palestinians. When it comes down to their own personal day-to-day existence, a lot of Israelis are secular. The problem is that secular Israelis do not comprehend that their government is utilizing the maintenance of an apartheid regime as a means to erode democratic process, as a means to destroy any semblance of Israel being a liberal democracy. And of course, you cannot be a liberal democracy when you have an apartheid state to begin with. Okay? Anyway, let's continue with this video.
After the 2006 Lebanon War, the so-called Hasbara apparatus underwent a massive overhaul, which included the creation of a government office dedicated solely to Hasbara, the National Hasbara headquarters within the office of the Prime Minister. Its many arms extend to the Foreign Ministry, the Ministry...
Yeah, for the record, this is why, like, when you go, oh, why the fuck is Reddit so pro-Israel or whatever, like, brother... This is a dedicated operation to propagandize and communicate the Israeli perspective, no matter how fucking far right it is, to the Western world, because the Israeli government understands that you need to maintain security commitments from the Western world in order to continue doing your apartheid operations.
Ministry of Diplomacy and Diaspora Affairs, the Ministry of Tourism, the Jewish Agency for Israel, and notably the IDF Spokespersons Division, the propaganda arm of the Israeli military, tasked with operating the IDF's official website and blog, YouTube channel, Twitter, and other social media accounts. Hasbara is identified as not only a state diplomacy infrastructure, but also a cultural phenomenon. Nicholas Lehman of the Columbia Journalism School once described the propensity of so-called people of the book for disputations over text. Indeed, Hasbara appears to be distinctly steeped in religious fundamentalism. Just take the current head of the Israeli Hasbara apparatus, Public Diplomacy Minister Distal Atbarian, whose plans for the future include denying that an Israeli occupation exists and that the Bible is the Jewish people's deed to the land. Other responsibilities as Hasbara minister will doubtless include overseeing Hasbara operations, the purpose of which being to facilitate the synchronization of Israel's narratives, especially during wartime. For this reason, official military communiques have earned the ire of even seasoned Israeli journalists. The state authorities have acquired for themselves a shady reputation when it comes to their credibility. And it's not only journalists by...
Man, look at these anti-Semites, dude. You know what I'm saying? Look at the anti-Semitic newspaper of record, Haaretz, and all the anti-Semitic Jewish people that are like, hey, these operations are seeped in misinformation, and it is going to inevitably erode the confidence that the Western world has in the Israeli government, especially as it maintains gruesome conditions of apartheid.
By the way, but also the IDF's very own Major General Yitzhak Brick, who complained that the military suffered from a, quote, culture of lying. In a stunning expose, Brick described within the IDF a culture of lies, whitewashing, squaring circles, concealing information, and coordinating testimonies of those involved before military police investigations begin. After Hamas was elected to power in Gaza in 2007, the US government sought to stage a coup with the full backing of Israel. They failed. After which, Egypt brokered a ceasefire, which Israel violated in November of 2008 by staging a cross-border raid, which killed 6 Hamas officials. Despite breaking the ceasefire, Israel formally justified the attack by saying it was in self-defense against rocket attacks. In the air campaign that ensued, part of the IDF's so-called Operation Cast Lead, 3,000 sorties dropped over 1,000 tons of explosives. And, despite Israeli denials, among the weapons were cluster munitions and incendiary white phosphorus bombs. Mark Garlasco, former chief of high-value targeting at the Pentagon, who later worked with Human Rights Watch, would describe his frustration when investigating Israeli forces. They said in Lebanon they did not use cluster bombs. We found 4 million. They evade answering that they use phosphorus, and we stand there every day watching. How can...
Yeah, this is like... I mean, this is a classic. I mean, they did this in the last sortie. They did this literally in the exact same way the Israeli government said, white phosphorus, we'd never do that. And then the Human Rights Watch was like, no, you did do that, actually. And we just kind of moved on, by the way. That was another brief moment of contention, and we just moved on. Doesn't it seem odd to you that every single time Israel is met with facts from third-party investigators, they just kind of say, no, that's not true, and then the media immediately reports on it as though it's not true, or avoids reporting on the third-party non-government organizations and their reports on it? Israel keeps violating international law, and then we just kind of move along. We move along, and we're like, whatever.
Anyone trust the Israeli military? And though official Israeli statements were replete with falsehoods, a culmination of the Hezbollah apparatus, the state of Israel employed other covert means to push their narrative. In Operation Cast Lead, we turned to Jewish communities abroad, and with their help, we recruited several thousand volunteers, said Ilan Stolman, who is Deputy Director of the Information Department at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a key fixture of the Hezbollah infrastructure. In an interview with the Calcalist paper, Stolman answered questions about a new professional team of comment writers who will flood websites around the world with pro-Israeli messages, and who will participate in discussions about Israel on blogs around the world, and on websites such as Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Twitter, in particular, would receive, quote, round-the-clock activity. In a pattern that would be repeated in the future, the ministry would recruit educated young people who speak foreign languages and use social media. Our people won't say, hello, I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, nor will they necessarily identify themselves as Israelis. They will speak as citizens and write responses that will appear personal, but will be based on a pre-prepared list of messages compiled by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In 2013, the Prime Minister's office would deploy so-called covert units of their own to Israeli universities. Taking to Facebook and Twitter, and also not disclosing that they were working for the government, these units would be set up in a, quote, semi-military fashion, with a student senior coordinator whose tuition would be covered in exchange for their participation. The other students working under them would...
For the record, there's a non-zero chance there's several of these people in the chat right now. I mean, we fucking rule with an iron fist in here. Like, we clap any kind of anti-Semitism and any kind of, like, overarching genocide denial, whether it's being done at the behest of the Israeli government. So, not necessarily. But there are plenty of places that are not adequately moderated. Maybe places where the content creators or the subreddit moderators also personally have a vested interest in, for one reason or the other, defending Israel unconditionally, and they will quickly swarm areas like that and will operate out of areas like that and continue launching attacks against those who speak out against Israel's war crimes.
Would also receive partial scholarships. The next year, Israel would launch yet another war on Gaza, this time called Operation Protective Edge. After 3 Israeli teenagers were captured and executed by Palestinian militants in 2014, the Israeli military launched a fake rescue mission despite knowing that the boys were already dead, an excuse to make mass arrests. The massive air war that ensued destroyed 18,000 homes in Gaza and killed thousands of people. In one of the most devastating consequences of Israeli lies via Hezbollah in recent memory. To use one example which is emblematic of the whole 2014 war, the only rehabilitation center in Gaza, Al-Wafa Hospital, was completely destroyed in the bombing. To justify the attack, Israel tweeted a fake photo alleging to show a rocket being fired from the hospital. But according to Amnesty International, the image tweeted by the Israeli military does not match satellite images of the Al-Wafa Hospital and appears to depict a different location.
This is why they consider the Human Rights Watch to be a fucking anti-Semitic organization, by the way. And the Human Rights Watch is not like... The Human Rights Watch is in more instances than not, somewhat... an operation that works alongside the State Department in many instances, okay? But, like, if you go above and beyond on behalf of... Like, let me tell you something, okay? Like, even the fucking analyst that he used, even the analyst that he used, GDF used in this situation, is a former military guy. Human Rights Watch has a shit ton of former military guys. Let me tell you something. They have a lot of former military guys on there. They are not exactly the greatest group of all time. I need you to understand this, okay? A lot of former military guys, including, what's his face? The guy who fucking thought he killed Chemical Ali and ended up killing like 18 Iraqi children. He quit the day after. Fuck, where is it? God damn it. It's like it's a very funny story. It's a horrifying story, but it's also a very ironic story that this guy, one of the guys that fucking literally works for Human Rights Watch, was a dude in the Iraq War that is it Mark Gerlasco? Is that the guy? I don't know if that's the guy. No. Because that guy was suspended. Mark Gerlasco is the rights analyst that was suspended over a Nazi-era collection, the guy that he used. I just need you to understand. I need you to understand something. The Human Rights Watch, it took them until 2021 to consider Israel to be an apartheid state. That is like 20 fucking years, 30 years, maybe 50 years too late, okay? It took them until 2021 to correctly say Israel is an apartheid state. Same with Amnesty International. I need you to understand. These guys, when they criticize Israel, that's how you know how far Israel has gone. A lot of the people that work at Human Rights Watch are like former missile specialists, okay, that worked for the American Defense Department. So when I use these NGOs, I need you to understand these NGOs are not necessarily friends of countries that are outside of the periphery or outside of the sphere of influence of the West. They're not. I'm going to try and find the article about the guy. I can't find it. God damn it. Was it Mark Gerlasco? That's the Chemical Ali guy? Am I thinking of the right guy? Okay. Mark Gerlasco, former Pentagon mid-level intelligence analyst, now senior civilian protection officer under the United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan, and senior military advisor for the Human Rights Council. No, this is Human Rights Council. Oh, yeah, okay. Here. Having served for 7 years at Pentagon, becoming the chief of high-value targeting, Gerlasco left in 2003 and joined the Human Rights Watch as a senior military expert. Now, that's an awfully suspicious time to just leave the American Defense Department and then join the Human Rights Watch. Oh, man, I sure hope he didn't do anything crazy in the time frame that he was at the Pentagon. Let's see. This is a guy who works for the Human Rights Watch. In 2003, Gerlasco was responsible for dropping 2 laser-guided 500-kilogram bombs on a house in Tuwaisi, a neighborhood of Basra, Iraq, that he believed to contain Saddam Hussein's cousin, Ali Hassan al-Majid, also known as Chemical Ali, the man responsible for launching poison gas attacks on Kurds in Iraq beginning in 1988. Watching the attack via satellite from a room in the Pentagon, Gerlasco threw his arms in the air and shouted, "I just blew up Chemical Ali." However, Chemical Ali was not in the house. 17 other people were killed instead. Gerlasco quickly left his Pentagon job in 2003, 2 weeks after the failed attack, to take a position as a senior military analyst at Human Rights Watch. So when I tell you that these guys, who he then was also was suspended from Human Rights Watch for having Nazi memorabilia. When I tell you that these are guys who are not exactly good dudes, who are not exactly kind dudes, who themselves are war criminals, okay, that work at the Human Rights Watch, I need you to understand something. When the fucking Human Rights Watch says you are doing war crimes, okay, when the motherfucking guy who like was a part of the high value target process in the Pentagon is like, dude, Israel, you're going too fucking far. You have to understand, Israel is without a shred of doubt going too fucking far. These guys would never in a million years, they would never in a million fucking years turn around and criticize an American ally, okay? They would not criticize an American ally. They would not criticize and speak out against an American ally, one of the most important American allies in the region, if it wasn't because it is literally going way too fucking far. Please don't say yes, they would, okay? These are the same guys that actually rip into anyone that is outside of... Wait, he mentioned me? Uh-oh. My 22-year-old just came in screaming, my dad was quoted by Hassan the Hun, said, you are now awesome, Dad. Thanks for the validation, my man. Uh-oh. Well, yeah, he's great. To Mark's 22-year-old daughter, I love your dad. I'm sorry. Anyway, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Let's just move on from that. Let's just move on from that completely and entirely. Why did you show me that? God damn it. I fucking hate that there's so many people that... okay. Anyway, my point is this. Fuck! My point is this. When the Human Rights Watch says you are going too far, understand that this is not an organization that has any interest in shitting on America's fucking allies, okay? Or going against America's foreign policy. So when they say you're going too far, they definitely are going too fucking far. That was my point. Let's continue.
Such is the nature of the
I'm going to get fucking drone striked by the end of this coverage, I swear to God.
Israeli-Hasbara effort, the principal objective being a positive spin on Israeli actions. And as the documentary record shows, the truth is irrelevant. The narrative takes precedent, leading Gideon Levy of Haaretz to go as far as to call Israel...
Hassan, that sounds like a J-Dam to me, Piker. Yeah, except that sounds like a J-Dam to me is about to be to my fucking house.
Hasbara, a brainwashing campaign, which has enjoyed dazzling success in Israel. And disseminating Hasbara to an international audience is critical to shaping that narrative. During the bombing of Gaza in 2021, Israeli officials briefed thousands of journalists. In just one day, the IDF foreign media spokesman briefed 180 journalists. With the advent of TikTok as well, the State of Israel saw another opportunity, and their official TikTok account gained tens of thousands of followers over the course of the conflict. In fact, according to a recent investigation from Haaretz, the State of Israel pulled out all of the stops, even waging a psychological warfare campaign against its own citizens, illegal under Israeli law. Undertaken by the IDF spokesperson's unit, the operation sought not to downplay Israeli war.
Israel doing this is so scary for Jews around the world that this kind of thing is going to give a huge boost to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Anyone open to the idea of Jewish brainwashing or however is going to feel emboldened and vindicated by this kind of thing. Yeah, which is why everyone should understand that this has nothing to do with Jewish brainwashing and everything to do with America and their allies engaging in warfare against their enemies, America propping up a destabilizing force in the region that is an unsinkable aircraft carrier that has its own intelligence apparatus that they routinely use against whoever they see fit. Okay? This has nothing to do with Jewish people in general. It has everything to do with America and its interests, Britain and its interests, Israel and its own interests. Those own interests that abso-fucking-lutely contradict the interests of its own citizens.
War crimes or spin them, but to play them up. Using fake social media accounts in order to conceal their military source, IDF officers uploaded images and video of Israeli airstrikes and tried to make the hashtag Gaza Regrets go viral. The disproportionate destruction of Gaza has its negative consequences on Israeli Hasbara efforts, as described by former Hasbara chief Yarden Vadikai. The damage in Gaza is way, way larger and more dramatic than in Israel. In the world of public opinion, Israel is the stronger side. Palestinians are the weaker side. This is the limitation of Hasbara. You have to say it frankly. Israel is still hard at work deploying armies of keyboard warriors across the internet, and the architects of the operation are quite open about their efforts. Just in 2022, Israel's deputy foreign minister held a webinar for Hezbollah activists, saying it is focusing on getting information out on social media to apply pressure on conventional media. The so-called online briefing was attended by about 100 participants, including activists and social media influencers. The deputy foreign minister, who at the time was Mr. Idan Roll, spoke very candidly to them about their important role in shaping public perceptions of Israeli military operations, saying that one of the biggest challenges is to fulfill as many operational goals as possible and as quickly as possible before international political pressure requires the country to halt its campaign. This determines how much breathing space the world gives us to continue hitting our targets, he said.
Yeah. That's the most important part of this, is that, like, Western opinions of Israel's acts are incredibly important, because if they lose the propaganda war, if they lose the unconditional support of the West, then they lose $4 billion, for example. All of a sudden, if America gets pressured by American people, okay, and then the American administrators are forced to reel in Israel's unjustifiable atrocities, you are going to start seeing real, not just like UN Security Council condemnations that get vetoed by the United States, but real on the ground differences in the way that Israel is allowed to operate. That's it. Israel's too important for the USA. They won't stop support for Israel. There is a difference. There's a difference. This is why this is why Western media plays an important role. If it did not play an important fucking role, then there wouldn't be such operations coming out of the Israeli government. Okay, they recognize the importance of it. Why don't you? If it wasn't genuinely important to make sure that any kind of dissent against Israel and its war crimes needs to be shut down immediately, there wouldn't be operations such as the Canary Mission, right? That literally doxes anyone and everyone that is critical of Israel and calls them vicious anti-Semites. There wouldn't be such there wouldn't be an entire division of English-speaking spokespeople that you see on Western media every fucking day. And when you say, if you think that this is nonsensical and that America's interests or America's involvement is marginal, look at the defense minister who yesterday or 2 days ago openly admitted that the reason why they had to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza was because America told them to. And that humanitarian aid is tiny, it's minuscule, it's ridiculous, right? And even then, there were people that did not like that. They're like, why are you bringing in food? Why are you letting food into Hamas-controlled territory? Why are you giving food to our enemies? We should be killing them. We should be ethnically displacing them. Even that crumb, 34 trucks for 2.2 million people, was met with vengeance and met with anger. And the defense minister had to say, what are we going to do? We can't say no to America. America told us that we have to do this.
This is where Hezbollah comes in. Hezbollah gives us time and gives us legitimacy to act and protect ourselves. He called social media specifically an instrument to apply pressure on conventional media. That's the name of the game these days.
Also following breaking news out of the Middle East. Israel says
Israeli authorities say.
Hey everyone, thanks so much.
Yes, I'm familiar with Plan D, Plan Dalet. Yes, it's from the Nakba. Yes. I don't know why you're showing this now. This is the ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign. It was the operations manual that was sent to every brigade at the time, every Zionist brigade at the time, in order to coordinate actions during the Nakba that violently displaced and ethnically displaced 700,000 Palestinians from their homes. I think the craziest or most ironic message they have is that the media is not in their favor, when the reality is 70% of the media favoring the Israeli point of view. It's one of the stupidest lies, because it's the only thing that people can themselves just look at mainstream media and see that is incorrect. Yes, I think that I stress the point of arrogance a lot. I do think that the Israeli government is very arrogant in the way that they conduct their propaganda operations, where they take for granted the unconditional support that people give to the Israeli government in the Western world. And oftentimes will find themselves yelling at fucking Gigi Hadid, or while they're literally conducting an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, the Israeli government will go out and tweet like a fucking 16-year-old on Tumblr about your silence is violence, sweaty, at fucking Gigi Hadid while they're killing children. Okay? Oh, you haven't sufficiently condemned Hamas today, Gigi Hadid. Really fucked up, right? And it's fucking insane. I'll give you some examples of this arrogance, okay? One example I saw was in Indian television, as a matter of fact. A woman was wearing a sari, okay? Let me see if I can find it. Here it is.
And I can see the colors that you are wearing this evening, and that's why I am purposely wearing blue and white. Because with all due respect,
This person is not, he's an Israeli Intelligence Special Forces guy. You're saying he's not an IDF guy. Is this wrong? Is he not an Israeli Intelligence Special Forces guy?
to the green, the red, and the black that you have purposely put on this evening, blue and white will always prevail.
Let's not divide colors on the basis of religion. It sometimes happens in my country as well. And also to tell you, Frederick, the garment I'm wearing is a sari, and it's my grandmother's. If she was alive, she would have been about 105 years old today.
By the way, classic moment where he went, oh, you must be wearing those colors because you want to secretly defend Palestinians, which I think is abhorrent and wrong. But that's why I'm wearing the blue and white. Projection. Always. Literally assuming that whoever the fuck you're talking to is your enemy, okay? And then also literally saying, I'm doing the thing that I'm actually suggesting you're doing. It's fucking nuts.
She didn't know what his Israel-Hamas conflict was, and this sari in no way signifies any support for any side. What has happened in Gaza, the bombing of the hospital, 5 people dead, is simply criminal. What I'm wearing right now is simply my grandmother's sari. It signifies nothing else.
Beautiful.
We'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much. Frederick?
Save it for a different occasion.
Frederick, no, Frederick, I will not let you choose what I wear, and I will not let you choose what I say. I will say what I have to say, and I will speak the truth the way I see it. Truth of...
It's like insane. It's an insane way to operate. Like it is paranoid, it's delusional, but it's also, most importantly, arrogant. Like, you're going on a broadcast, you are so used to just like getting unconditional support that you you assume that like anyone that's even wearing these colors is probably secretly in support of Palestinian emancipation or some shit. It's insane. There was another example as well. We'll watch the Loki interview as well. Loki's a rapper. He has been an important voice in Palestinian emancipation. We'll talk about that. He went on Piers Morgan, of course, is another person that went on Piers Morgan. Yeah, they yelled at Alicia Keys and said Alicia Keys was like tweeting about how, or not tweeting, but wrote an Instagram post about like considering paragliding. Apparently she lives like near a famous paragliding area, and she had the what do you call it? She had the fucking indecency of talking about paragliding, and literally the Israeli account was like blasting her, saying that she must be secretly defending Hamas. Yeah, she was also wearing green. Didn't she delete the post? Yeah, of course she did, because she's a fucking celebrity. She doesn't know anything that's going on. She deleted the post. Do you think she deleted the post because she was like, ooh, my secret operation of like, offering solidarity to the brave Hamas fighters, inshallah, was disrupted by the Zionist forces? Or do you think she was like, oh my God, people think I'm literally justifying paragliding into a fucking concert and killing 200 fucking civilians? Holy shit, I'm going to delete it because I'm a celebrity that knows nothing about anything. And why the fuck would I even, would I actually, it's still up. No, we're not talking about her now. We're talking about Alicia Keys. I don't even know if she actually deleted it. You know who deleted it? The Greta Thunberg Octopus Saga, which was another one that was insane. Here's people shitting on her for 9.5 million views. Alicia Keys posted this pro-Hamas filth on Instagram, even going so far as to say she's interested in paragliding. Like Hamas paraglided into the concert in towns where they raped and killed over 1,000 civilians. Hamas colors, reader caption under the picture. What would you do if you weren't afraid of anything? Tell me your truth. I've had my eyes on paragliding She deleted it less than 10 minutes ago, but the internet is forever. She knows what she did. Disgusting. Update. Keys apparently posted this response on her Instagram stories and reels. Interestingly, she didn't use the word Israel, Hamas, terrorism, civilians, Jewish, or anti-Semitism at all. If she stands firmly against anti-Semitic Hamas terrorism against Jewish and Israeli civilians, she sure chose a vague, generic, and non-specific way of saying so. Dude, this is insane. You are a fucking schizophrenic psychopath, okay? You are literally out of your fucking mind. I'm sorry, this is insane. And the arrogance and the audacity of behaving like this is absolutely going to inevitably have a secondary impact. It is going to cause people to go, okay, you're fucking insane. Yeah, I mean, here, this is another one. Women slam selfish paragliders who made her think Hamas were invading Doncaster. However you fucking say it. Like, this kind of stuff is crazy. What is this? Yeah, Palestinians are laughing at the Western world for believing their lies. My breakfast in Gaza, alhamdulillah. Like, damn, I can't believe this guy is eating breakfast, dude, in Gaza instead of being dead like he should be. Who was that person who got mad at a free parking sign? E. Fartlow? Yeah, E. Fartlow being like, oh, the Jews are tired. I saw a fucking sign that said free parking and I thought it said free Palestine. My Jewish friend saw a sign that said free parking and panicked that it said free Palestine. The Jews are tired. It's like, what are you saying? Are you insane? Why is saying free Palestine supposed to fucking erode you? You're Scottish, first of all. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you saying? Be normal. Now the new line, the new propaganda line is also, yes, if you call for a ceasefire but not the release of hostages, you may hate Jews. I've heard this from so many people now. This is the new line. Because everyone is calling for a ceasefire, but apparently no one wants the hostages to be released. Except the reality is that this is not even the fucking Israeli government's position. The Israeli government considers the hostage release process to be tampering with the bombing process that they are more interested in. Anyway, there are so many billboards in Phoenix with Israeli messaging. Most recent one is about the hostages. Yeah. Anyway, I will not get her off the screen. I need you to see her. I need you to face this, okay? There is the reality is that the arrogance and the expectation that everyone will unequivocally side with every single war crime that Israel engages with has created an air of arrogance and paranoia, partnered with said arrogance, that is tampering the Hasbara efforts. Okay? It is. It creates this whiplash where people go, what the fuck are you saying? Like when they yelled at Greta Thunberg for having the autism comfort octopus by her side and claiming that this was actually a kraken, an anti-Semitic symbol. That's insane. That is insane, okay? Meanwhile, while this is happening, you know what else is going on? Anyone and everyone in, journals of science, okay, that recognizes the humanity of Palestinians or even has the audacity, oh God, to retweet like an Onion article, okay, is met with such vitriol and lose their fucking jobs. Nathan Thrall is a Jewish American living in fucking Jerusalem who wrote a goddamn book about the conditions of Palestinians, a new book that just came out. I recommend it. Okay? Now, he's getting pulled. It's fucking nuts. And all of these people, a day in the life of Abed Salama. Okay? This is the book that Nathan Thrall wrote. He lives in Jerusalem. Okay? He is an American Jewish person living in Jerusalem. He wrote this book that recently came out. Okay? Here, BBC America have cooperating pulling ads around Nathan Thrall's compassionate book Humanizing Palestinians. Ads for my book were pulled from NPR and BBC. I told Guardian I'm quite sure that a book advocating for Israel would not have had its advertisements pulled. There's an atmosphere that is wholly intolerant of any expression of sympathy for Palestinians under occupation. How insane? How crazy, guys? How fucking insane is that? I mean, think about that. It came out like a week before Hamas attack. To be honest, I want to say like that morning. These are Jewish voices. There is no better better indication that anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are conflated and weaponized than silencing Jewish voices that humanize Palestinians. Same thing happened to Bernie Sanders in Germany, who also is, as you guys know, another Jewish American. And Bernie Sanders' approach to this last bout, to this last siege, has been far from great. And even then, German officials German officials that had invited him on his book tour to speak went back on their prior arrangements. German Christians, okay, not German Jews, German Christian officials in the Social Democratic Party. Like, who the fuck are you? Are you out of your fucking mind? Richie Torres is another great example of this. The psychopathic the American congressperson who had the audacity, the gall, the indecency to say that Jewish Voices for Peace, okay, and for, well, she phrased it as a question: how many more Palestinians would make you happy if they died? Yeah, it's ridiculous that this guy is literally, personally losing his fucking mind at American Jews protesting the occupation, saying that this is actually anti-Semitic. His top donor is AIPAC, yes. Like, but who the fuck are you? You know what I mean? Who the fuck do you think you are, you son of a bitch? How dare you? The audacity, the fucking gall to turn around and shit on American Jews protesting against the apartheid, protesting against the occupation. Who the fuck do you think you are, you son of a bitch? Get the fuck out of here, you fucking piece of shit, you monster. Hasan, Türk değilsin, intihar et. Okey. Eyvallah kardeş. Hemen intihar ediyorum abi. Yakaladın beni. Hem Türk değilim hem de intihar etmeliyim. Sen söyledin diye. Arkadaş, Türksen, Türkiye'de yaşıyorsan bir bak bakayım dolar kaç para. Git bir kendi başbakanına bağır. Okey? Ekmek arası döner olmuş 60 lira. Hala kendi götündeki yarrağı görmek yerine bana gelip bana bağırıyorsun, intihar et diyorsun gerizekalı. İnanamıyorum. Anyway. Ne diyorsun Hasan? 60 TL ne yiyorsun amına koyayım? Ne kadar abi döner şu anda? Do you think the pro-Palestinian protests worldwide would have been so large or come so soon after the horrors committed by Hamas if Netanyahu and his government had not so damaged Israel's international standing over the past several years? Says David Rothkopf. Daha fazla. Oha, 90 lira, 60 lira kedi eti döner. I said a döner sandwich is 60 liras. And Turk said, what do you mean 60 liras? That must be cat meat. Apparently now, this sandwich that was 5 liras when I lived in Turkey, okay, 10 fucking years ago, or more than 10 years ago, 15 years ago at this point, okay, 15, 16 years ago, is now 130 liras for a cheap one. The level of hyperinflation in Turkey is out of control. And yet there are still Turks in this chat that spend time, that take time out of their day to come in and yell at me and tell me to commit suicide. That is crazy. I am not your enemy, okay? I did not make döner 130 liras. I have a complete theory. You are gizlice a Kürt using your Twitch para to fund Rojava. Prove me wrong. Ya, yakaladın. Gerizekalı. Gizli Kürt dedi abi herif. Anyway, where were we? Adam Brumberg, a prominent Jewish artist and a Berlin-based photographer, was attacked by German police on a pro-Palestinian demo of Jewish Voice, and media wrote, Palestinians attacked the demo. Yes, Germany is officially criminalizing Palestinian solidarity. In the latest attack on Palestinian human rights, the German police have unleashed a chilling crackdown on Nakba commemorations, including banning the holding of watermelons and representing Jewish anti-apartheid protesters. Good stuff. You know, real democracy hours, dude. Do you think we are on the verge of World War III? I hope not. But yes, if Iran, America, the British Royal Navy, Hezbollah, and Syrian forces they join hands or again duke it out with one another because Israel can't fucking stop doing ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, then yes, we are close to a World War III. Don't but yes that statement. And no, China didn't just send 6 battleships into the Middle East. And also China would not join forces against Israel, some of you have no fucking clue about China's incredibly important trade partnership with Israel. China would join the battle on Israel's side, shocking everyone that gets their information from dudes who want to fucking make money on Twitter by just saying anything and everything they want to say. There are people on Twitter, okay, who literally do the things that people who hate me claim I do, the whole like America bad or China good. Hasan doesn't understand the nuances of foreign policy. There are actual people that do that, okay? I'm not one of those people, no matter how hard people try to claim I am. But no, you are wrong. The Chinese people demonstrating sympathy for Palestinians is very different than the Chinese government, okay? What about Russia? Do they like Israel? Russia also has a decent relationship behind the scenes with Israel, even though they fucking claim that they currently are very critical of Israel, and Ukraine is very much in support of Israel. Both Russia and Ukraine and Turkey have really important trade relationships with Israel. Anyone who tries to claim otherwise is wrong. Turkey and Russia might have different interests in becoming regional powers in what they see is a new multipolar world, and they might want to be the people who end up controlling the table of negotiation. They might have that interest, but ultimately it does not matter. The only country that doesn't have decent relations with Israel, secretly or otherwise, is Iran. Okay? Guys, the Turkish government, and I used to say this all the time, for those of you who don't know, there was a massacre called Mavi Marmara, okay? Mavi Marmara was the name of a civilian ship that burst through the Israeli blockade by water to bring in humanitarian supplies into Gaza, okay? To bring in humanitarian supplies into Gaza. Israeli commandos in the Freedom Flotilla, yes, Israeli commandos went in by helicopter and dropped into the humanitarian ship and ruthlessly slaughtered every single Turkish person on the ship, okay? They butchered them with machine guns. And then they did the classic IDF thing where they turned around and said, whoa, these guys had a lot of weapons on. They did not. It was a lie. They did not have any weapons on the ship whatsoever. As a matter of fact, they showed the weapons that they had on the ship. It was knives, you know, to cut food with, okay? They showed a sling and knives as the proof of weapons, kitchen knives, as the proof of weapons on this humanitarian ship that they fucking ruthlessly slaughtered, okay? At the time, Recep Tayyip Erdogan was very critical of Israel. He said, oh, wow, how dare you do this? How dare you do this? Okay? How dare you do this, Israel? The famous 1 minute moment happened. I think it was at the Davos or G10 or one of those fucking dumbass summits. Okay? Humanitarian aid ship had a gun? No, it didn't. What are you doing? No, it didn't. Passenger on the ship actively attempted to thwart a landing on the ship by Israeli commandos. In the violent clash that followed, 9 activists were killed, according to the UN report, and a 10th died 4 years later of his wounds. Several dozen activists were claimed to be injured, some seriously. Israel claimed 10 of its soldiers were injured, 1 seriously, which was a lie. The UN report stated that knives on the ship's kitchens, plus 1 ceremonial knife, some catapults, slingshots, catapults, and metal pipes that the passengers cut from the ship's railings were found. Turkey unveiled its final report on the Israeli attack on the Gaza-bound aid convoy on February 11, 2011. The Israeli government appointed the Turkey Commission, unveiled its final report in January 2011, and found both the blockade and the force used by the Israeli soldiers to be legal. Wow, that's shocking. That's so crazy. Israel investigated itself, and guess what they found? Here, I'll show you the fucking proof that they showed as to why it was totally legally permissible. That's why, chat. This is why they launched commandos out of a fucking attack helicopter and ruthlessly slaughtered humanitarian aid workers, dude. Here, there's a more clear picture here of the scary weapons that they found. That's why they had to fucking get in there and just butcher these dudes on a fucking ship, okay? The Mavi Marmara was a passenger ship and did not carry any humanitarian aid, though other ships, 4 of the 6 in the convoy, did carry aid supplies. Israel said that they found knives, metal, and wood sticks on the ship. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs informed that the humanitarian aid found was scattered and thrown onto piles and not packed properly for transport. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Anyway, why am I telling you this? Because I was talking about Turkey's relations with Israel. In that same time frame as Erdogan was playing to the television how critical he was of Israel, okay, because of this atrocious act, okay, Erdogan was still facilitating parts from going into Israeli drones and also training Israeli pilots in Turkey, because Turkey is a part of NATO. Turkey is a very important part of NATO. Turkey has a complex trade relationship with America and Israel as well. So do not listen to... Hasan, stop telling the story. This is actively changing my opinion about Israel because you keep making them look bad. Yeah. So do not listen to what regional leaders like Russians and regional, like Vladimir Putin, may or may not have suffered a cardiac arrest yesterday, which was only covered by like the dumbest fucking Australian Sky News paparazzi smear papers. I don't know if it's real or not. Okay. Probably not real. Classic, by the way. Another fucking classic. Erdogan suffered a cardiac arrest. Vladimir Putin suffered a cardiac arrest. People that live in these countries pray for that moment, okay? Same with Russians, same with fucking Turks. They always pray for this, and it's never real, okay? It's never real. It almost never is real. And there have probably been thousands of fucking instances where people will say, oh, dude, he died. He died, actually. Anyway, my point is this. With Vladimir Putin, with Turkey, okay? Do not listen to what they say. Watch what they do. In most circumstances, they might portray themselves as against Israel and they might talk a big game. But in reality, they, of course, value their trade relationship. And the same goes for China as well. Okay? Wait, was that the fucking... Oh, here. Is Erdogan not an Islamist? Erdogan is an Erdoganist, okay? That's what he is. Erdogan only cares about one thing. Recep Tayyip Erdogan. That's it. He will... If tomorrow it was more favorable for him to be a secular gay leader of Turkey, he would literally suck a dick on camera, okay? It's just currently infinitely more favorable for him to be a leader of the Muslim world, a liberator of Muslims globally. I mean, make no mistake. If you look at what he used to say back in like 2012 or many, many years before, he was like pro-LGBT, and now he's running on a campaign of LGBT. He ran on a campaign of saying his opponents in the coalition against him were gay. Okay, that was one of his major messages. They were gay and they loved Kurdish terrorists. That was his literal fucking campaign slogan. Okay, of course, if you look back at like fucking 2012, he was like, our gay brothers and sisters need to be defended. Or not 2012. Yeah, sorry to correct, but I think it was 2002, not 2012. You're right. It was 2002. You are literally full of shit. And you suck FETÖ's dick. No wonder you don't go there. Erdogan is the definition of keeping it real goes wrong. And I suck FETÖ's dick. Yeah, totally, dude. I love the CIA asset Fethullah Gülen. You fucking got me. People say I'm a Islamist. Fethullah Gülen, the Muslim cleric, the famous crying Muslim cleric, is a big fan of mine, and I'm a big fan of his, right? How do you square that hole? You know what I mean? How do you fucking square that circle? You can't. One moment I am a homosexual. One moment I'm a homosexual Marxist. The next I am a fan of CIA's very own Fethullah Gülen. I knew this was coming when you started talking about Erdogan. I know. Ridiculous. All right. Let's see what Kirby's saying.
This is war. It is combat. It is bloody. It is ugly, and it's going to be messy. And innocent civilians are going to be hurt going forward. I wish I could tell you something different. I wish that wasn't going to happen.
Oh man.
But it is going to happen, and that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it dismissible. It doesn't mean that we aren't going to still express concerns about that and do everything we can to help the Israelis do everything they can to minimize it. But But that's unfortunately the nature of conflict.
Yeah, some children are gonna die, and that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, is always the line, dude. Always. Breaking, Hamas-run government media office in Gaza says the territory has been hit with a total of 12,000 tons of explosives, equivalent to the atomic weapon dropped on Hiroshima. Now, before people say, wow, this is a fucking lie because it's the Hamas-run media office in Gaza, something to remember is that a week prior to this, or longer than a week prior to this, Israel themselves openly stated that they dropped 6,000 bombs on Gaza, which is half of a Hiroshima, I guess. A Jewish New Yorker charged with brutally beating a Muslim man in a hate crime was himself targeted for his faith years earlier. What the fuck? What is this article? I don't know why you guys fucking sent this to me. I don't know why you want me to look at this. Party of God uniquely understands American tastes and sensibilities. They're winning Iowa in 2024. I think this is a Hezbollah video. I wasn't emotionally prepared for Hezbollah to sink Ozzy Osbourne's Crazy Train into a video of their guys obliterating communications infrastructure with recoilless rifles. That's insane. Okay, dude. They got to dial it back. No. Bro, they got to dial it back. That's crazy. The editing is out of control. What happened? What the fuck's going on? The editing is insane, dude. They timed it. They timed communications, communications infrastructure blowing up with the song, with the beats. That's insane. That's insane. That is, now we know why Ostenox is too fucking busy. Now we know why Ostenox is too fucking busy to make my goddamn vlogs, dude. What the fuck? What's he up to? This is the kids. The Kids Are Alright edition. They're protesting Free Palestine inside of fucking Roblox. Generation Alpha has made their statements known. Bro, why are you making fun of the Malaysian flag representation? Ian Miles Chung was there as well. Okay?
Hidup, hidup, hidup, hidup, hidup, hidup Palestine, hidup Palestine. Takbir. Allahu Akbar. Takbir. Allahu Akbar. Takbir.
Takbir. The fuck is going on, dude? Hey, listen. I don't even. Okay. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. Multiple straw hats in that Roblox crowd, spot them. Yeah, seems a lot like the One Piece fandom understands what One Piece is all about. You know what I mean? Low key interview is a fiery one. We are gonna do that in a second. Hold on. If I show that to my Jewish grandmother or my Jewish mother, she will definitely take away her granddaughter's iPad. No, I didn't let my kids go. It's too dangerous. Don't show this to your Jewish mother. Jewish mothers. This is an Ostenox video.
That's the American accent. Bitch, if you don't take off that clown-ass costume and go put on some cowboy boots and some red, white, and blue, we need you at the bleacher. Football season is happening. Go sing the national anthem, bitch.
They're a lot of people on TikTok are cooking the IDF TikTok account, specifically because soon the only legal way to protest will be in Roblox. Anyway, I was late. Did you talk about the cutie thing? No, I did not. Did you see Emma and Sam talk to Ilan Pape on Israel? Great interview. I did. I also hit up Sam and I said, Sam, Uncle Sam, can you please link me up with Ilan Pape myself? I would love to have him on the stream. And he said yes. So we'll see. New unhinged, insane Israel-Palestine TikTok trend drop.
TikTok, you may have seen something recently that looks like this.
Double check, double check, double check.
So what you're seeing here is a Greek-Georgian TikToker battling against a Turkish TikToker in a live match over support for Israel versus Palestine. This is the same, but with different TikTokers. You win a TikTok live match by getting the most likes and gifts from viewers. Gifts are bought by viewers to send to streamers. What? So this is real people sending real money to TikTokers to gesture support for like the concept of Israel or Palestine. So these two have been going at it for like.
We will never see the light of Allah. It's over. It's so Jover, dude. I mean, it's never been more Jover than it's been before. It's never been more Jover than it is now, okay? Oh my fucking Lord, dude. Holy moly.
At least a couple of days now. These battles just kind of go on a loop for hours at a time because it's profitable. So this is her winning her 12th battle in a row. Look, it's gross to grift off of.
There you go. Who won, though? Palestine. Philistine. Okay, there you go. For those who really want to know what's going on.
Atrocities. But do you know who's really making money off of these? TikTok. Because they take roughly half of the money that creators make on live. This helps.
We do the same with you. That's a little ridiculous to fucking say when you just like look above on your fucking screen and recognize that this community has raised almost $1 million for Palestinian medical assistance. It's a little different, I think. You know, subscribing at the top of the hour to avoid the 3-minute ad break is a little different than fucking while simultaneously raising $1.1 million is a little different than people being like, oh yeah, I support Palestine, which is why I'm going to give you, TikToker, money. Also, I'm doing coverage of the news, you know? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. When is the money going to go there? I will talk to the Tiltify CEO, but I think it's already started. I think he started deploying money like last week. The way it works is, and it's not airdropping money, chat. They send this money to the 4 charities that are currently working on the ground, and then those charities go and purchase shit. It doesn't like drop a shit ton of cash on Palestinians, okay? It doesn't work that way. I know you've been wanting to hear Joey Behar's take on all this.
That is what Jews have faced.
Oh my fucking Lord. Holy baloney. I don't want to do that. I don't want to see Joey Behar fucking shit on the only Palestinian woman in Congress, okay? What is this?
How much is Israel spending to promote its narrative? Imagine a 6-year-old child playing Angry Birds on his tablet, and suddenly an ad like this.
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
The ad shows multiple scenes of armed men and rockets being fired, and then describes how families and children in Israel are being murdered, butchered, and executed. This is what a parent on X, formerly Twitter, posted after they noticed violent material clearly not suitable for a 6-year-old child. This ad is part of a massive Israeli-paid promotion campaign across social media aimed at influencing public opinion and garnering support for Israel in its current war on Gaza. Beyond video games, ads like these have also appeared across several social media platforms, such as YouTube and X. According to Politico, the Israeli Foreign Affairs Ministry created 75 different ads on YouTube, including some that contain graphic material. By using analytics tools, British journalist Sophia Smith-Gaylor posted that from the 7th until the 21st of October, Israeli ads on YouTube had heavily targeted several countries, including France, Germany, the UK, and the US. The same analysis from Sophia Smith-Gaylor estimates that the Israeli Foreign Affairs Ministry has spent around $7.1 million on these YouTube ads.
It's sick because, like, at least Israel has healthcare, you know what I mean? You don't, but, you know, they got money for healthcare, they got money for fucking ads that they run in America, and then apparently they don't have enough money for fucking IDF helmets and gear. It's great. Love the money machine. So sick.
These ads have yielded an estimated reach of 1 billion impressions during that period. As for X, Politico also reported that in a little over a week, Israel's Foreign Affairs Ministry ran 30 ads. These campaigns started appearing on October 12 in cities like Brussels, Paris, Munich, and The Hague. As an example, we looked at one of these ads to understand its reach. This video post promoted on X, received over 17,000 reposts and over 5 million views as of October 24th. Many social media users are outraged at how such adverts have been allowed on platforms that usually have strict guidelines prohibiting ads such as these. Google, for example, has reportedly removed around 30 ads containing violent images from its public library. Google says it maintains stringent policies against promoting ads that contain violent language, gruesome imagery, or graphic depictions of physical trauma. As an alternate strategy, the Israeli Foreign Affairs Ministry also promotes ads like these, showing fluffy pink clouds, unicorns, pastel stars, and rainbows. But this, too, contains graphic details of attacks on Israel. Google's response to the Daily Dot website.
The fact that, first of all, this has been ongoing, right? We talked about the Hasbara operations. We talked about how important Western-facing propaganda is for Israel. We've also, I have before talked about the AIPAC influence on American legislation, obviously. And in spite of all of that, the fact that there are still hundreds of thousands of people in the Western world taking it to the fucking streets is unimaginable. People will tell you that the reality is that for many, many, many years, okay, activism for Palestinians was lonely. It was a lonely cause. There were not that many fucking people out there who would speak out against Israel's war crimes against Palestinians, speak out against the occupation, speak out against the apartheid. And even now, there has never been a moment where the Israeli side of this conversation hasn't dipped below 50% approval, whereas the Palestinian side has only gotten 9% approval historically, sometimes dipping up to 12%. However, things are shifting. Things are changing. More and more polls coming out show that, especially for younger generations, a tide change is coming, okay? Which is good. Any kind of support for Palestinians was unthinkable, was immediately met with horrifying criticisms of anti-Semitism for so fucking long. Now, does that mean that an end to the apartheid will come? I do not know. I do not think so. But I will say that I have never, in all of my years of advocating for Palestinians, felt the way I do and felt less alone. Never. Or more alone, sorry. I've never felt, less alone. I don't feel alone. That's what I'm saying. It does not feel lonely any longer. Fucked it up. I think I said it right.
About these ads was that this ad is appropriately labeled and is not serving on made-for-kids content or YouTube Kids, nor can it serve to kids. Apple, on the other hand, seems to be under heavy fire for Hamas videos in Angry Birds, possibly nightmares for children. In addition,
are you surprised Twitch hasn't banned you for your coverage by calling support for terrorism? What? When have I called support for terrorism? I think the person was saying that, not that I'm supporting terrorism, but the reason why he put it in air quotes is saying, don't you think that Twitch could ban you for and claim that you're supporting terrorism? Which, no, they would not. Are you surprised Twitch hasn't banned you for a coverage by calling it support for terrorism? No, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. That would be insane. Twitch banning their top political commentator, their top newscaster, okay, one of their largest content creators that has a long history of and a dedicated struggle against anti-Semitism, who has been banned by literal Nazis, who's been false copy striked by actual fucking Nazis who Twitch literally banned me for, by the way, Gavin McGinnis and Kanye West, where I was talking about their anti-Semitic rhetoric and ridiculously anti-Semitic shit that they were saying, and I got banned for that. Twitch turning around and banning me now would be psychotic.
In addition to ads, there has been growing concern over the use of paid verified handles to disseminate misinformation. Since the 7th of October, Israel has dropped more bombs on Gaza than the US dropped on Afghanistan in a full year. The bombardment has leveled city blocks, mosques, hospitals, schools, houses, and office buildings, as well as roads and border crossings where people have massed to evacuate. While there is a real war being waged by Israel on Gaza, another war of a different type is raging on social media, and it's a propaganda war.
Anyway, my point is, any comment about Antonio Guterres? Yes, we're going to talk about that now. My point, I guess, is that regardless of how much Israel is spending, do you consider Al Jazeera a legit source? Yes, I do. My friend, I consider the New York Times to be a legitimate source as well. I understand that Al Jazeera has its biases, okay? I do. Just like the New York Times has theirs. Just like CNN has its biases, okay? This is a question I get asked all the time. As long as you recognize what those biases might be, then it's perfectly valid. We spend a shit ton of time looking at Fox News, especially when we're covering domestic policy. Why? Why do we do that? Because it's important to understand and tackle the conversation from every fucking avenue. This is something I do regularly. I would say it's one of the most important things I do regularly, which is try to instill that same understanding and offer you media literacy that you will never get anywhere else. To show the world and the landscape of the media from my perspective and show you every single aspect of a news story. Unconditionally cover every single aspect of a news story. Doesn't matter what my own personal opinion on the issue is. That is precisely the reason why I give you IDF spokespersons and then also even show you like the fucking leader of the Al-Qassam brigades and what he has said. Okay? That is, in my opinion, the only way to develop a decent understanding of exactly what's going on, especially cut through the fog of war. Unfortunately, this is not the standard. In many respects, the unfortunate reality is that in mainstream media, a lot of outlets that do great reporting on the ground, okay, they fucking nail it from time to time. But a lot of outlets will cover things and maintain the position of being objective arbiters, okay? But then they'll omit key details or refuse to look at the other side, refuse to recognize the humanity of the other side, one side over the other, have an interest in, putting up weapons manufacturers as people that have a genuine stake in the continuation of wars. Every single outlet is biased. Every single one. Of course they are. You have to parse through all of those outlets because you still need those outlets. You still need real journalism to occur. But you have to also recognize that there will always be certain biases in the way that they cover key details.
Following the escalating violence in Gaza, where Israel is attacking more targets ahead of a likely invasion. A military spokesman said this morning that ground troops are ready for the next stage of the war against Hamas. Tony DeCopel joins us again from Ashkelon, Israel, near the Gaza border. Tony, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Day 18 and this invasion still hasn't happened, but Israel vowed once again yesterday to launch what it calls a lethal ground invasion of Gaza, including the kind of tricky urban warfare that never goes quite as planned. And 30 miles south of here at the Zaylim Army Base, Israel is working to prepare thousands of soldiers to kick indoors in Gaza and make those split-second decisions that will affect who lives and who dies.
Jesus Christ.
Deep in the Israeli desert, there's a place soldiers call the Strip.
5 days ago, there was nothing here, just desert. And in 5 days, we built all this place.
This training ground for urban warfare sprang up after the terror attacks of October 7th. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Mati Shevak says he's readying soldiers for a chaotic street-to-street hunt for Hamas.
Some will hide in the tunnels. Some will hide inside civilian houses.
There's a couple different reasons as to why they haven't done ground operations, because they want to fucking make sure that they... Wait, hold on. They want to... I gotta grab my food. They want to make sure that they don't start a fucking three-front war.
Some will take off their uniform because they'll be so scared and put civilian uniform. And some will come to fight to die because they want to be shahidim.
Martyrs.
Yeah. They're going to stand in front of us, but very fast they're going to collapse, and then we're going to run in. And they're going to lose control of themselves.
Soldiers come in by the busload, eager for the chance to put training into action.
The morale between the soldiers are pretty high.
Morale is very high.
Yeah, the morals. And we want to get in because this was a genocide.
Major Ron, who didn't want to give his last name for security reasons, is responsible for preparing his unit to kick doors,
clear, scan, shoot,
and clear rooms.
What do you expect to find in Gaza?
A lot of explosive stuff. I think most of the terrorists now under the ground in the tunnels. And about face-to-face combat, I think we're not going to see as we saw.
Wait, what did he say he's eager for?
This was a genocide.
Major Ron, who didn't want to give to put training into action.
The morale between the soldiers are pretty high.
Morale is very high.
Yeah, the morals. And we want to get in because this was a genocide.
Major Ron, who didn't want to give his last name.
Oh, he's saying October 7th was a genocide. Not what the idea. No, he does not think what they are doing is genocide. He's saying they experienced a genocide for a set. Like, I literally thought, oh man, he's just fucking going crazy. No, he's just, his perspective is of course, incredibly biased. I literally thought he was like, for a second, I misunderstood what he was saying. There's no way he would say that anyway. There's no shot that they would allow. The only people that get to say that are fucking far-right members of the Knesset, and they only write it in Hebrew, thinking that people will not translate it with Google fucking Translate and go, holy shit, this member of Knesset and the far-right party literally said we need to do a Nakba that's far worse than the first Nakba, which we regularly act like did not happen at all, you know?
Name for security reasons, is responsible for preparing his unit to kick doors,
clear, scan, shoot,
and clear rooms.
What do you expect to find in Gaza?
A lot of explosive stuff. I think most of the terrorists now under the ground in the tunnels. And about face-to-face combat, I think we're not going to see as we saw the 7th of October.
You don't think they'll be face-to-face?
I don't think so. They're hiding inside the tunnels.
Hamas says it has built an extensive 300-mile underground network it uses to launch attacks. But when we asked the lieutenant colonel about his biggest fears and worries right now, his answer...
That part is real. They do have an insane tunnel network underneath Gaza. It's true. What? Hassan, I've never done this, but a chatter posted an earlier long message coming from a Palestinian friend of his who died in an Israeli attack a few days ago. The chatter's username is The Paradigm Shift. Check the user card and read it. A Palestinian friend of mine died from the airstrikes as reported a few days ago. I'd like to share this quote with you from his brother. We were talking about why no one will stop this, and he said, "You're Israeli, cutting the boy Palestine's arm off. He said, you're Israel, cutting the boy's Palestine arm off for sticking his finger in the fire so he won't do it again and burn himself, which is already an overstep. But what the media never mentions is why the boy keeps trying to do it, which is they kept him in a freezer with no warmth." Jesus Christ. A Palestinian friend of mine died from the airstrikes as reported a few days ago. This is what his quote was. I'd like to share this quote with you from his brother. We're talking about why no one will stop this, and he said, "You're Israel, cutting the boy Palestine's arm off for sticking his finger in the fire so he won't do it again and burn himself, which is already an overstep. But what the media never mentions is why the boy keeps trying to do it, which is they kept him in a freezer with no warmth." Thank you for sharing that. Holy shit. Okay, let's continue.
Surprised us.
I think the major concern for most of the soldiers is we're going to have to stop in one point of time because we really want to end this war once and for all.
The major concern is having to stop? I don't understand.
We're going to have an order that the war ends and we didn't finish our mission. We really want to end the mission and this war and take the Hamas threat off of our civilians.
Are you saying you're concerned that the politicians will stop the conflict before the IDF can finish the job?
I don't know who, but I know the IDF commanders and the IDF soldiers are really motivated to bring security to the country.
As for what might come after the
you
group
heard
is
him. He
removed
said
from
it.
power, That's where the preparation ends.
We are prepared to be in battle in Gaza as long as it takes to take all threats off of our civilians. What's going to happen after? That's a question for a politician or I don't know where else.
Why hasn't this started already?
It's a good question. I'm sure they have good answers. I don't know them.
Gosh, guys, I have to tell you, it was really tough to be down there. It was really emotional because I'm staring into the faces of these 18, 19, 20-year-old soldiers, and you know they're going to go into Gaza. They're eager to go in to defend their country. They've already lost friends and family, but you know what they find there is going to be horrors on both sides. They're either going to suffer greatly themselves or inflict suffering, and that is a tough thing. If you've reached the age I'm at or the age you guys are at, you know that life is precious, and it's going to get very ugly in there. So I'm happy for this pause. I hope that it can.
I fucking hate these guys, man. I mean, yeah. No. There's going to be atrocities on both sides, dude. What happens to your brain when you're a fucking war correspondent is just, it needs to be studied. Yeah, these fucking 18, 19-year-olds are going to go in and kill a bunch of 12 and 13 and 14-year-olds. It's going to be crazy. Like, this guy must have been in Afghanistan. He must have been in Iraq, right? I suspect. Oh, that's how Palestinian children play. Okay. Nuts.
Continues and that the hostages are out at the very least before whatever ugliness follows.
We all want the hostages out, but it's also clear they are ready to go. They want to go, and they're like, let's get it over with. But you know what comes with that? There's going to be some innocent loss of life, and that's what's so hard to take in as we sit here today.
And as you mentioned, Tony, the Fallujah and Mosul comparisons to the U.S. fighting in Iraq, that gives us some indication of just how brutal and difficult this will be.
And Tony, last question. As you were giving us that firsthand look, going through that training with the soldiers, what was going through your mind?
What was going through my mind is that I'm not made for that work, and I'm glad I'm doing this work. To make those split-second decisions and be responsible for lives. And I think about our soldiers also in America. It takes courage and it takes incredible poise. And I hope they make the right decision every time. We can all root for that.
Yes, yes, we can. Thank you, Tony DeCopel. Please stay safe.
Yeah.
It's still very unsettling to see you there with that flak jacket on.
You and the crew.
Tensions threaten to boil over. At a crucial moment like this.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, what a burden for everybody. Here's a really cool thing to do. Not any of the things that Israel is trying to do. This whole situation has truly opened my eyes to how pathetic these journalists are. They have no integrity, no humanity. It sickens me to my core. Well, welcome to the fold, okay? Do you think this will be like Fallujah? No, I think it will be worse for it will be worse for the IDF, in my opinion. Because America came in with awesome with awesome firepower. And by awesome, I don't mean like cool. I mean like the actual dictionary definition of awesome. Okay? And the militants they were fighting against did not have a fucking complex tunnel structure that they were developing for fucking, 10 years, almost 20 years. This is like akin to Vietnam, but even worse because it's no longer in the jungle, but instead in urban warfare. It is, we don't know. We do not know what this will look like. Because the IDF also, especially when you think about Fallujah, especially when you think about Iraq, which came after Afghanistan, right? The IDF does not have the same combat capabilities that the American military had at that point, because you had a lot of fucking soldiers who were already experienced in urban warfare, in urban counterinsurgency measures, which is very different than any other type of warfare. The IDF is an internal security apparatus. I think your assessment of where IDF gets their shit pushed in is pretty spot on. The IDF is a police force. They are used to killing journalists and children and harassing fucking Palestinians on the West Bank. They are not used to fighting. They have special forces. Yes, this bunch is true. They have decent operatives. But the reservist part of the IDF is just regular old dudes. And one thing that you have to remember is that Vietnam won. You want to know why? Because they had nowhere else to go, okay? They had nowhere else to go. People that have nowhere else to go, that are defending their homes, are going to fight way more viciously than those who are coming in to take their homes, okay? This is something that you have to understand. It's not like Vietnam did not suffer a tremendous number of casualties throughout that fight. Of course they did. But in a war of attrition, the people that fucking have nowhere else to go will always inevitably win, unless they are completely ethnically cleansed. The same goes for Afghanistan. The same goes for Lebanon in 2006. Exactly. You can have Hamas isn't an army either, though. No, they certainly are. What are you talking about? The idea that like Palestinian militia forces are not combat trained is wrong. Think about it. They are fighting against a military superpower all the time. They do not have the same standards, like the operating protocols of a standing army, but they are very clearly trained, and they know how to engage in asymmetrical warfare because that's all they have. Throughout history, this has always been beneficial for those who are willing to fight till the last person. Asymmetrical warfare, especially urban insurgency movements, always favor the little guy in this circumstance, especially when you have 300 miles or 500 kilometers of complex tunnel networks underneath the entire fucking city. That in and of itself is incredibly difficult to deal with. Like, that's nothing that you've ever seen before. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that before. It's like Vietnam combined with Fallujah. I feel like you're disregarding the weapons difference in total soldiers. No, I'm not. The IDF has 300,000 reservists who are nowhere near as combat ready. The Hamas Quds and also the Al Quds and Islamic Jihad, which is tiny. Hamas and their militant forces are probably around 15,000, as far as we understand. 15,000 versus 300,000 sounds insane until a second front opens up from Lebanon, or maybe even a third front from Syria, and all of a sudden. Now, none of that might happen, and I hope it does not happen, because I hope that they don't even do a ground invasion, and I hope they can fucking come to terms with a peaceful ceasefire, especially considering that attrition does not favor the Israelis here. Why? Because on the one, never thought I'd actually hear not too far off evaluation of force-on-force outcomes, lol, not bad for a streamer. Yeah. So here's the other problem. The Israeli standing army is incredibly costly. Israel, for all of its, all of its wonderful economic help that it gets from the United States of America and Western forces, still does not have the capacity to maintain a 300,000 reservist force outside of fucking Gaza, well-fed and properly equipped for days on end. They do not have that power. They do not have that financial power. Okay? So at a certain point, they have to make moves, make money moves, really. 10,000 fighters in Iraq ground up our U.S. forces in Iraq for years. And those guys, 10,000 fighters in Iraq. Yeah. Also, there are examples of the IDF actually trying to do this in Lebanon and also even in Gaza and failing disastrously.
It is vital to be clear on principles, starting with the fundamental principle of respecting and protecting civilians. I have condemned unequivocally the horrifying and unprecedented 7 October acts of terror by Hamas in Israel. Nothing can justify the deliberate killing, injuring, and kidnapping of civilians or the launching of rockets against civilian targets. All hostages must be treated humanely and released immediately and without conditions. And I respectfully note the presence among us of members of their families.
So it's reasonable to assume that Israel knows that if they go in and suffer massive losses, they will use that to justify further airstrikes and brutal genocidal tactics. Won't it be easier for them to spin the we're the good guys narrative if they invade? Brother, if Israel invades, okay, and they suffer a tremendous number of fucking losses, which aren't just losses. When you send in ground units, okay, and your ground units are killed by a insurgency movement in urban warfare, you don't just lose units. You lose weapons, okay? You lose explosives. You create opportunities to put booby traps inside of the explosives and the weapons and the soldiers that you leave behind that you must retrieve, because those are real humans, not like Palestinians who you don't see as humans. Your morale drops dramatically, okay? That is a major, major fear you start also slowly losing support from the public. Look at Vietnam. This will not be a fun time for Palestinian forces and Hamas at all. But the IDF, at least military commanders, I think, inside of the IDF, recognize that reality, which is why they've been doing merciless bombing campaigns and collective punishment in an effort to try and wither away the will of the Palestinian people by starving them, hoping that like they can actually fight a completely famished, starving population that no longer has the will to even fight back, or even if they do have the will to fight back, they do not have. Fuck you, you fucking hypocrite. You suck at your job, imbecile, says Warmonger 169. I think the reason why they are trying to starve out the population as best as they can is because they want to fight a destroyed militia force. Can't believe we lost Warmonger. I want to see. I disagree. I've been watching you for 4 years now, and I can assure you are one of the best at your job. Thank you. Let's continue.
Excellencies, it is important to also recognize the attacks by Hamas did not happen in a vacuum. The Palestinian people have been subjected to 56 years of suffocating occupation. They have seen their land steadily devoured by settlements and plagued by violence, their economy stifled, their people displaced, and their homes demolished. Their hopes for a political solution to their plight have been vanishing. But the grievances of the Palestinian people cannot justify the appalling attacks by Hamas, and those appalling attacks cannot justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. Excellencies, even war has rules. We must demand that all parties uphold and respect their obligations under international humanitarian law, take constant care in the conduct of military operations to spare civilians, and respect and protect hospitals, and respect the inviolability of UN facilities, which today are sheltering more than 600,000 Palestinians. The relentless bombardment of Gaza by Israeli forces, the level of civilian casualties, and the wholesale destruction of neighborhoods continue to mount and are deeply alarming. I mourn and honor dozens of UN colleagues working for UNRWA. Sadly, at least 35 and counting, killed in the bombardment of Gaza over the last 2 weeks. I owe to their families my condemnation of these and many other similar killings. The protection of civilians is paramount in any armed conflict. Protecting civilians can never mean using them as human shields. Protecting civilians does not mean ordering more than 1 million people to evacuate to the south, where there is no shelter, no food, no water, no medicine, and no fuel, and then continuing to bomb the south itself. I am deeply concerned about the clear violations of international humanitarian law that we are witnessing in Gaza. Let me be clear, no party to an armed conflict is above international humanitarian law.
America will listen to all of this and go, no, lol, by the way. That's like their entire position. The UN Security Council is run by the United States of America. They might as well call it the United Security Council, the United States Security Council. Okay? They have veto power, and they exercise it quite liberally. They exercise it quite liberally when it comes to Israel. They have historically done this. This is not the UN Security Council's first bout. There is a reason why Ben Shapiro and other ultra-Zionists will regularly talk about how the UN is so anti-Semitic and disgusting. America is a terror state. The UNGA has adopted a resolution condemning Nazism, neo-Nazism, and all form of racism, xenophobia, and intolerance. 130 in favor, China and Sri Lanka. 49 abstaining, including Germany, Japan, and most Western countries. United States and Ukraine says no. I mean, this is an old meme. The other one was also food. Wasn't it like cutting off access to food is a war crime or something? Or that it's our responsibility to ensure that food is a human right? And out of all the states, I think it was like America and I think Israel and Ukraine that said no. The Cuban embargo has similar takes as well. The entire fucking planet is in unison decrying how unjustifiable it is that America enacts an act of collective punishment upon the Cuban citizens for the crime of engaging in the revolutionary act of emancipation against an American-backed dictator. America has never stopped punishing Cuba for this act. They've never stopped punishing Cuba for this act. Think about that. At least they don't fucking endlessly bomb Cuba and they kind of just like leave it alone, but still starve it as hard as possible. Oh yeah, here it is. UN vote to make food a right. Didn't vote 5 against 2. I thought Ukraine also said no to that. Yes. Cuba had the fucking audacity and the indecency of saying we do not want to be America's sugar plantation. And Eisenhower was like, nah, fuck you, dog. I am going to keep giving weapons to Batista, who literally in a shorter period of time killed infinitely more than the Cuban Revolution, which everyone always points to and says was so bloody. The unimaginable death toll. And of course, the preservation of the practice of slavery and the casinos. Yes, anyone who says I am a tanky for this is just oblivious to the history. That was a couple days ago. That did happen. Where Tel Aviv fled. There was a flood, not fled. Tel Aviv flooded.
Excellencies, thankfully some humanitarian relief is finally getting into Gaza, but it is a drop of aid in an ocean of need. In addition, our UN fuel supplies in Gaza will run out in a matter of days, and that would be another disaster. Without fuel, aid cannot be delivered, hospitals will not have power, and drinking water cannot be purified or even pumped. The people of Gaza need continuous aid delivery at a level that corresponds to the enormous needs. And that aid must be delivered without restrictions. I salute our UN colleagues and humanitarian.
Can't be overstated how these international bodies are just completely discarded by the pro-Israel side. Has gotten to the point where I can't even point to the UN, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, or anything of the like when I'm arguing with my family members. It's fucking mind-boggling. Yeah, that kind of propaganda has taken root in ultra-Zionist, ultra-nationalist circles where they just straight up will be like, oh, the UN is an anti-Semitic institution. What was it? Was it the Goldstein report? Or what the fuck was the name of the guy? The last time that the UN commissioned a report and wrote the unimaginable cruelty, the Goldstone report, the unimaginable cruelty of the IDF, the Israeli occupying forces actions on the ground. And then he got bullied so much, he turned around and was like, yeah, my bad, actually, I was wrong. I lied about it, everything. And then the 3 other people that also co-authored the report were like, no, everything here is true. Of course, nothing came of that.
Partners in Gaza working under hazardous conditions and risking their lives to provide aid to those in need. They are an inspiration. To ease epic suffering, make the delivery of aid easier and safer, and facilitate the release of hostages, I reiterate my appeal for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Excellencies, even in this moment of grave and immediate danger, we cannot lose sight of the only realistic foundation for a true peace and stability, a two-state solution. Israelis must see their legitimate needs for security materialized, and Palestinians must see their legitimate aspirations for an independent state realized in line with the United Nations resolution, international laws, and previous agreements. And finally, we must be clear on the principle of upholding human dignity. Polarization and dehumanization are being fueled by a tsunami of disinformation. We must stand up to the forces of anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim bigotry, and all forms of hate. Mr. President, Excellencies, today is United Nations Day, marking 78 years since the UN Charter entered into force. That charter reflects our shared...
One of his first acts was the creation of the behemoth that is now responsible for so much of the fucking bloodshed. They already called this statement anti-Semitic, by the way. Yeah, I know. Here. The Israeli ambassador strongly criticized the UN Secretary General, said that he has to resign, and said that they will no longer cooperate with the UN, which is like, oh, okay, cool.
When he started his speech at the Security Council by saying that Hamas attacks did not happen in a vacuum, This is really something that every decent person.
It's like, brother, you can't keep trying to lie about the truth. Slowly but surely, the circle that you feel comfortable lying to will get smaller and smaller. It is fucking ridiculous. Bro, 75 years? Like, come on. Brutal occupation for the last... the occupation meter has, like, been dialed up year after year after year. And it seems like the arrogance and the expectation of unconditional support has also dialed up alongside it. Probably won't read non-subs. Why is it okay for CNN to call it Iran-backed attacks and not call every single bomb dropped on Gaza US-backed or Western-backed as well? Rings more accurate than true, this being Iran. Well, I don't even think that this time around they're saying these are Iran-backed bombs, even though they are. Let's be real. Because they don't want to draw Iran into war. So both the IDF... Also, by the way, I love reading non-subs. Be crazy. But for the first time ever, America, the IDF, and Iran as well, said we had nothing to do with October 7th. So that's something to consider.
Should be unfathomable for each and every one of us. Mr. Secretary General, the UN was established to prevent atrocities, to prevent such atrocities like the barbaric atrocities that Hamas committed. But the UN is failing. The UN is failing. And you, Mr. Secretary General, have lost all more.
Yeah, you're yelling at him because it's true. He's right. The UN is failing. He's right. The UN is failing. It's failing to stop the Israeli atrocities. So he's not wrong.
Morality and impartiality. Because when you say those terrible words that these heinous attacks did not happen in a vacuum, you are tolerating terrorism. And by tolerating terrorism, you are justifying terrorism. Hamas, as the minister explained.
I'm not going to lie. I think it's been a failure across the board. It's been a failure with Russia, too. Like, I talked about this in the beginning of the Israeli siege, right? Where I think one thing that many people realized basically is that there's nothing. There's nothing out there. America doesn't have that same smoke that it once did. Like, if you are a minor power, but if you're like a regional power, you can just engage in irredentist acts, imperialist acts. And even if America is like ready to galvanize the rest of the world against you, you could just like keep being fucking awful and ruthless like Russia is in Ukraine. And sure, Ukraine is propped up by the rest of the Western world with as many arms as they can fucking physically throw in that direction. But even then, it doesn't matter. There's no way to stop the atrocity, the bloodshed. Same with what Saudi Arabia was able to do in Yemen, right? It is no longer just America's allies that get to do the fucking bloodshed and atrocities. It's America's foreign adversaries, America's enemies as well. People could just straight up do whatever the fuck they want to do, and they don't even have to be in the sphere of influence of the West. Think about that. Why the fuck would the U.S. let Ukraine hold peace talks? They rejected that outright last year. What? I do not think that last year Ukraine was against peace talks. I've maintained this position. A lot of people have yelled at me for this. A lot of essayist NATO Andes have yelled at me for this. And more articles have come from that Antalya meeting, the 15-point plan, and concessions that were possibly being worked on. And as much as people yell at me, I think history will absolve me on this. I think a lot of people, I hope, when they see my coverage on Palestine, understand that my coverage was fucking identical as it pertains to Ukraine. Ceasefire and peaceful negotiations and security commitments are an absolute must to avoid bloodshed. That is how every war ends. Ukraine refused peace talks before they get all their land return / Russian withdrawal. That's not true. It's not true. Peace is not the same as liberation, man. Oh my God. Everyone fucking says this. Brother, the only way to engage in liberation is through peace. There is no other way. That's my point. It already has. They came out and said Ukraine had to get U.S. approval for every point in negotiations, and they did not get it. Where was the, I want to know where the fucking, there was a new article that just came out. We were being slightly challenged. The majority of participants turned their backs in silent protest against the U.S. support for the Israeli regime and its genocidal campaign in the Gaza Strip. I mean, that, like, is marginal, right? Peace is bad, says motherfuckers in the U.S. Like, dude, imagine being on the side of Palestinians and then saying Ukraine is a neo-fascist U.S.-backed client regime designed to enrich American capital. If Russia wanted to go in and blow up everything and take over the country, they would have and still can. Brother, you're a ridiculous person. Like, you're literally just refusing to see the humanity of Ukrainians, okay? You know what fucking actually, pushes Ukrainians towards genuine neo-Nazi fascists that have gained prominence over the course of their active, extensive combat experience since fucking 2014, and especially now? Do you know? Perhaps maybe an irredentist power going in and unlawfully invading and bombing Western positions in the fucking country could potentially galvanize support for a otherwise minuscule part of the fucking Ukrainian defense forces. I don't know. Who could say? Who could say how that plays out? Oh, that's right. I did say that, actually. I fucking said that. I said that the day that Russia invaded Ukraine. Anyway, why the fuck are we talking about Ukraine? The reason why we were talking about Ukraine is because, like, it's odd to me that there are people on the one hand that don't see the similarities. Not even saying that, like, obviously Israel's occupation is similar. Not. But there are certainly fundamentals at play here that are quite similar. NATO Andes see it from the exact opposite perspective for some fucking weird reason, where they think like, no, actually, Ukraine is NATO Andes think Palestinians are the Russians in this situation. And they do not think the Palestinians are the good guys. They think the Palestinians are the bad guys and the Russians are the bad guys. Anyway, the difference is Palestinians don't get JDAMs. I mean, yeah, Palestinians get nothing.
Beheaded babies, burned families, raped women, abducted kids, babies, Holocaust survivors. And the SG is blaming the victim? You are blaming Israel? This is a pure blood libel. This is a pure blood libel, and I think that the Secretary General must resign.
Yeah, shut up, bitch. Fucking asshole. Mohammed El Kurd says, you killed more than 5,000 in less than 20 days. You have been foaming at the mouth with genocidal rhetoric. How can you stand there and call yourself a victim? Where do y'all get the audacity? I mean, America, baby. That's where. Saying that the apartheid regime is unjustifiable and the collective action that Israel is engaging in is unjustifiable and a war crime, especially when like 29 of his fucking colleagues have been ruthlessly slaughtered by Israeli forces. The fact that like all of that is considered blood libel is psychotic. You can't fucking say that's blood libel, dumbass. It's like Ben Shapiro saying, remember a long time ago, during the Black Lives Matter protests, I talked about how the IDF in the post 9/11 universe started training American police forces. One of the tactics that they actually trained American police forces on was kettling and corralling, a strategy that the IDF has applied for years and years in crowd control. American police forces also utilized the kettle and corralling strategy that the IDF applies. Ben Shapiro called that blood libel. Okay, what is blood libel? Blood libel is the earliest anti-Semitic anti-Semitic lie. The idea that like Jews eat baby blood or some shit, and that was used as a justification to fucking engage in pogroms. And anyway, the point is this: you can't say correct things are blood libel. You can't. If you remember, at the time I showed him a article from. It wasn't the Jewish Times. I forget what it was, but I replied to him with a fucking article. I was like, dude, what do you mean blood libel? Are you out of your fucking mind? I know what kettling and corralling is, but the rest of chat doesn't, so can you explain to them? Yeah, there's real funny ham and cheddar. Yeah, I've just asking for a friend. What's kettling and corralling? Kettling and corralling is a tactic that police use in order to do crowd control in really violent ways, where they will push people into only one exit, okay? They will shut off all other avenues of exit in a crowd and push them into a corner and continue to gas them. They corner you, they kettle you, and corral you like your sheep. That's how you move livestock into a controlled area. Yeah. Noam Blum, Neon Taster, bringing back all the classic blood libels. If you have BLM in your bio and were shocked by the kettle and corral strategy you saw American police engage in where they push protesters into pockets and gas them, you should also know they learned that from the IDF. That's what I fucking said from 2021. And Neon Taster, everyone's favorite fucking dipshit. And this is what Ben Shapiro also replied to, I think. He said, bringing back the classic blood libels. Ben Shapiro retweeted this, and it still only got 400 likes. I said, can't believe the Jewish Virtual Library is doing blood libels, shaking my head. U.S. Strategic Cooperation, Joint Police, and Law Enforcement Training. Oh, my God. Yeah, Ben Shapiro retweeted this, and it still only got a measly fucking 400 likes. It's just something to consider. When you have people talking on these issues that only learned about Israel yesterday, that keep saying, I'm bad at my coverage, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, remind them that I've been doing this for 10 fucking years, okay? They only learned about Israel last week so they could present themselves as a fucking debate pervert online, and they only have rhetoric to guide them and IDF talking points that they can rely on from mainstream media. Just remember that. There are plenty of questions that you can ask these people, like what they think the Knesset is even. Like pretty basic shit that they will never be able to answer because they don't fucking know anything. Okay? Have you ever considered that all the debate perverts only act like such horrendous losers because they're always caught off by the top of the hour ad break? Fuck you. Learned about Zionism in Israel in my modern Jewish history class last semester. You've helped me contextualize and understand present day a lot more. Debate should be illegal, not gonna lie. They are so bad now. Mental 14-year-old neoliberal policy experts aren't worth worrying about. They're partisans for genocide. I mean, you have actual old people that are that write articles all the time for a living on Substacks and stuff. They get literal coverage from mainstream media that also don't understand the, for example, relationship between modern-day Egypt and Palestinians or Hamas in general, who go, I don't understand. Why won't Egypt accept refugees from the Palestinian side? It's like, when you fucking say stuff like that, you just are demonstrating your lack of knowledge. Or when people say, why won't any of these other Arab countries take in refugees? Not realizing that they have time and time again. Like, these are not rich, these are not wealthy fucking nations, and they have done that. How about ask a normal fucking question like, why do these refugees have to be refugees to begin with? You know? What a crazy fucking question. Why is there a need for ethnic displacement? Why? Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. I got cooked. All right, let's watch this.
Live from New York City, well, British Iraqi rapper and pro-Palestine activist Kareem Dennis, better known as Low Key, has been a powerful and influential pro-Palestinian voice before and during this conflict. The official version of his track Terrorist was taken off YouTube after the Hamas attacks on October the 7th, 14 years after its initial release. He's been highly critical of what he says is media bias and accused me of taking a pro-Israel slant on this show. Well, I'm joined now by Low Key, who's at our London studio. Low Key, thank you very, very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, Piers.
Low Key.
I mean, on the issue whether I'm pro-Israel, I don't have a horse in this race or this war. I try and be balanced. I try and have all kinds of views. I think we've had more pro-Palestinian people on this show in the last 2 weeks than any other news show.
He's right about that.
Show in the world. And they've been getting huge audiences.
Piers, say it. Say you get owned by pro-Palestinian voices because you're pro-Palestine. Say it. Free Palestine. Say it. You can't. You're afraid. But we know. We know the truth, Piers. Piers is secretly, I'm going to tell you right now, Piers Morgan has said the Shahada, okay? I have sources on the ground that have told me Piers Morgan, okay, has said the Shahada. He has seen the light of Allah. He is a brave warrior for the Palestinian cause. I know this. I know this to be true, okay? That's why he keeps having pro-Palestinian voices on when no one else will in British media, and then gets owned by them over and over again. Mashallah to my brother Piers Morgan, okay? I will come up with now a name for him that is more Muslim and more Arab, but I don't know. I don't know how I could do that. Piers? What is a P-worded name? Barish Morgan. Barish. Piers. Piers Morgan.
So I would take issue with that charge that somehow I'm slanted one way or another. I think this whole thing is a complete tragedy. I know that you've been committed to the plight of the Palestinians for a long
Yeah, maybe like Bilal Mohammed.
time, going back at least 15 years from what I can see in terms of you traveling to Gaza. What was your reaction when you first heard about these attacks on October the 7th?
Well, let's be clear. Reading the testimony of survivors of October 7th from Kibbutz Be'eri, like Yasmin Porat, was extremely harrowing. What she alleges is not only that her husband was killed in the initial takeover, but also she then says that the Israeli military tanks fired on the room where the hostages were, killing 12 Israeli civilian captives. We have also seen fantastic work in the Haaretz newspaper by Amos Harel, where he speaks at length about Brigadier General Rosenfeld, who was in charge of the Haaretz crossing. Now, when this military base was taken over, what he says, Amos Harel in Haaretz, the well-known Israeli newspaper, he says that Rosenfeld, when he realized that the base was overtaken, called in an airstrike. This is in Haaretz. These are not my words. These are the words of Amos Harel. What we then saw is, since October the 7th, 22 Israeli civilian detainees killed in Gaza by Israeli airstrikes. The Israeli military has something called the Hannibal Directive. The Hannibal Directive was developed in Lebanon in the 80s by the Israelis with the clear understanding that they do not want the other side to take hostages. So, for example, you have the case of Hada Golding in 2014, what Israel called Operation Protective Edge, which killed over 2,200 Palestinians. But when this Israeli soldier was taken captive by the Palestinians, Israel then proceeded to kill everyone, including the civilians in the area around where he was kept and the soldier himself. So what Israel has, unfortunately, is a policy of killing captives. If you look at the case of Gilad Shalit, this was an Israeli soldier. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish.
Well,
and don't
you
interrupt
can't just
me.
keep talking. You can't keep talking.
No, I have one last
talking.
point to make, and I hope that you'll allow me to make it. In the case of Gilad Shalit, what happened was one Israeli soldier led to 1,000 Palestinian prisoners being released. There is a clear understanding within the Israeli military and political elite that they do not want people to be kidnapped. So therefore, they unfortunately, as history has shown us and as the directive within the Israeli military shows, they take action to kill their own captives that have been taken by the other side.
Right, let me respond to you. You tweeted on October the 7th, the arrogance to believe you could keep...
I like this because it's like, immediately he's like, everything you said is factually accurate, which is why I'm going to not cover any of the things that you just said and change the subject back to a petty disagreement where I portray your position as though it is pro the slaughtering of 1,400 Israelis in an effort to make myself look better against my audience in the West. He has never, ever responded to anybody. He never responds to people. He always does this.
2 million trapped in an open-air prison indefinitely, ... That appears to have been your only comment about what happened. So just for the record, do you condemn what Hamas did that day?
I condemn the genocidal conditions which have created this violence. Every heartbeat, every human heartbeat is sacred to me. And that is what has compelled me to work as I have for the last 15 years to save lives, and stop people dying, Piers.
But that wasn't my question.
No, we do not have a clear picture of what happened on October 7th because, unfortunately, too much of the media has relied on the Israeli military talking points which are given directly to them. Until neutral observers, are able to establish the facts of October 7th, I will not allow the talking points of the Israeli military to become dominant of what happened on that day.
You know, you are
Palestinians are subject to a genocidal war. Collective punishment in Gaza is real.
Let me respond. You are the only pro-Palestinian person I've had on the show in 2 weeks who has tried to make out that this just didn't happen on October the 7th, or somehow
you are
was perpetrated by
you are
Israelis.
misrepresenting what I am saying.
He didn't say that it didn't happen, but I mean, optically speaking, when you are someone in the West speaking to other Westerners, you should 100% say certain things like, condemn the death of civilians. You have to. Like, you should, from a moral perspective, but even if you don't have that position, you should say it. Even if you do not morally consider it, say it tactically. You know what I mean? I always clarify that I also morally consider it to be not appropriate and abhorrent. There is no way that you can get away as someone who is pro-Palestinian. There is no way that you can get away with the same callous indifference to human beings and the lives lost that Israelis enjoy in mainstream media. Something I say all the fucking time. You have to remember that. You cannot speak about Israeli citizens in the same way that Israeli propagandists can speak about Palestinians. Palestinian deaths are always considered to be casualties in this endless war against terror. Israeli deaths, on the other hand, are our friends, our neighbors, our allies. They are worth more. They're worth more. Just in the eyes of the Western world, in the eyes of the world in general, Palestinians die, Israelis are murdered. Okay? And this is a constant that you see in Western media. Palestinians die. How do they die? Nobody knows. Israelis are murdered, ruthlessly slaughtered.
Well, I've got 2 questions. They're very straightforward. Do you believe that 1,500 people were slaughtered, including 260 people at a music festival? You're a musician. And secondly, do you condemn the people who did it? They're not difficult
Piers,
questions.
I would like to quote something that you just said to the former spokesperson for the IDF. This was your exact sentence not long ago. You said, it's difficult to tell between combatants and non-combatants. So the implication of what you said was somehow it was understandable that Israel has killed a Palestinian child every 15 minutes in Gaza.
I didn't say that.
For the last. No, but somehow they couldn't tell that those children were not combatants, according to you.
No, I didn't say that.
It's understandable.
Piers Morgan, like 90% of the time, says I didn't say that for things he absolutely has said, like unequivocally, including when he did that to me in the fucking conversation. He loves saying, I didn't say that. Well, he absolutely has said that, as a matter of fact.
Didn't say that, and I have said that it is absolutely appalling, the number of children who are dying in Gaza. It's appalling, and it will get worse. I make no bones about that at all.
And I have to say,
but you have to start surely from a humanity point of view. I can absolutely express my horror at the deaths of Palestinian innocent civilians, as I have done many times over the years. I think it's horrifying. And I think this is why I have a serious problem with the proposed ground invasion, because I think it will create unbelievably large numbers of civilian casualties, and I'm not sure that the strategy will work. But I'm just curious why I know you care about people. I know you care passionately about the Palestinian civilians, but you're the only pro-Palestine voice I've had who's even tried to suggest that what Hamas did on October the 7th was not as bad as we think. So is that what you think?
What do we think, Piers? The information is not clear. As I've said to you, all human life is sacred.
Hamas haven't even tried to hide it.
It's sacred.
But
I'm not trying to hide anything. You're trying to hide something.
No,
with
respect, you are definitely trying to dissemble here, and I'll explain why. I've given you an opportunity to simply say whether you condemn what Hamas did, which, by the way, they have brazenly boasted about.
I was about to say, like, I think that a lot of the fucking atrocities or a lot of the murders were also recorded on camera. Did the Israeli military's counter operation also yield a tremendous number of casualties on the Israeli side? Certainly. But it's not like they didn't fucking strap a GoPro camera onto their AKs and onto their armor. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of that footage is out there. Like, that's true. You know, I don't see the reason to deny it. I guess like asking for clarity. I don't know. Well, IDF does that, but they don't release it online. Yes, they do. What do you mean? Oh, no, they absolutely do. The only difference is the way we understand it. When IDF posts their war crimes, they do it as a flex. They don't give a shit. They literally posted fucking entire city blocks reduced to rubble and said, we dropped 6,000 bombs on Gaza. Like that was an appropriate thing to do. That's crazy to me, okay? Supposedly only like 100 journalists saw that proven video. I mean, a lot of it is online, chat. They were very quickly posted on Telegram groups, you know? I think that's the point, is that if you condemn, you basically say you agree with what the IDF said about the day. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What the IDF done is literally demonstrably worse, significantly worse. I don't think anyone who tells me that the IDF operation, not only, and I'm not even talking about the fucking apartheid, which is infinitely more brutal than October 7th. I'll say that every day of the fucking week, okay? You can get mad at me all day, every day. Pound for pound, there is no comparison, okay? That's number one. Number two, the retaliation from this siege is also demonstrably worse than October 7th. This does not mean that October 7th was good, okay? It does not. But make no mistake, ain't nobody's out here fucking condemning Israel for the past 2 weeks of ruthless sieging that has led to almost 3,000 children being ruthlessly slaughtered. Can we also talk about how Piers calls himself a liberal when he's publicly identified as a Tory multiple times? Yeah, we all know he's a Tory. Piers will never fucking condemn. He will never condemn Israel. He has not. He dances around the issue every time.
Posted videos celebrating what they did. There is no doubt about what Hamas did. They want you to know what they did. They want me to know that. They want the world to know. They killed Jewish people in the main and in Israel with impunity. 260 people at a music festival. Babies, grandmothers. They kidnapped 200 people. God knows what's happened to them. Now, you can shake your head, but what you can't do is deny that that happened, because Hamas have admitted it brazenly and with great pride.
Stated,
Secondly, if they've admitted it, do you condemn what they did?
I absolutely mourn the loss of all human life in this conflict, and I have struggled for 15 years of my life in a way that appears, to be honest, you haven't, okay? And I take you as an empathetic person with a high level of emotional intelligence, okay? I have struggled.
I wouldn't fucking go that far, but I guess you got to glaze him up a little bit because you're on a show, you know what I'm saying? Right?
Struggled for 15 years of my life to stop the killing, for a ceasefire now, to stop deaths. But I have to say, Piers, that actually this line of questioning, unfortunately, on a personal level, is somewhat hypocritical, and I'll explain why. On April 18th, 2022, you said the exact phrase that you feel like Nelson Mandela walking out of prison on the long road to freedom of speech. Today, there is a statue for Nelson Mandela outside Parliament.
You know where there is a statue of Nelson Mandela? Palestine. That's right. Yeah, Ramallah.
Now, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Beit Salim, and even the Harvard Law School have said that Israel practices apartheid against the Palestinian people. Do you know what the ANC struggle against apartheid entailed?
He's right. He's going to talk about fucking tires. People being doused with gasoline and lit on fire by ANC guys. Are you
aware that the ANC,
called necklacing, as I talked about last night,
are believed to have very unfortunately, horrifically, and terribly taken the lives of children and civilians in their struggle against apartheid? So, Piers, you seem absolutely content to not only compare yourself to Nelson Mandela, who served 27 years in jail for what they described as terrorism, at the time, but yet you cannot see what the vast majority of human rights organizations in the world see when they look at the Palestinians. When you look at UN Resolution 194, paragraph 11, the Palestinians have the right to return home. Almost a million of them were displaced in 1948 with the foundation of the State of Israel. And what we are now on the brink of is Palestinians, millions of them, being driven into the Sinai Desert with help of the US Delta Force, with help of the British. This is a manufactured, an Israeli-manufactured humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. There is a 23% infant mortality rate in Gaza.
Let me say something. I completely agree with you about the plan.
No, he doesn't. Why do you say you completely agree with me or everyone else that you have on the show? I mean, I guess he kind of does agree because, like, why else would he fucking have these guys on to, like, own him regularly, myself included? I thought the point of this show was to show Piers wasn't that bad next to Andrew Tate and Kanye. Yeah, except since this, since the Israeli brutal assault on all sensibilities and human rights since October 7th, Piers keeps consistently having pro-Palestine advocates on his show and just fucking sits there and gets owned by them. He will literally get yelled at a little bit. He'll yell back, like what happened with myself, where he'll be like, oh, well, you called me a baboon. And then he'll just sit there and let me fucking unload and let Loki unload and let Cenk unload. He's either a masochist or the greatest fucking Palestinian advocate to have ever existed, okay? And he's like doing fifth column shit, okay? He is secretly doing justice to the Palestinian cause. He keeps saying, I completely agree with you, in response to people saying his line of questioning is flawed, but he keeps maintaining the same line of questioning. I've never seen anything like it. I don't understand it. He just sits there and lets everybody fucking dump on him and say things that we never get to say on television otherwise. Like, I don't know, man.
Well,
it's kind of wild. It's a wild situation. It's wild when I fucking experienced it too. Like, I could not comprehend it. Do you think he just loves the views that it's getting? I think so. I think that's definitely a part of it.
What do you want me not to say?
Like, I mean, dude, every single one of these videos is a fucking banger. Every time he has dudes on, every time he has fucking dudes on, like the Bassem Youssef one got 18 million views. Mohammed Hijab got 7.5 million views, right? Ben Shapiro got 6.3 million views. My conversation got like, what, 3 million views as well. Here it is, 3.6 million views. The one with Cenk is about to pass mine. I think that has like 3 million plus views as well. I don't know where the fuck it is. Piers Morgan versus the Palestinian ambassador got 4.7 million views. He's just, yeah, it's weird. He has one good pushback on you when he tried to mischaracterize what you said and pigeonhole you into being pro-terror or whatever. Once you push back, he just ran for the debate for 25 minutes. Yeah, interesting to see. It's odd. But it's also one of the very few places it seems he's trying to show how barbarian all of you are. Yeah, dude, 18 million fucking views on this, and people's opinion on the matter changed from this. You know that, right? Even myself, and I don't think I did that great of a fucking job on the show, right? Overall, even someone like myself has people coming up to me in the fucking streets randomly being like, dude, I saw you on that Piers Morgan interview and you did a fucking great job. Like, changed my mind. You failed miserably. Yep. I don't think I failed miserably at all. 18 million on YouTube, by the way. It got shared an insane amount across Twitter and Instagram. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, my goal, anytime I go on Western media, my goal is to show a side that never gets considered. Okay? Sir, I saw you on the interview. I had tears in my eyes. They treated you so unfairly, sir. Oh, nice, man. Thanks. You kind of got ripped by Piers on the baboon stuff. He really garnered sympathy with that one. No, he didn't. He garnered sympathy for debate perverts who do not care about the actual fucking commentary. You can't turn around and say Piers garnered a lot of sympathy on a fucking conversation where his final take literally, oh, you're joking, okay. Where his final take literally at the end, it was, well, if peace was a solution we could have had it by now. Like, I fucking sat there and laid into him and explained to him like what my opinion is and how this is the only way to arrive at like permanent security for Israelis and Palestinians, a life of dignity for all. And he went, oh, well, if it could have happened by now, it would have happened. Anyone that fucking looks at a video like that and an interview like that and turns around and says, yeah, Hasan, you got really owned by the guy. I do agree with the guy who straight up fucking lied about what he had said 30 seconds prior and had no takes whatsoever. Then you're just demonstrating your own perspective on this. Also, I think I did a decent job of showing that he was a stenographer. You might have been against the Iraq war, but you're using that for evil. Pierce says he thinks he's fair and impartial, like Dr. Phil saying, I'm the least judgmental person that I know. Yeah. I think the death of any child is horrific, but look at that. This is one of the better TV conversations I've seen on the complexity of the subject. Hasan killed it. His approach was so even-mannered, well-spoken, yet firm in a stance that it was also admirable to watch him contest with someone like, well, here's the big platform. Look at that. Anyway, let's continue.
To the Palestinian people. I've tweeted about this for the last 2 weeks.
No, to be fair, you haven't, Piers, and this is not journalism. Shireen Abu
Well, then you haven't read
Aqla
my
was
tweets.
journalism. Yasser Murtaja was journalism. Mu'taz Azaiza, that's journalism. Palestinians are reaching out from the cage that Israel has put them in, and they are trying to speak to the world.
Yeah,
and they are
I'm
being met.
saying,
They are being
that's
met
fine.
with cold indifference. And I would say to you, Piers, I would say to you that gentleman that you've just had on the show, Mark Regev, he belongs in The Hague. David Petraeus, Piers, you made your reputation as opposing the invasion of Iraq. Well, I would ask you, journalist to journalist, how could you justify the interview you just gave to the head of US forces in that illegal occupation of Iraq that David Petraeus led? He was then the head of the CIA. Both of the individuals that you have just had on this show deserve to be in The Hague, tried for war crimes. I am not anything like them. I have not hurt a fly. Those two men have. Why are they given the respectability that you gave them with your interview? And why am I interrogated as if I am somehow someone that could hurt a human being?
Well, certainly in Mark Regev's case, I pushed him hard on all the positions Israel is currently adopting.
That wasn't hard.
Let me explain, because I did a tweet today, and I meant every word of this. I said, I have great respect for anybody who, in the immediate aftermath of this appalling terror attack, said it was outrageous and appalling.
There are 1,500 Palestinians still under the rubble in Gaza.
Exactly. You've had your say.
They're still under the rubble, Piers. They're still under the rubble. You're not bringing them up with that.
I said those whose instinctive reaction was not to feel that, and I think you're one of them, because your reaction was to say the arrogance to think you could keep 2 million people trapped in an open-air prison indefinitely, as if somehow that justified what happened that day.
Piers,
it didn't justify what happened that day.
You know exactly what you're doing.
And you should be able...
Bro, I think I did a decent job of dispelling that. I think I diffused it quite well. I said analysis is not justification. And I think that's a very quick and easy way to deflect and just like diffuse that bomb that he tries to drop on you cynically. Oh yeah, really? Like, if you don't say that this fucking violence on October 7th was actually in a vacuum, that you're anti-Semitic and that you think it's cool and you think it's justifiable, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. You're such a cynical asshat when you do that. That's why that original TikTok of mine that went viral, because that person was trying to say, like, you want 250 people to die. You think that that's awesome. To which I responded with, I want no one to die. You want the violence to continue. Because you do not want to analyze where this violence starts. TikTok is the new home of the revolution, bro. Your shit going nuts on there. Thank you, Slatty Matty. I got the fucking Vamp Life advocates in the chat.
The point when that tweet was sent, you had not seen anything had happened.
You've had your criticism of me, and that's fine. You're perfectly entitled to it. Like I said to you, or you said about me, I believe in free speech. You're entitled to your opinion of me, of David Petraeus, of Mark Regev. But I'm also entitled to judge you as somebody who did not find it in themselves to express anything involving any outrage or any...
I've just expressed it. And Piers, this is not journalism. The idea of us comparing our moral compasses and somehow I have a deficient moral compass. Somehow I am a moral monster. You know what's true? You know what's true is I am not The people that have shown a cold indifference to the ethnically cleansed Palestinians, dispossessed, 1 in 3 every refugee in the world is Palestinian. They are the largest refugee population. Those who have turned a blind eye to their suffering are those that need to be seriously interrogated.
It's just kind of, it just like destroys any serious conversation from happening when a tremendous amount of the convo revolves around like Piers Morgan's personal feelings, which is why I said it was like selfish, like that children are dying as we have this conversation, and it's just like so selfish to just be like, oh well, you think I'm a propagandist? Like, yeah, who cares? I got it. You tweeted. You know what I mean? You tweeted. Congratulations for tweeting. Silly. Yeah, this TikTok. No, the TikTok. This one got 4.6 million views, but. That's
allowed to defend
that's not what I was
itself
thinking
from
of.
the worst terror attack since 9/11. If their mission now is to get rid of Hamas, then what they are doing is consistent with that, isn't it?
No, you said Israel has a right to defend itself. Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, of water, of food, 51 people dying in the West Bank where, you know, there is no Hamas in the West Bank, killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza, 1,000 plus children, 22 hospitals being bombed. These are horrifying crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it, but when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same thing that I've heard from everyone else in the media. You might have been against the Iraq war, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point, if you are not sitting here and condemning those war crimes, those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
What is this? Low-key derail the talk? No, I don't think so. I think Low-key did a good job.
About
a great job.
their moral compass. And I would ask you before we end the show, I would ask you that I am able to read out the names of the 20 Palestinian journalists that have been killed in Gaza.
Because I have two more guests.
So you're censoring
supposed to
me.
have 8 minutes for them. We have 4 left.
It's 20 journalists. So I'm being censored now. And I'll tell you something else.
You're not being censored.
This badge, zoom in on this badge. This badge was given to me by an employee of this building who said they were told they could not wear this badge because it was the Palestinian flag. You talk about uncensored. This is censored. This badge was banned from an employee in this building.
I have told
because
nobody they
with
can
the
or can't wear
people.
a badge. So that's a ridiculous thing to say. I'm in New York. But good to see you, Loki. I appreciate you coming on the program.
I'm in New York. Good on him. I think the journalism angle is also very important to address as well, because it's like you're literally you claim that you're a fucking journalist, and like 20 journalists have been ruthlessly slaughtered by Israel, and you have nothing to say for that. Like, you can't just sit there and not bring that up. If you're a fucking journalist, you cannot sit there and not bring that up to every goddamn Israeli official, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, he's in New York because the British disowned him. He was just unimaginable. What is this? This is going to trigger some people.
Go see how they treat gay people in Palestine. Go see how they treat women in Palestine. Who's going to tell white people that a queer Palestinian's top priority isn't gay rights? Sorry. When you have no electricity and no water and you're being bombed, that's not your top priority. I know that's going to trigger some people. In Palestine, they don't let kids use pronouns. Oh, you mean the kids that are worried if they're literally gonna wake up tomorrow? Those kids. What? You brought it up. Who's gonna tell white people that are actively supporting a genocide?
She's right as fuck, by the way. Straight up. That's why it's ridiculous. Like, when you have been able to rid yourself from an occupying force, only then can you work for civil liberties for yourself. Only then the struggle for civil liberty begins. Okay? It's something that I have tried to explain to white Americans quite a bit. This, in my opinion, is what genuinely makes my commentary different than like the overwhelming majority of oftentimes white American commentators that speak out on foreign policy from the framework that they, and the limitations of the framework that they have being American. I come from a country where it is very difficult to have any kind of push for civil liberties for LGBT Turks, right? And there have been times when things were better. I come from a country where, historically speaking, LGBT people were not discriminated against for a longer time in its history than discriminated against. Sorry. This guides my perspective. It is very difficult to fight for civil liberties if your primary concern is ridding yourself of Western influence. This viral clip of yours from 2020 perfectly describes it.
Of what goes on in these sorts of...
Oh, here, Iran. This one is the one, yeah.
I have a better understanding of what goes on in these sorts of nations, considering that I am from a predominantly Muslim nation where I'm more progressive than 99.9% of the population there. And I understand that Turkey and Iran and Iraq are not a monolith, and there are progressive people, especially in the youth, that fight against their governments every single day. There are gay people, trans people in these countries that are fighting against their governments every single day. But when the United States comes down and rains hellfire upon these nations, it makes it infinitely more difficult to fight our own government because we're now fucking busy fighting back against a very clear evil enemy, and that is the U.S. empire. And that's precisely why I get angry, and that's precisely why I'm very passionate about American imperialism. Okay? Maybe
you're from fucking New Jersey. You didn't grow up in a Muslim country. I have a very good friend from Jordan and have prayed in a mosque. This is not rather insulting to the culture, mister. I'm 99.9% more progressive than you, than them. You are a spitting image of the people you preach against. It's embarrassing. I'm out. This fucking, the gall, the audacity of this fucking American dog from fucking 58 weeks in the past to come into my goddamn Instagram to fucking say, I went to a mosque one time. You grew up in New Jersey. You did not grow up in a Muslim country. I am losing my fucking mind, dude. Listen, let me tell you something. Okay? There's no way to have a conversation with people like this. There is no fucking way to have a conversation with people like this. This man thinks he understands the situation better than I do, while simultaneously not even realizing that I fucking grew up for a longer period of my life, up until this point at least, in a Muslim country than in the United States of America. And this fucking little shit says he went to a mosque one time in America, so he knows. He knows better. How? The sense of entitlement. How do you have this conversation with a person who literally thinks they know better than you, who says they know your history better than you do even? The caucasity, man. No, 58 weeks is not a fucking 5 years ago. 58 weeks is not 5 years ago. That video is from 3 years ago, but 58 weeks is 1 year ago. 1 year and change. 1 year and a fucking month. I'm sorry. I do not want to hear from a motherfucker who grew up in Connecticut about what Islam is like and what imperialism does to the Muslim world. And for the record, you might be from Connecticut, but you know, you could read a fucking book. Read The Jakarta Method by Vincent Bevins and then come back to me. Okay? Do that. Read a singular book. One book. With all due respect, even if Muslim countries were completely democratic, I don't think civil liberties would be advanced to that degree. I'm from a Muslim country, by the way. Suck my dick, Sultan Fatih 46. Salak herif. Nereden geldiğin belli zaten. Ezik bu Türklerin hepsi. Yemin ediyorum ya. Kendi kendilerine eziyorlar buraya gelip resmen. Travma. Bu %100 travma. Bu kafayı yiyorsun. Bakıyorsun %51'i hala ülkenin Erdoğan'a oy veriyor. Ondan sonra kafayı yiyorsun. I'm Arab, Lamo. Speak Arabic. I don't know how to speak Arabic. Why is your name Sultan Fatih 46? You larping ass motherfucker. Hepsi mi ayıp oluyor? Hayır, hepsi değil tabii ki de. Ama buraya gelip böyle bağıran çağıran adamlar gerçekten. People are crazy if they think Arab countries under a secular government wouldn't have better civil liberties. I know, especially when history proves them to be incorrect. Like, literally, look to any... Brother, there is nothing more damaging to the Arab world than fucking the Cold War, okay? Like, I'll give you an example. For example, in Turkey, we have healthcare, okay? Nationalized healthcare. There's private services as well on top of that, but we still have a nationalized healthcare structure, okay? Everywhere in the country. Now, is it impoverished? Certainly. There's still much room for improvement, okay? And under that healthcare structure, I'm Arab. I support Ottoman Empire. Okay, at least one Arab is smart enough to say this. Okay, respect. I take back what I said. Anyway, You get the pass. I take back everything I said. Anyway, what I was trying to say is, in Turkey, for example, we have nationalized healthcare. Okay? We have nationalized healthcare. And under that nationalized healthcare structure, you can get a fucking abortion. We have government-funded abortions in Turkey. Think about that. You can get a fucking abortion in Turkey that the government pays for, but you can't get a fucking abortion in America that the government doesn't even pay for. Now tell me how fucking woke America is in comparison. Now, obviously, there's other issues, right? But it's not a one-to-one comparison. Like, you cannot make this comparison. You cannot comprehend it. I met the head of the Muslim Brotherhood. This is the Egyptian leader, Gamal Abdel Nasser, laughing at the hijab law in 1958. I met the leader, and he sat with me and made his request. What did he request? First thing he asked for was to make wearing a hijab mandatory in Egypt and demand that every woman walking in the street wearing a tarha, scarf, gamal, every woman walking, let him wear it. Now, this doesn't mean, okay, listen. This doesn't mean that, like, women shouldn't be able to wear hijabs either, okay? That's not the point. The point is, like, mandatory, like, if you ask Americans, they're like, oh, dude, fucking mandatory. It's not. It's not mandatory still in Turkey either. And you have to understand, like, you have to understand that a lot of the reactionary forces that have taken over, okay? A lot of the reactionary forces that have taken over have done so as a consequence of Western involvement. This is a consistent fact. This is a consistent reality in so many Muslim nations. They will say that I've returned to the days of Al-Hakim bi Amir, who forbade people from walking at day and only allow walking at night. Is every person in his own house decides for himself the rules. And he replied, no, as the leader, you are responsible. I told him, sir, you have a daughter in the school of medicine, and she's not wearing a tarha. Why don't you make her wear a tarha? If you are unable to make one wear, everything is America's fault. I mean, yes, British before America. Okay, it's either England's fault or America's fault. Okay, post World War II, most of the time America's fault. Pre World War II, France and England are the worst actors. Okay, straight up. Even America is Britain's fault. Technically, you could say that as well. It's the fucking Angloids that have been a scourge on the entire planet in perpetuity. Are you absolving Germany of its sins? Of course not. Of course not. The German sins are but a mere blip, however, in the long history of fucking American imperialism. Germans were ruthless. They were horrifying monsters. But their reign was shut down, luckily, fairly quickly. I mean, yes, you have the Dutch, you have the Spanish, you have the Portuguese. You're not fucking absolved from this either. I'm just talking about the worst offenders, the worst of the worst of the worst. Belgians can get the smoke as well. Anyway, I don't understand why modesty should be laughed at and mocked. It's really funny that you say that, because this person is very clearly laughing at the reality of trying to enforce a sense of modesty. Okay, there's a very big difference between mandated modesty versus your own personal choice in the matter. If anything, he describes it perfectly, that the Muslim Brotherhood, the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood's own fucking daughter, who's in medical school, is not choosing to engage in this. I never said enforce modesty. Yes, but you misunderstood the perspective here. So I also am not one of those people that say, like, oh my God, look how fucking woke these countries were, where they didn't have the hijab, and they were less religious or whatever.
But I do think that when people, unfortunately, liberals can only comprehend the world through incredibly Western lens, and they fucking see secularization as the only form of liberalism. Well, even on that front, these countries, prior to Western involvement, were much more liberal.
And with us now, Tal Heinrich, spokesperson for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Thank you very much for joining us at this hour. First, can you just give us an update of the situation? What do you anticipate happening next with all of this?
Well, right now we have more than 7,700 rockets that have been fired at Israeli territory since the outbreak of this war that we didn't start, a war that we didn't want, we didn't even expect.
Yeah, dude, we didn't start. Okay. This is not what it seems. Nasser was a pan-Islamist during his mandate, and he united religion and the state. This is a cruel joke against the Muslim Brotherhood, who became their political enemies in more complex power struggles. Nasser did not promote any secularization.
We were dragged into it by the Hamas terror organization, and we, Sandra, as a nation, we have taken this very important decision that we can no longer live next to an existential genocidal threat.
I mean, dude, once again, every single fucking time, dude. Swap the actors in this conversation and you will arrive at the truth. Everything that an Israeli spokesperson says is projection. Pure fucking projection. Crazy to me.
This is the only reason why we are operating in Gaza right now. And we will bring an end to the Hamas regime in Gaza. Once we are done, they will not have any kind of governance bodies or military wing. Hamas can simply be no longer. Israelis will be safer once Hamas is gone, and Palestinians might have better new opportunities.
You know, it's been a tough vote for you to win at the United Nations. Has been that way for decades. But
what do you mean? Oh man, it's tough. The UN is tough, man. The UN is like, they aesthetically get mad at fucking war crimes that you guys do all the time, and like nothing comes of it, obviously. But it is tough. It's tough to get them to shut the fuck up about the war crimes, you know? Crazy.
the news that just crossed a moment ago on behalf of the UN Secretary General, I read a lot of what he said. His last line is the Palestinian hopes for a political solution to their plight have been vanishing, and talked about an occupation now for 56 years. What is your reaction to that? And although there was a call for the Secretary General to resign, in all likelihood, you should not hold your breath for that based on history at the UN.
True.
I think, like, it's pretty obvious what is going on, right? I mean, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Pretty obvious. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, and those are the ways to avoid the ads at the top of the hour. Another thing that's very obvious, in my opinion, is that there's only two ways out of this: an escalation of violence and ultimately arriving at a final solution, which is ethnic cleansing, complete ethnic cleansing, and complete ethnic displacement, if not ethnic cleansing, for Palestinians living inside of the boundaries of British Mandate Palestine, or de-escalation, ceasefire, peace conversations, and a pathway towards a singular, solitary, secular nation state where there's equal representation and equal rights for Palestinians and Israelis living in that entire region. There's no way to offer permanent security to the Israelis. There's no way to offer permanent security to the Palestinians, which they do not even have right now. And that is not a utopian take. It is very frustrating that people say utopian take. This is the realistic take. This is the only realistic take. A one-state solution is not infeasible. You only feel that way if you think that there is something different between the Israeli citizens and the Palestinian citizens. That somehow one side is human and the other side is inferior. Somehow one side is not human, the other side is superior. That they simply cannot coexist. Now, the reason why I find that to be funny is because you should ask yourself how Europe operates. Europe now is basically a borderless coalition of different states. But if you look at the history of Europe, if you look at the history of Europe, Europe has been in war for far longer than it has been aligned and can peacefully coexist. Most of history is these fucking barbarians literally killing one another. But now, you never even think about that. You would never even imagine the Angloids and the barbarians, okay? The Barbaren fighting against the Anglo-Saxons, or even the Catholics fighting against the Protestants, which was not that long ago even. You cannot even think about that. You think this is peaceful coexistence because life changes that quickly because human beings want to peacefully coexist, okay? And when I say barbarians, I mean like literal barbarians, the Germans, okay? So don't tell me it's fucking impossible. Peace is never impossible, okay? It's not. So much so that you take it for fucking granted and you think it's impossible to live in a world where there is as much conflict in Europe as there was historically. That's it. Israelis are colonial and Eurocentric. Palestinians are Arab and Middle Eastern. The mix will not go well. That's funny you say that because there is an entire group, a massive group of Israeli Arabs. And I don't mean just Palestinian citizens of Israel. I literally mean Jewish Israeli citizens that are of Arab descent. So you're wrong on that front too. That's why it is virtually impossible to pick who is Jewish and who is Palestinian and who is a Palestinian citizen of Israel and who's a Jewish citizen of Israel from a fucking lineup. You can't. There are white Palestinians just like there are Ashkenazi Jews, European Jews. You cannot pick people from a lineup. That's why you have to literally maybe not fucking slap the Muslim Palestinians and the Christian Palestinians with a marker on their jackets like others have done in the past, but you have to implement a permit regime that is tyrannical to make sure that you can differentiate between those who are Arab and those who are settlers in the West Bank. There would be no reason for such a thing or such stringent measures if you could very easily differentiate between who is the outgroup and who is not. That's it. Dude, you're turning on the phrenology signal. It's not. This is not phrenology. I mean, this is a very consistent take that I've made time and time again about the entirety of the MENA region. It's a consistent take that I've had about Turks and Greeks. It's a consistent take that I've had about Turks and Armenians and Kurds in general. It's just the truth. These are all the same people. We've been fucking one another and sucking one another for hundreds of years. The only thing that divides us, regardless of the fact that our architecture is damn near identical, our food is damn near identical, even though the Turkish food is better, and then Armenian food is the second best, and Greek food is the third, probably. I would say maybe a fourth for the Greek food. It's just watered down, shitty Turkish food. It's fine. But the only thing that separates these people is language and religion. It's not as big as a distinction as you think it is. Anyway. Let's continue.
There is a very clear anti-Israel bias at the United Nations. This is nothing new, this crazy double standard. What the UN Secretary General said, that this Hamas attack, the massacre of October 7th, didn't come in...
I don't just consider, to the chatter who keeps asking, would you consider Israel's bombing campaign to be an example of terrorism? I don't just consider Israel's bombing campaign to be an example of terrorism. I consider it to be ethnic cleansing, okay? And it's not just my consideration. This is the consideration of formative Holocaust historians, scholars, academics, and not DJ academics. I mean like actual fucking members of academia, okay? Not just terrorism. Yes, the Israeli state is a terrorist state, abso-fucking-lutely, okay? You cannot maintain an apartheid state without terrorizing an entire group of the population, an entire 5 million people under brutal occupation every fucking day. That's terrorism. There's a group, Mizrahi Jews, they're brainwashed to hate themselves and refuse to say that they're even Arab. How do you fix that? Here's a proof as an example. Well, I mean, this came with integration. You know that, right?
Okay. יאללה, נלך עם השאלה הזו. האם אתה מגדיר לעצמך בתור מרוקאי, עיראקי, ערבי?
לא בתור ערבי, בתור ספרדי, כן?
אוקיי, למה לא ערבי?
שמעדות המזרח, למה לא ערבי?
כן. מישהו מוסלמי שבא מעיראק והוא עובר לארצות הברית, אחרי 2 דורות הוא עדיין ערבי. למה אתה לא? זה מה שהם שואלים.
כי הלאום שלי הוא יהודי. זה לפני שההורים שלי כן, לפני שסבים שלי הגיעו לעיראק, הרי הם היגרו לפה בסוף מארץ ישראל.
הם באו מיהוד, כאילו
מפה.
יהודה.
יהודה, כן, לפני אלפי שנים. אז זה הלאום שנשאר, זה שהם הלכו למדינות שונות, זה לא שינה את הלאום שלהם.
סליחה, עוד פעם את?
Listen, that's the most... Dude, many people in this region do not want to consider themselves Arab, okay? As a Turkish person, I constantly hear this from Turkish people. Of course, Turkish people are not Arabs, but and Lebanese people, or not all Lebanese people, the Phoenician Lebanese people are not Arabs, okay? And it's a distinction that they like to make all the fucking time. So that part is not shocking to me, okay? Mizrahi washing is also an issue, but so is the animosity towards them by Palestinian groups. This is like a difficult story to tell.
תימניה, בשני הצדדים אני מניח?
כן.
אוקיי, נולד פה או...
כן.
ההורים נולדו בתימן.
האבא נולד בתימן, האמא בישראל.
אוקיי, והיא גם באה מתימן.
המשפחה של האמא באה
של אמא, כן, אוקיי. אז השאלה שבאה מחו"ל, לא שלי, האם את מגדירה לעצמך ערבייה?
אם אני מגדירה את עצמי ערבייה?
כן.
לא.
The Phoenician stuff is due to the French propaganda to separate Christian from Muslims and what they created as Lebanon. Brother, do not tell what's his face that what's the Lebanese guy who fucking loses his mind always? Nassim Taleb. No, not Austin. Austin doesn't know enough about fucking Lebanese history to know the distinction, okay?
In a vacuum? That is mind-boggling. Can you imagine the UN Secretary General saying such a terrible sentence after the 9/11 attack? That the 9/11 attack didn't come in a vacuum? That the Pearl Harbor attack didn't...
I mean, some people did say that, actually. You know what I mean? Just saying. Also, this is such a bad fucking thing to say. Also, dude. The idea of comparing 9/11 to Pearl Harbor is so insane to me. Okay? It is not... You cannot make this comparison. Like, one is state-on-state war, okay? The other is a militant group that we fostered and basically gave logistical support to, that we used against the USSR in the Middle East, that then turned its fucking crosshairs on us. The only comparison between 9/11 and Pearl Harbor would be that America, in both circumstances, directly just turned a blind eye to the intelligence that said time and time again that it was going to happen. That's it. That outside of those two comparisons and the fact that people were using planes in both, okay, you know, there's no, you cannot fucking make this comparison at all. It's ridiculous. One was an attack on military infrastructure, specifically so that Japan could continue its colonial exploits in the fucking Pacific region without America's interference. The other one was an attack of terror, which, by the way, America correctly used that as a launching point to enter the war. Brother, America got attacked on both. What are you talking about? Yeah, one is a fucking state actor in a world war. The other is a fucking terror cell that we built and designed and gave weapons to and trained, and then you know, had attack us. U.S. sanctions on Japan were pretty brutal, and Japan was losing resources. Yeah, I mean, last time we fucking protected China. You know what I'm saying? America did sort of create the conditions which put Japan in a corner. Yeah, but it was also perfectly valid. Okay, come on. As much as I am a weeb, like, are you guys unfamiliar with what Japan was doing? Like, what the fuck? Japan was like, we don't have any oil, and let's keep getting our oil from America to continue doing fucking insane war crimes. What the fuck? Like, insane war crimes in China. What are we doing? They were doing genocide. What the fuck? Japan went absolute nutty mode, okay? They went crazy with it, and it is a real shame that, you know, we don't really talk about it. And also, America helped cover up a lot of those crimes later on in exchange for some of the important research of said war crimes that we could then use on the Korean War on an unsuspecting population in Korea. Japan was literally the Asian Germany at the time. Japan is a beautiful example of how a state can become peaceful. I mean, why are you lying? They bombed Pearl Harbor due to cancel culture. Yeah, the cancellation of oil that they desperately needed to continue their colonial campaign in the Pacific. Japan doesn't exactly take responsibility for anything. Yes, I know. And because they're America's ally, they can get away with it. You condemn Pearl Harbor. Do I condemn Japan? I do. I do actually condemn Japan. Little bro said that Japan became peaceful. Yeah, I mean, what happened what happened that stopped Japan dead in its tracks? Something really awful happened. I don't know if you remember. Which, ironically, was once again America being fucking ruthless and had no reason to do the things that they did to Japan. Like, even in that situation, we became the bad guys, in my opinion. We looked at the worst guys at the time and we're like, guess what? We are the bad guys, actually. Like, the much worse guys. Unlike Germany, Japan is isolated in the east with a neutral South Korea at best. Germany is surrounded by allies with only threats being Belarus and Russia, while Japan has Russia, North Korea, and China on its borders. It needs a stronger military and economy. Wait, what? What is going on, dude? I mean, the irony, of course, is that this is already happening. Like, this is the... Dude, I'm almost... This has got to be a fucking post from Langley. There's no shot that, like, an individual chatter who, like, again, lives in a Connecticut McMansion typed these words up when it's, like, identical to fucking State Department propaganda as to why we must allow the militarization of modern Japan right now and immediately, beyond the weapon systems that we've put on the edge islands that directly point in the direction of China and North Korea. Don't ban me, please. I've already been banned before. Be gone, federal agent. Take an hour off. Americans say it was more humane to bomb Japan. Thoughts? Yeah. Who else says that? Think about that real quick. Sounds real familiar to say, oh, firebombing and nuking Japan was actually the more humane approach.
Come in a vacuum? That the Boko Haram kidnapping of 276 schoolgirls in Nigeria in 2014 didn't come in a vacuum? This is insane. This is insanity. The civilized world must stand with Israel in its war against terrorism. The message that...
I can't stand these fucking dickheads, dude.
We are here today to stop the killing, to stop the massacres being committed against the Palestinian people. The ongoing massacres being deliberately and systematically and savagely perpetrated by Israel, the occupying power, against the Palestinian civilian population under its illegal occupation must be stopped. The Security Council has a duty to stop them. The international community is obliged under international law to stop them. It is our collective human duty to stop them. Now, continued failure at this council is inexcusable.
As we meet here today, young babies, children are held in Gaza. This is beyond imagination, a living nightmare. This massacre will go down in history as more brutal than ISIS. Hamas are new Nazis. Hamas are the new Nazis, just as the civilized world united defeat the Nazis.
Gazan babies.
Just as the civilized world united to defeat ISIS.
I'm just saying, dude, when you're literally when you're screeching like a fucking banshee, as you've killed almost 3,000 children, as you've killed 5,000 fucking Palestinians in Gaza over the course of 2 weeks, as you've dropped pretty much a fucking nuke on Gaza, where 42% of the structures have been either completely reduced to rubble or are in a condition of disrepair that makes them uninhabitable, when you have cut the power and the food and the water to an area that you operate like an open-air prison, I wouldn't be so fucking fast and loose throwing the Nazi word around. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to invoke that imagery because I feel like it's not the militant brigades that have been created as the conditions of apartheid have worsened that are closer to Nazis in that regard. It's more so the state-sanctioned violence that you are doing that is closer to Nazis in that regard. Hamas and any kind of Palestinian militancy does not have the firepower to engage in the ethnic cleansing campaign that you have been conducting. It's odd. It's so odd to just constantly be like, oh, the Hamas are Nazis. Hamas are Nazis. And it's like, brother, you have ghettoized and have created Bantustans for the Palestinians over the course of a 75-year brutal occupation. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. You're bombing hospitals. You're bombing ambulances and then going, these guys, they're the Nazi ambulances. We got to kill them.
The civilized world has to stand united behind Israel to defeat Hamas.
Like, straight away to. If you feel as though the word Nazi carries a lot of historical weight in this circumstance, especially as it pertains to the conduct of the Israeli government, you can very easily say fascist, because it is fascist. What Israel is doing is, a theocratic ethno-state that is fascist. That's what they're doing. And they're doing identical shit. They're literally doing identical shit to their own people as well. Textbook. Not my assessment. I'm not alone in this. You know what I mean? You can fucking call me anti-Semite all day, every day if you want for that take, but it's true. It won't change that reality. It won't change the reality that Israel is an apartheid state engaging in an ethnic displacement campaign that it has conducted over many, many years, many, many decades. Okay? Israel is bombing its own ghetto that it created, okay? Its own open-air concentration camp that it created in Gaza that is full of children. There's no other way to talk about this.
To Tamara Rifai, who's the spokesperson for UNRWA, who of course are working.
Anyway, we talked about him saying it's ugly. Palestinian father loses 2 children in the Israeli church strike. The most anti-Israel president of my lifetime gave 4 million. Oh my God. The gall, the audacity, the fucking arrogance, dude. Saying Bardock no bummer, okay, is anti-Israel is a classic fucking take that I hear from conservative Zionists, okay? It's their favorite goddamn line. It's just racist. I will tell you right now. It is literally racist. That's it. You just think that because he's black, he's a Kenyan Muslim, and that's why you hate him. There is no other way. There is no other fucking way. $38 billion Barack Obama gave to Israel. $38 billion over the course of the next 10 years on his way out. Get the fuck out of here, dude. $38 billion. $3.8 billion a year.
Well, Barack Obama was a wildly anti-Israel president. Everybody knew it. Well, now he has emerged from his hidey hole to unleash a massive essay on why, in the end, it's probably the Jews' fault what's going on right now. It's not just Joe Biden who's telling this big lie.
No, the real reason why they fucking hate him, other than the fact that he's black, and a lot of Israelis are racist as fuck, I will say it, okay? They are a fascist fucking government. So, of course, look no further than the sterilization campaigns imposed upon Ethiopian Jews, or even the anti-immigration campaigns imposed upon Ethiopian Jews to understand the perspective of the Israeli government towards black people, or even, I don't know, trying to purify its gene pool by offering citizenship to Jews of a certain background. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it any further, okay? And making it more difficult for immigration from other backgrounds. Anyway, yeah. The other fucking reason why Israelis hate, or Zionists hate Bardock no bummer, is because they were jealous that he got to fucking blow up hospitals and only Israel gets to do that. Just kidding. That's not the reason. I am avoiding the real reason. The real reason is the denuclearization agreement against Iran, which was offering a pathway to normalizing relations against Iran, Israel's greatest villain in the region. Okay? That's it. That was the major reason as to why, instead of glassing Iran like Israel wanted, they created conditions to normalize relations with Iran and instituted a very difficult to pull off denuclearization agreement, which was probably Obama's signature foreign policy achievement. The reason why they love Donald Trump, on the other hand, in Israel, okay, and he is more popular than Benjamin Netanyahu in perpetuity. Just remember that if you want to understand Israeli politics. Barack Obama gave Israel $40 fucking billion, and they hate him. Donald Trump threw aside the Iran denuclearization agreement and then gave Jerusalem to Israel and instituted the Abraham Accords, which is part of the reason why the conflict accelerated to the point that it accelerated to right now, okay? And they fucking love him. They love his racist ass, okay? They love him. Let's hear what Benny Boy has to say about Obama, though. Obama
Number one, which is that Israel, if it weren't for America, Israel would just be gloves off murdering people. Barack Obama, of course, does this as well. Now, Barack Obama, I said many, many years ago, is effectively anti-Semitic in his approach to Israel. This has been true since
he gave Israel $40 billion instead of $100 billion. That is anti-Semitism.
Became president. Barack Obama is the only president in American history who tried to deny aid to Israel in the middle. He literally tried to stop the resupply of Iron Dome in the middle of a war in 2014.
How dare he? How dare he? How dare he do that? Asking Israel to go back? Asking Israel to dial it back on its ethnic cleansing campaign? How dare he? The gall, the audacity. I just want to say, the audacity. How fucking dare you? You fucking piece of shit. How dare you? Who the fuck are you? What the fuck are you saying? God, Americans are so fucking cucked. It makes me so mad. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Barack Obama stocked his administration with people who despise Israel. Most anti-Israel president in my lifetime, bar none, not close. And so it's no shock, which again...
despised Israel. Like, okay, remember, $40 billion, the B, okay? $40 fucking billion Barack Obama gave to Israel on his way out. Please, brother, what do you want, dude? What do you want? What the fuck do you want? What do you want? That's insane. You're a fucking psycho.
Again, meld with Barack Obama's anti-colonialist world.
Yeah, famous Israel haters, okay? Famous Israel haters. Obama approves $225 million in Iron Dome funding. Defense system has intercepted hundreds of rockets fired by Hamas towards residential neighborhoods in the past month, okay? Obama makes surprise visits to the Jerusalem Western Wall. Obama ended his trip this morning with a surprise to Jerusalem, the Western Wall, before heading to Berlin. Here's a couple things that Obama did that are famously what Israelis consider to be anti-Semitic and bad, okay? One, being a black guy who people thought was Muslim, number one. Very important. You have to remember that, okay? Him being black, kind of fucked up, okay? Automatically, I'm going to assume that you're Muslim, and automatically, I'm going to assume you're a hater of Israel, okay? So that's number one. That's straight up. His middle name is Hussein, okay? Just remember that. Kenyan Muslim man, definitely secretly pro-Hamas. Number two, I believe it was John Kerry that said Israel can be a democratic nation or a Jewish nation and not both. I think that was another reason why Israelis hate his administration, even though John Kerry and also Hillary Rodham Clinton have been major Israel supporters in general. So that's also, silly to say. And then, of course, the Iran denuclearization agreement, which was opening up a pathway to normalizing relations with Iran. Mostly because he's a black guy whose middle name is Hussein.
Worldview, which is really a left-wing worldview left over from the 1960s, the basic idea being that the West and its tentacles are everywhere and must be fought everywhere. There was a shift in how Israel was perceived on the far left. From 1948 to 67, Israel was considered actually an anti-colonial state because it had thrown off the British and had allowed the indigenous people of Judea, namely the Jews, to return to their homeland. And then after the Jews won in 67, the Soviet Union decided.
I mean, I don't know about that, brother. Especially back then, I think that the way that it was sold, the way that Israel was sold to other colonizing forces, including the British, who literally made Israel. Like, what are you talking about? They made you, okay? That is so fucked up. It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up to say this. The British made you, dog. Chill. How dare you? How fucking dare you, dude? They armed the brigades. They armed the Zionist brigades. They trained them. They looked the other way when you did ethnic cleansing campaigns and ethnic displacement campaigns. The fuck do you mean? Sure, there was a period in time when they were like, okay, no more immigration because these Arabs are wilding out. It's so selfish. It's such a fake friend attitude to have. It's so ungrateful to just both shit on the British and also the United Nations, arguably two institutions that have been the most important in the development of the Israeli nation state, and also turning a blind eye to the fucking atrocities that Zionist brigades committed in that effort. Okay? It's crazy. I hate fake friends. Anyway.
I did. That Israel was too pro-Western, and so they ginned up this whole new post-colonialist nonsense where Israel is actually a Western colonial occupier. Which is
I wonder why they would say that. That's so strange. Yeah, where did that come from? Oh, I mean, I don't know. Maybe because, like, we've covered on this broadcast before, Theodore Herzl himself said that as a means to have the support of Western colonial forces in the development of an Israeli state. So, there is that.
Which is an amazing.
Yeah. Also, it is settler colonialism. Like, what the fuck? It just is. Meanwhile, the first Zionists, we are colonizers. Yeah.
Amazing switch in time to save time. But Barack Obama really believes that. That's how he talks about the state of Israel on a routine basis. In fact, in a speech.
Yeah, I mean, it's nuts that Barack Obama didn't sufficiently glaze up Israel is a crazy take. But again, arrogance. It's arrogance. It is a profound amount of expectation. It's so profoundly arrogant to just be like, Obama didn't suck my cock hard enough is an insane fucking take. Okay? The sense of entitlement is alarming.
Speech that he made while he was president, talking about the roots of the state of Israel, he didn't attribute it to Israel's historic presence. He didn't attribute it to, Jewish history or Jewish presence. He attributed it all to the Holocaust, meaning Israel was a colonial state, right? That's Barack Obama's mindset. So he...
Wait, what do you mean? That is like, that's an important part of the formation. It's an important part of the myth making. Israel has to be a Jewish nation state. Otherwise, the Holocaust will happen again, is what I hear from basically every conservative Zionist friend that I have. But also, I mean, I'm almost certain that Ben at a certain point has probably said that as well. It's a very common part of the myth making. Yes, I have friends that are more conservative, especially on the issue of Zionism in Israel. I do. I don't know if you know this, but I have friends of different backgrounds. Yes, I do. And I talk to them, and I try to develop a better understanding of what their positions are, and I try to change their minds. Okay? Holy fuck.
Has said virtually nothing about this entire conflict. And now he puts out a statement. Thoughts on Israel and Gaza, because we needed to hear from him. He was so successful in this arena, was Barack Obama. We need to hear from him. So he throat clears for a couple of paragraphs about how Hamas is bad. Right? It's been 17 days since Hamas launched its horrific attack against Israel, killing over 1,400.
It's not sufficient enough. You have not condemned Hamas hard enough, Obama. You have not done your sufficient Hamas condemnations. I do not like this. I give this a 3 out of 10. Like, who are you? Who the fuck are you? Who are you? Who the fuck do you think you are? You fucking lactating bitch with your nipples protruding from your shit ass brown Henley that you buttoned up all the way to the fucking tippy top. Who the fuck do you think you are? I cannot believe I'm over here ostensibly defending Barack Hussein Obama. I mean, think about that. Think about that. The audacity, the gall of this man to sit there and be like, Barack Obama is a Jew hater. He hates Jews. He's an anti-Semite. He only gave $40 billion to the state of Israel. Only 40. Why not 100? Why not 1 million? Why not $1 million billion? $7 quadrillion. You have not sufficiently said Hamas is bad. With my fucking titties protruding out of my goddamn Henley, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, what do you want? What the fuck do you want? What do you want? You want fucking Obama to, like, execute a Palestinian child on camera? Like, is that what you want? He had more restraint criticizing Kanye for his Hitler nonsense? Exactly. That's how you know that this is not a real fucking a point of condemnation. It's just like he literally was more tempered in his approach to fucking Kanye West and his anti-Semitic nonsense than Barack Obama, dude. Come on. I can't get over his titties in this, by the way. It is fucking ridiculous.
100 Israeli citizens, including defenseless women, children, and the elderly.
I guess Abigail's not the only one with the milkers in the family. Fuck!
As I stated in an earlier
God damn! Them awoogas, dude. Popping out.
post, Israel has a right to defend itself. But, right? And
oh, I can't believe he said but after Israel has a right to defend itself. Yeah, I wonder what that but is. Maybe he's going to say Israel has a right to defend itself, but just do like 30% less genocide so we can at least maintain the position that us in the Western world are actually still very, Hassan, stop, he's going to clip you. Back from the Jewish holiday now. As usual, two things can be true at once. Kanye's moves towards life, faith, and family conservatism are encouraging. His DEFCON 3 posts in Black Hebrew Israelite language are clearly anti-Semitic and disturbing. Yeah. He has more fucking smoke for Barack Obama.
There's the big but, as we say. But even as we support Israel, we should also be clear that how Israel prosecutes this fight against Hamas matters. In particular, it matters, as Joe Biden has repeatedly emphasized, that Israel's military strategy abides by international law, including those laws that seek to avoid to every extent possible the death or suffering of civilian populations. Upholding those values is important for its own sake, because it is morally just and reflects our belief in the inherent value of everyday life. By the way, if you care...
Yeah, by the way, it's a lie, okay? Americans do not have, a value. They do not place inherent value in life. Especially conservative Americans like Ben, obviously, we know that already. But... again, it is literally what I said. Barack Obama is like, hey, Israel, dial back the ethnic cleansing dial that you have, okay? Because it's getting increasingly more difficult for us to maintain the position that we care about, like a rule-based order that we supposedly care about, while you just keep fucking taking your cock out and slapping us in the fucking face with it. That's it. That's literally it. That is the major reason why Obama is coming out with this fucking mealy-mouthed bullshit. That's it. It makes it... it's literally just it's getting really hard, sweaty. Can you please do 30% less ethnic cleansing, please?
Cared about any of this? The first priority is the destruction of Hamas. They're the biggest human rights violators on the planet right now. And yet, I don't see Barack Obama talking about that sort of stuff. By the way, he says that he supports Biden's call for
what do you not Hamas is the biggest threat on the planet, dude. He said Hamas is the biggest human rights violator on the planet. Oh my God. Wait, what did he say?
Priority is the destruction of Hamas. They're the biggest human rights violators on the planet right now.
It's true. He's right. They're the biggest human rights violators on the planet. It's true. The biggest. They're not even the biggest human rights violators in Israel. What are you talking about? There's not even the biggest human rights violators in the MENA region. They're not even the biggest human rights violators in Israel, dog. What the fuck are you saying? Hamas doesn't even break the top 10. They don't make the leaderboard. The fuck are you talking about? Insane. This is staged. No, what do you mean? He's just fucking, he's just yelling at a camera.
And yet, I don't see Barack Obama talking about that sort of stuff.
Yeah, because that would be a stupid thing to say. It would just be an objectively untrue thing to say. Brother, Hamas operates out of Gaza, and they are literally not even the biggest human rights violators in Gaza right now, okay? Please, what are you saying? They are small fry, okay? They're the little leagues of human rights violations. Israel is dominant in that space, okay? Abso-fucking-lutely dominant.
By the way, he says that he supports Biden's call for the United States to support Israel in going after Hamas, dismantling its military capabilities, and facilitating the safe return of hundreds of hostages to their family. But, by the way, that is not the opposing of Hamas. You'll notice. Dismantling Hamas's military capacity, but leaving them in place would be just fine, apparently, with Barack Obama. And again, Israel has to be leveraged. We have to. Barack Obama's going to stand there. He's going to tut them. All those Jews. If I don't tell them that they need to stop, then they're just going to go in there and they're going to be brutal. They're going to be horrible.
I mean, but they are already. What do you mean? The Israeli military is already brutal. What the fuck? He posted this 3 hours ago. I can't lie. That was a pretty good Obama impersonation, which is actually kind of shocking. I am suffering a little bit of whiplash from that. I was not expecting him to be have a better Obama than fucking Steven Crowder, the supposed comedian. You know what I mean? That was a terrible. No, don't act like you did not. Don't act like you expected that from him. I thought Benny Boy has one speed, okay, which is like that. For him to have that range, look, I have to admit it. That's range. That's range, Sweaty. That's fucking range, dude. You're wrong. Anyway.
And then he says, this is an enormously difficult task. War is always tragic. Even the most carefully planned military operations often put civilians at risk. As President Biden noted during his...
Someone link me the Obabe, whatever, the fucking twit longer that he wrote about Israel, please. I need to see what Ben has considered not sufficiently condemning Hamas. Because I haven't read it, okay? But I'm willing to bet he probably gave multiple paragraphs to it. It's been 17 days since Hamas launched this horrific attack against Israel, okay? As I stated in an earlier post, Israel has a right to defend itself, but even as we support Israel... Okay, so the first two paragraphs are directly dedicated. And another article that he wrote, I suspect, was also dedicated to just talking about the atrocities in Israel, right? As I stated in an earlier post, implies that he already wrote about it one more time. 9/11 too. But even as we support Israel, it should be clear how Israel prosecutes this fight against Hamas matters. In particular, it matters as President Biden has repeatedly emphasized that Israel's military strategy abides by international law. Lol. Including those laws that seek to avoid. Bro, this is literally sheltering Israel's war crimes by acting like they don't currently fucking exist. All Americans should be horrified and outraged by the brazen terrorist attacks on Israel and the slaughter of innocent civilians. We grieve for those who died, pray for safe return of those who've been held hostage, and stand squarely alongside our ally Israel as it dismantles Hamas. As we support Israel's right to defend itself against terror. This only got 816 claps. God damn, dude. Obama fucking fell off, dog. Holy shit. Nobody's reading his shit, dude. Everybody was like, too long, didn't read. Lol. 800 claps? Fell off, dude. Another Mountain Dew just won is 77% of your daily diet for sugar, Lamau. Pre-diabetes. It's zero sugar. I drink diet bevs. This is an enormously difficult task. War is always tragic. Still, the world is watching closely. Okay, let's just keep going back to Ben.
Recent visit to Israel, America itself has at times fallen short of our higher values when engaged in war, and in the aftermath of 9/11, the U.S. government wasn't interested in heeding the advice of even our allies when it came to steps we took to protect ourselves against al-Qaeda. Now, after the systematic massacre of Israeli citizens, a massacre that evokes some of the darkest memories of persecution against Jewish people, it's understandable. Many Israelis have demanded their government do whatever it takes to root out Hamas and make sure the attacks never happen again. Still, again, two big butts in one.
Bro, what are you saying? Like, this is so even-keeled and could be read as a defense of Israel's war crimes because of a straight-up denial that said war crimes are even existing when they certainly are there. Like, the notion, the arrogance of fucking being like a former president of the United States of America is telling Israel, a nation that he gave $40 billion of aid to, that like they must restrain themselves at a time when they are literally doing ethnic cleansing and in direct violation of the rule-based neoliberal order, as though they're not already fucking doing the war crimes, okay, is, in my opinion, a defense of Israel's war crimes. To act like, to say Israel has a right to defend itself and say, but they have to follow international rules on war at a time when they're not doing that is a defense of Israel. But he is mad that it's too critical of Israel.
In one piece. Still, the world is watching closely as events in the region unfold. Any military strategy that ignores the human cost could ultimately backfire. Here, and again, there it is, right there it is. If Israel defends itself, they're just going to be planting the seeds for more anti-Semitic attacks, which means it's really Israel's fault. It's really Israel's fault in the end. If Israel goes in too hard and they take out Hamas, but Hamas has put too many civilians in front of its rockets. Well,
dude, I hate this little baby. Oh my God. Ben has become more annoying to me than in many other instances where he's like a petulant little arrogant baby. Like he's such a little shit. He's like, I need to do war crimes. Israel has to do ethnic cleansing. Why do you say anything? You can't say anything about Israel doing war crimes. Why? Why? What happened to the fucking facts, not feelings, dude? What's going on? Where are the facts now, bitch? How the fuck is this guy popular in the States? hello, we are a bunch of fucking pseudo-intellectual dumbasses who love having a nerdy guy tell us our personal biases are actually brilliant, okay? He literally he embodies the American entitlement, the jingoistic attitude, the chauvinism, the Western chauvinism, while also having zero of the aesthetics of it. He's like the nerdy guy who tells you you're actually smart for having racist opinions. Every dumbass Ameroid idiot wants a nerdy guy to tell them that they're actually smart for being a white supremacist. Literally. They're like, oh, hell yeah, brother. I love that. You're so brilliant. Like, imagine the fucking gall to be like, this is not enough. This is not enough. When the State Department, on like the 4th day of Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, the State Department revealed that they sent out an internal memo that barred using the terms de-escalation, ceasefire, and what else? What the fuck was were the other words? Like you were not allowed to say de-escalation, ceasefire, peace, calm. Like these were words that were barred. Restraint. They could not use the word restraint. What more do you want? You want Joe Biden to go into Gaza and like kick a fucking Palestinian baby in the head or something? Like, what do you want? He's giving you the weapons. That's the thing. Not even Ben. He's not giving Ben the weapons. Ben is an American. But Joe Biden gave Israel the weapons. Like, shut the fuck up. You don't even live in Israel, Ben. What the fuck are you talking about? You live in fucking Florida, you asshole.
Well, all that's going to do is it's going to create more terror against Israel. And then
Ben is Israeli? No, the fuck he's not. What do you mean? He literally grew up a couple blocks down the line, okay, in the area that I live in. What the fuck do you mean? Ben literally grew up in Los Angeles, California, okay, and then spent his entire life railing against the liberal institutions that did not welcome him because he had he didn't have a modicum of talent required to make it in one of the more meritocratic industries, even though not really. It's riddled to the brim with nepotism, which Ben had because his father was also a fucking violinist. And then he just tucked his tail and fucking ran to goddamn Nashville and lived in fucking Florida. Fucking bullshit. He got kicked out of the town as he failed as a fucking screenwriter. Got kicked out of the town. He got ran out. Packed his fucking bags as a failed writer. Oh, fuck, I gotta turn on the goddamn AC. Hold on.
Really, who's to blame?
Yeah, and the thing that he has, the accomplishment that he has in Hollywood to his name is literally a $800 box office. An $800 box office fucking movie with Gina Carano.
The Jews, says Barack Obama. Because, again, the Israeli government's decision to cut off food, water, and electricity to a captive civilian population threatens not only to worsen a growing humanitarian crisis, it could further harden Palestinian attitudes for generation. Oh, the vaunted Palestinian attitudes, because as we know, they are extremely pliable right now and have been for 30 years. So much pliability, so much attempt for peace, so many peace-seeking people who don't exist. That's obviously, that's the big priority. The priority after the murder of 1,500 Jews in Israel and the kidnapping of 200 is the pliability of the Palestinian population. By the way, Israel, I gotta say, the Gaza hospitals, where the power is still largely on, it's like Hanukkah over there. It was 1 day of oil that was supposed to last for 1 day, lasted for 8. We're now like,
oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. This is straight up genocide denial, dude. It's a Hanukkah in the Gaza Strip. Bro, we can see with our own two fucking eyes. What are you talking about? Every night. Every fucking night, dog. What a monster. Dude, if the situation is so good, let's airdrop you. You know what I mean? Fucking go ahead. Lead the IDF into Gaza. Come on. Ship his little fucking boss baby ass into the front of the goddamn line, dude. Fuck.
18 days into the war, and still, magically, there's still some electricity in northern Gaza. By the way, there's still water in many. Why? Because Israel provided 5 to 10% of all the water in the first place. By the way,
that's insane. That is psychotic. That is literally psychotic. Do you think his knockers make really sweet milk? Yes, condensed milk is what pours out of his fucking little nippies. Yeah, Israel sold the water and graciously gave it back to them, but only 5%. It's nuts. It's nuts that he's saying Israel stopped the flow of water into its concentration camp and then graciously was able to allow one tap, okay? One tap, dude. Thank you. After fucking Joe Brandon yelled at them. And even then, because of the lack of electricity, that pump is not even working from what I understand.
There's still full power and water in the south of Gaza. The entire purpose of cutting
Not true. Wrong.
off the water and power in the north is to send people to the south so you can do military.
So you can bomb them on the way over there, which they did. They did do that. They said go to the south through the evacuation routes and then bombed said evacuation routes. And also kept bombing the southern positions as well after declaring the southern part of Gaza to be safer than the northern part of Gaza. And then when asked about this predicament, an IDF spokesperson last night on CNN quite literally said, we never said we were going to stop bombing South Gaza. We just said it'd be, more safe than North Gaza. So there's no part of Gaza that's safe, okay? And the audacity of the war criminals to fucking go on CNN and be like, well, we said it was safer, not safe, is ridiculous.
Military operations in the north, but Barack Obama knows that. Instead, he's just promoting this lie. And it goes on and on and on and on. Pure Talk recently announced they would alleviate...
This genocide denial was brought to you by Pure Talk and also Grand Canyon University. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so sick. I love putting an ad break in the midst of my fucking genocide revisionism. That's awesome. Thank you.
So much nuance, dealing with what is an essay, an affordable visit. The Jews, of course. He says, finally, in dealing with what is...
I love the idea that Barack Obama is lecturing the Jews too. Okay? Like, he's not. He's writing an article about Israel. You're the one who's saying Israel equals Jews. Certainly is not the case.
Extraordinarily complex situation. Again, there's the complexity. There's so much nuance, so much because standing in the moral middle allows you to stand with the bad guys while pretending that you're not. He says, in dealing with what's an extraordinarily complex situation where so many are in pain and passions are understandably running high, all of us need to do our best to put our best values rather than our worst fears on displays. That means actively opposing anti-Semitism in all of its forms everywhere. It means rejecting efforts to minimize the terrible tragedy the Israeli people have just endured.
Yes, he keeps saying Jews instead of Israelis purposely. YouTube allows that anti-Semitism to remain up. By the way, of course YouTube allows that to remain up. It's just, it is anti-Semitic. It is anti-Semitic to say that Israel represents the interests of all Jews, okay? Straight up. And you know it's anti-Semitic because Nazis fucking say it. And when Nazis say it, it's anti-Semitic. You know who else also says it? ADL, when they do the inverse of that, where they say anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Okay? Ben can get away with saying that, and Nazis understandably cannot, and they shouldn't, and neither should Ben, in my opinion. It's ridiculous. When we criticize Saudi Arabia for doing a blockade in Yemen, okay, no one will turn around and say, wow, dude, Islamophobic much? But when you criticize Israel, all of a sudden, wow, you're fucking shitting on Jews. You're shitting on all the Jews. Meanwhile, American Jews at Jewish Voice for Peace, for example, and if not now, are leading the cause against the Israeli apartheid state. But of course, Ben thinks those are bad Jews, which is of course anti-Semitic in and of itself. Which, by the way, speaking of being a bad Jew, which is a hilarious thing for Ben to say because he has defended anti-Semites over and over again, including Ann Coulter, when they've said incredibly anti-Semitic things because they defend the state of Israel. Ben quite literally also is anti-abortion, wearing a yarmulke while also maintaining the position that you are anti-abortion is an unserious position to have. It is inconsistent with Judaism. It's ridiculous. It makes no fucking sense. How can you literally be anti-abortion while also maintaining the position that you understand Judaism better than everybody else? Well, of course, he doesn't have to understand Judaism better than anybody else. He knows what the Torah says. The problem is his audience doesn't. Okay? His audience doesn't. His audience doesn't care. His audience half the time are fucking anti-Semitic themselves. They're evangelical Zionists who are anti-Semitic, but at least have like a conditional allegiance with Jewish people as long as the nation state of Israel exists, so that, you know, Jesus Christ can come back to earth and the second coming can happen, and then all of the diabetic evangelicals can be sucked into the fucking heavens in the rapture. And then, of course, Jews that don't convert to evangelical Christianity will, burn in eternal hellfire alongside everybody else, like the Muslims and the non-believers in general. But, that's besides the point. That's besides the point. Okay? But, again,
He is a straight up rabid attack dog for the American evangelical Zionist movement, but more so the American Christian fascist movement. He does not represent Judaism. He does not represent Jews, and most, unless they are very conservative, but most Jews do not look to Ben Shapiro and think, yeah, this is my guy. Ridiculous. I think he would just say that abortion is logically awful, so he doesn't need to mention his religion. Yeah, except there is no fucking logical, anti-abortion argument. It still bases itself in the Christian notion that life begins at conception, and Ben sneakily tries to fucking hide that reality by saying it's actually logical. My opinion is scientific. My opinion is scientific. Life begins at conception. That's not science. Shut the fuck up. The only reason why Ben has swapped his argument to a logical scientific one on his anti-abortion slant is because he recognizes, like many in the anti-abortion movement in America, that the religious argument, the religious justifications, while they still remain, are not all that popular. You cannot actually make a religious argument against abortion and hope that it sticks with a broader population. Even the religious one doesn't stick with a broader population. Let's be fucking real. That's why abortion is unpopular. Anti-abortion, I mean.
Notice the Israeli people, not the Jewish people, the Israeli people, as well as the morally bankrupt suggestion that any cause can somehow justify the deliberate slaughter of innocent people. It means rejecting anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, or anti-Palestinian sentiment. It means refusing to lump all Palestinians with Hamas or other terrorist groups. It means guarding against dehumanizing language toward the people of Gaza. Okay, how about this? How about none of this has been dehumanizing? Civilians in Gaza are still civilians, and it's Hamas's fault they're in the way. Quote, it means acknowledging the Palestinians have also lived in disputed territories for generations, that many of them were not only displaced when Israel was formed, but continue to be forcibly displaced by a settler movement that too often has received tacit or explicit support from the Israeli...
Yeah, the irony is that, like, in every single state in America, the abortion restrictions are literally up to Jewish code. In Jewish law, a fetus upgrades the economy class status of a full person only at birth. It is also permitted when pregnancy endangers the woman's life to even the most orthodox of the orthodox, and endanger is up to you, which is hilarious because that endangerment procedure, that endangerment is literally the justification for abortion up to the third trimester, okay? Physical or psychological endangerment to the carrier. No, endanger doesn't mean I got fat. Shut the fuck up, okay? Ridiculous. Don't even get me started on the fucking bullshit-ass talking points. Oh, my God. What's your BMI law? Dude, I don't fucking know. Why are you asking me that? Why are you asking me that, huh? Is there a fucking reason? Sorry? Is there a particular fucking reason why you're asking that? You see that? It's almost a styration, like, right there.
There it is. It's the two states, all the settlers, all the usual reasons why Palestinian desire for Israeli extermination is totally fine. It's because somebody built a bathroom in a fraud. That's really the problem.
The Palestinian desire for Israeli extermination is pure projection. Once again, pure projection. It is at the heart of this. It is at the heart of this argument that, like, if Israel puts down its arms, it will cease to exist. If Palestinians put down their arms, there will be peace, which is not true at all because Palestinians have no fucking arms in the West Bank, and yet they are living under an apartheid regime. So shut the fuck up. Anyway, so stupid. It's so dumb. It's so stupid.
That Palestinian leaders who've been willing to make concessions for two-state solution have too often had too little to show for their efforts. Who are these Palestinian leaders who've been super willing to make concessions for a two-state solution? Who are they? Name
every single one. But Yasser Arafat. The idea that Palestinians in general were not susceptible to a two-state solution is a lie. It's a lie. Well, they're dead, but I think even even the new charter of Hamas, the new charter of Hamas also says that peaceful coexistence, as long as Israel allows it to be, like even the new charter of Hamas in 2017 also changed its attitude. It would have to be 3 states the way they've isolated Gaza. Two-state solution is better than a no-state solution that Israel wants. I mean, two-state solution is a lie that Israel has maintained in an effort to, take up more land.
Ben is a total antithesis of Hassan. It's tripping me out a little bit. Yeah, Ben's fucking ad breaks aren't even that good in the middle of engaging in genocide denial. It's crazy how even my brother, who I see is smarter than me, can't understand Ben fronts as an Orthodox Jew while being a mouthpiece for evangelical Christians. I hope disrespecting everything he grew up with for a bag is worth it. Yeah, I think he only cares about like the conservatism of Orthodox Judaism and nothing else, really. From the latest charter, Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project and not with Jews because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish, but wages a struggle against Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and the Jews with their own colonial project and illegal entity. Anyway, here's the Thurman ad break now.
Name them. Seriously, name them. I'd like to hear. Full list. Go. Oh, you don't have any? Oh, there's a shock. And that it is possible for people of goodwill to champion Palestinian rights and oppose certain Israeli government policies in the West Bank and Gaza without being anti-Semitic. Nobody even made the accusation that you have to agree with everything Israel does. But you do have to look at reality in the face. Reality in the face. The Palestinian Authority seeks the destruction of Israel. They're not shy about this. They lie to the West, and then in Arabic, they say what they...
Wait, Palestinian Authority seeks the destruction of Israel? Your BMI is 29.8? Dude, gives a fuck. Bro, see, this is it, okay? This is it. This is his point. He's being honest. Even the Palestinian Authority actually wants the destruction of Israel. Every Palestinian wants the destruction of Israel, secretly. Even ones that are literally working with Israel. The continuation of this logical argument, of course, from Ben, which is devoid of facts entirely and all about his fucking racist-ass feelings, would also imply that Palestinians living in Israel, Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, also want the destruction of Israel and ultimately must be purged from the lands because he is a fucking piece of shit. He is a racist fucking asshole. Like, it's also so entirely and utterly devoid of facts. It blows my fucking mind. Yeah, dude, the Palestinian Authority that actually facilitates raids on Jenin, on the Palestinian Jenin brigades, alongside the Israeli occupying force, the Palestinian Authority that operates as a part of the Israeli security apparatus that routinely hands off teenagers who threw rocks at the fucking occupying force. Those guys are actually also participating in the destruction of the Israeli state.
They actually think, which is solidarity with Hamas. Palestinian Islamic Jihad is a terror group. Hamas is a terror group. I don't understand. Well, I mean, I do. I know exactly what's going on here. You got to promote the lie. And then, of course, he refers to Thomas Friedman and Ben Rhodes and all the people who agree with him on the super moral complexity of the situation, which really amounts to Israel is to blame.
It's crazy to me that, like, fucking he's shitting on Thomas Friedman, who is
Are you tired of the lie?
Thomas Friedman is, like, literally, I mean, he is a champion of the Iraq War, too. So, oh, God, I think he's lost his fucking mind, dude. I mean, straight up.
The things that we have been...
He's lost his fucking mind. That's it. Sociology is complete nonsense. Here's why. The big three lies about Israel and Hamas. Celebrities speak out on Israel. Yeah. I mean, Ben's always been genocidal. He's always been a genocidal little fucking freak. Tucker and I want the same thing. No war with Iran. No American involvement in this region of the world that amounts to American boots on the ground. We all want the same thing here. But the idea that if you think America should flex its muscle to push Hezbollah off the ball, for example, then this means you actually want the war with Iran, which of course is really scurrilous. It is not true. What? I wonder how much he's getting paid to defend Israel. If you think Ben is getting paid to defend Israel, you're delusional. Brother, you're wrong. He is not getting paid. I don't think he's getting paid to defend Israel, okay? Israel is not dumb. Why the fuck would they pay this guy to defend Israel when he will 100% and has been doing it for free in perpetuity? There are influencers getting paid $1K per pose. Where is my money, dude? Where's my money? I will get my money up, Israel. Hit my fucking line, dog. Give me $200,000 and I will reconsider things that I've said. I'll dial it back. I'll fucking dial it back, dude. Come on. I'll go on the Piers Morgan show next time and be like, what is this pretty much describes? I think that this kind of propaganda is self-defeating. I'm not kidding. Like, the Israeli social media account posts entirely too much for being a part of a genocidal state apparatus. Like, they post way too much, way too often, and like a little baby. I mean, not by Israel, but his constituents are paying him for the propaganda and pro-Israel stance. Ben is getting paid to say the shit about the capitalist class. I mean, his interests align, yes, with America's interests in general. This is 100% the sassiest genocide ever. I know. Once again, The U.S. has provided $100 million to Iron Dome. Israeli officials say the Iron Dome success rate is 90%. It's true. Israel is our friend and Israel's enemies are our enemies, House Speaker John Boehner tweeted shortly after the measure passed. No debate was held on the bill, which passed the Senate earlier Friday with unanimous consent. That's crazy. Your tab game is real weak right now. True. It really is. I lost my, I don't know. I forgot to talk about the House Republicans, which whittled their speaker race numbers from like 8 to 9 to down to like 5. Tom Emmer has dropped his speaker bid, and that's it. I don't understand why the U.S. would pay money to Israel. There's no real existential threat to them. Wait, what? Okay, I can't talk about this more times than I already have. I just look at any of the other videos that I have on the matter. Here, I will show you one last thing on this issue before moving on to greener pastures, okay? Here, this. What really goes on is that AIPAC and the pro-Israel lobby. Al Jazeera, a while ago, made a documentary called the Pro-Israel Lobby AIPAC. I think it was called The Lobby. It has been like censored more than anything else, okay? It's nuts.
This week, I got a rare inside look at AIPAC.
This is just like a tiny fraction of that documentary, but that documentary is actually really good. It shows that it shows straight up that the Israeli espionage apparatus routinely spies on American nationals and will blackmail and you know, engage in acts of espionage against American citizens in an effort to push whatever agenda they have. I don't even know if they are. What happened originally? Pretty sure. I feel like they took it down, right?
AIPAC, the American Israel
It is very hard to find.
Public Affairs Committee. It's one of the most powerful lobbying groups in the U.S. and one that impacts our elected officials' decisions on foreign policy in the Middle East and even where our tax dollars go. I attended their annual conference, which drew 18,000 supporters and every major presidential candidate except for Bernie Sanders. I got to hear pro-Israel messaging that was so strong, facts didn't even seem to matter. What did they say about that?
We don't consider it occupation.
The glimpse I got of the AIPAC machine in action was as fascinating as...
By the way, this is precisely the reason why for so many fucking years, American institutions were not allowed to call the Israeli apartheid regime an apartheid state, okay? Until 2021. Decades after decades into Israel maintaining its apartheid state, did Israel finally the dam broke, I guess. It wasn't Israel, but Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch considered it to be an apartheid state.
It was frightening. Here's why. First, the pandering of our presidential candidates was so intense, you'd think they were running for office in Israel.
America can't ever be neutral when it comes to Israel's security or survival.
America will stand unapologetically with the nation of Israel.
I'm a newcomer to politics, but not to backing the Jewish state.
The film was made by Al Jazeera. The Lobby was made by Al Jazeera in 2016 and was completed in October 2017. And it was censored after Qatar, the gas-rich Gulf Emirate that funds Al Jazeera, came under intense Israel lobby pressure not to air the film. Although Al Jazeera's director general claimed last month that there were outstanding legal issues with the film, his assertions have been flatly contradicted by his own journalists. In March, the Electronic Intifada was the first to report on any of the film's specific content. They had to release it episode by episode, and it is not very easy to find the documentary. To get unprecedented access to Israel's lobby, the Israel lobby's inner workings, undercover reporter Tony posed as a pro-Israel volunteer in Washington. The resulting film exposes the efforts of Israel and its lobbyists to spy on, smear, and intimidate U.S. citizens who support Palestinian human rights, especially BDS, the Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions movement. It shows that Israel's semi-covert black ops government agency, the Ministry of Strategic Affairs, is operating this effort in collusion with an extensive network of U.S.-based organizations. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia threatened to blockade Qatar at the same time this happened. Yeah. These include the Israel on Campus Coalition, the Israel Project, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. It was censored by Qatar. The film was suppressed after the government of Qatar came under intense pressure not to release it, ironically from the very same lobby whose influence and antics the film exposes. Clayton Swisher, Al Jazeera's head of investigations, revealed in an article for The Forward in March that Al Jazeera had sent more than 70 letters to individuals and organizations who appear or are discussed in the film, providing them with an opportunity to respond. Only 3 did so. Instead, pro-Israel groups have endeavored to suppress the film that exposed the lobby's activities. In April, Al Jazeera's management was forced to deny a claim by the hard-right Zionist Organization of America that the film had been canceled altogether. The Electronic Intifada learned that a high-level source in Doha had said that the film's indefinite delay was due to national security concerns from the Qatari government. You can still watch it on YouTube, but when it originally was supposed to come out under Al Jazeera, they fucking blocked it. They straight up blocked it. We can watch it if you want. I mean, I've talked about a lot of this stuff in the documentary in and of itself. No, this is in Britain. No, this is the lobby part 1, Young Friends of Israel. This is the British version of it. The American version of it was like straight up, I'm pretty sure never released by Al Jazeera, but I might be mistaken. Anyway, where was I? As revealed in a clip published by Electronic Intifada, the film shows Julia Rafkind, then an Israeli embassy employee, describing her typical workday as mainly gathering intel, reporting back to Israel to report back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Strategic Affairs. She discusses the Israeli government giving our support to front groups in that behind-the-scenes way. Rafkind also admits to using fake Facebook profiles to infiltrate the circles of Palestinian solidarity activists on campus. The film also reveals that the U.S.-based groups coordinate their efforts directly with the Israeli government, particularly the Ministry of Strategic Affairs. Run by a former military intelligence officer, the ministry is in charge of Israel's global campaign of covert sabotage targeting the BDS movement, which is also AIPAC openly despises and has written legislation in 36 states to make it impossible to even engage in the protest movement.
Even though he previously said he would be neutral on the question of Israel and Palestine, Trump totally flipped the script at AIPAC and basically regurgitated their talking points. And he even prepared a speech for once.
When I become president, the days of treating Israel like a second-class citizen will end on day 1.
Nothing quite got standing ovations at AIPAC like slamming the Iran deal. This is a deal that AIPAC lobbied hard against and spent millions trying to defeat, yet failed. When questioned outside the conference, AIPAC supporters said things like this.
At the end of the day, the deal did pass.
But inside, it was a different story.
On the first day in office, I will rip this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal to shreds.
Another popular way to rally the crowd was by dehumanizing Palestinians and blaming them for the absence of peace.
Palestinian children are raised in a culture that glorifies martyrdom and the willingness to die in the pursuit of killing or maiming Israelis.
What I didn't hear was basic context, like the fact that Israel has kept more than 4 million Palestinians under a military occupation for decades, or that Israel continues expanding settlements on Palestinian land in violation of international law and long...
Like, from moderates all the way to the worst of the worst far-right figures, notice how everyone basically destroys... everyone basically fucking destroys the idea that there is any such distinction between Palestinians and Hamas. That is by design.
Standing U.S. policy. Those realities weren't criticized as major impediments to peace at all. Attendees kept saying they supported peace between Israelis and Palestinians, but strangely weren't really ready to talk about Israel's actions in the region. Lastly, AIPAC's 3-day conference ended with a massive lobbying effort. Literally hundreds of Americans were bused to Capitol Hill to urge their elected officials to keep...
For the record, the Democrats also are absolutely in line with AIPAC dollars as well. And also, famously, Ilhan Omar was yelled at for saying it's all about the Benjamins when referencing AIPAC's outsized influence on American politics, which was objectively correct. And not only that, I mean, yeah, you have psychos like fucking Richie Torres. AIPAC's their largest donor. There you go. If you were wondering where that fucking comes from. Because Benjamin is a Jewish name. Yeah, dude. She meant Benjamin like a Jewish name. She meant it's all about the Benjamins, not referencing Benjamin Franklin, but instead Benjamin Netanyahu. You know, famous formative Jewish founding father, Benjamin Franklin. Anyway, Benjamin Franklin, famous Likud member. Yeah, no, he was a part of Leahy actually. Yeah. Anyway, Where were we? Oh, the other thing I was going to say is, for those of you who don't know, there's also J Street, which is known as the soft Zionism operation, which is more liberal, more tolerant. And back in the day, J Street was definitely significantly more critical of Israel. It was supposed to be like the other side of the conversation. And J Street recently, according to Ryan Grimm's investigations, J Street recently fucking also had an unconditional support for Israel or else attitude. So shout out to the average Alabama cheering on Ted Cruz canceling the Iranian nuclear deal. Yeah.
Supporting Israel.
No, J Street was not asking for a ceasefire originally, and then a lot of former and current J Street members, some of which you know, some of which I've even had on this stream, as a matter of fact, went back and yelled at the organizing body of J Street. So they changed they tempered their stance.
Our purpose is to talk about Israel.
Nothing specific to your communities there.
Nothing specific to our communities.
Even high schoolers were assigned AIPAC talking points.
AIPAC has like its 3 goals. So personally, I'm talking on the first topic, which is about like Iranian aggressions.
AIPAC's message to U.S. politicians is simple: support Israel and we'll support you. And like other strong lobbies, they're effective. The U.S. gives Israel more than $3 billion of military aid each year, which Israel uses to advance its interests, even when they contradict our own.
Support Israel in Fortnite.
But seeing the lobby in action firsthand left me asking, is this how Americans...
As is the case in many circumstances, you have to do massive amounts of astroturfing for one side, and the other side is just simply word of mouth and grassroots mobilization. That's it. Now, obviously, massive amounts of astroturfing can still lead to what is truly important, which is America's legislative actions in this process, the American legislative body's actions in this process. But, of course, you know, you can't really create the same momentum with hundreds of thousands of people on the streets. One other aspect of the lobby was also the expose on Canary mission, which I've talked about before, which is just simply a doxing operation with the express purpose of doxing anyone and everyone that dares to say anything critical of Israel, that they can immediately bully. Like, we're talking nurses, doctors, students in high school and in college. The victims are many. They're all over. It is ridiculous, completely unacceptable. Also, it's time for gaming. Fucking go, baby. Let's freaking go, baby. It's Spooderman time. I've been fucking spalooging. Call me Mr. Spalooja, okay? Like I'm Spider-Man in Fallujah, okay? You condemn Craven every day. I condemn him with these hands.
A fine broken.
Whoa, those blades are sharp.
I got my ass beat before.
You must be new in town. Hi,
oh, fuck.
I'm Spider-Man. In case you didn't know, these guys are bad news. We definitely want to keep them in prison.
Get out of our way. It does not concern you.
All right, guess we can skip the welcome wagon.
Where am I going? Oh.
Spider-Man! Who the hell are these guys? I was hoping you knew! They'll cover you! Keep them out of the ship! On it! Take out the defenses!
Oh god, I love the fucking fighting sequences in this.
Overwhelm the guards and break down the door! They're trying to get inside the ship! They want Scorpion and Lee! We gotta stop them! What do you
Shut up, bitch!
With these guys? Seems like your club has plenty of members! You will see, and it will be glorious! Not liking the sound of that! They just keep coming!
The set pieces are next level. I mean, dude, everything is fucking awesome.
Cover Spider-Man! Focus in! We can't let him get near the prisoners!
Wait, is that guy? Oh, he's the enemy. Oh, there it is. Let's go, baby. I don't care about turning on performance mode. Why? Why do you want me to turn on performance mode? I feel like it's already pretty good. The visuals are good. The performance is good. I don't know why backseaters love fucking talking about performance mode, dude. How about you fucking perform this dick in your mouth, okay? Fucking FPS Andes are unbearable.
Don't get distracted by the spiders. Our quarry lies within. They're definitely going after Scorpion. Can't let them get inside this ship.
Dude, I'm whooping ass in the air, dude. It's crazy. Ah!
Ah! You seeing these guys? A lot of money and tech here.
Yeah, they're not messing around. Seem desperate to get their hands on Scorpion, Lee, both. If those guys get free again,
stay focused, Spider-Man.
Your presence is unexpected, but insignificant.
Man, who are you people? And where'd you even come from?
I'll give them one thing. They know what they want.
Ah!
We are many, but we fight as one.
I'm trying to get up there and I'm having a hard time, chat.
Spider-Man, how you doing?
You know that thing with the Hydra and more heads pop up? That!
We got him on the ropes.
I've got the little one.
Little one?
Get down here, bitch.
About the other Spider-Man, because I'm a half inch taller than him, at least.
Bitch.
Why didn't we know the raft was moving Lee?
Doesn't matter now. Let's just focus on taking these guys out, whoever they are.
Oh my god, dude. Holy fuck! Oh god, I died. I can't believe Dude, the damage compounds pretty quickly, actually, without me realizing.
Yeah, they're not messing around. Seem desperate to get their hands on Scorpion, Lee, or both.
I think it's partially because I don't use,
Your presence is unexpected, insignificant.
Man, who are you people? And where did we even come from?
I'll give them one thing. They know what they want.
We are many, but we fight as one.
Fire another volley. Spider-Man, how you doing?
You know that thing with the Hydra and more heads pop up? That!
We got him on the ropes.
Dude, what the fuck?
I've got the little one.
Little one? You better be talking about the other Spider-Man, because I'm a half inch taller than him, at least. Why didn't we know the raft was moving Lee?
Doesn't matter now. Let's just focus on taking these guys out, whoever they are.
Come on. Where are they? Where are they? Oh, there it is. Bitch. The last one. Oh shit. I'm swimming. You keep spending your heals on takedowns? I mean, yeah, I think it's more important.
What now?
Dude, I'm about to... Dude, I care about splooging, okay? I care about the Spidussy. None of this fake-ass bullshit.
We gotta get the ship free. keep trying to get these things out. King Arthur makes this look so easy.
Is Joe for New York if they get out? 9/11-3?
I got this.
3 9/11s.
Let me worry about them.
How would Eric Adams respond to this?
Spider-Man, you gotta get topside. As soon as I get everyone clear.
Eric Adams is too busy in Golan Heights, baby.
You okay in there? Trying to get out. Looking for civilians on the way. It's bad, man. What happened out there? Did those guards get to safety? Hello? No signal. Better hurry up.
Oh, shit.
It's getting worse out there.
These guys were not invited to the table of success? Yeah, these are haters that became waiters at his table of success, honestly.
Scorpion, he got out and he threw me in here.
Okay. How do I open this? Oh, there it is.
I'll get you out. Stay calm.
Out here crawling in the goon tank. Big time gooner.
Access. Sounds promising. Hope he's got eyes on Scorpion. These guys have no idea who they're letting out. Still here. Promise. Come on, backup power. Be here. Sweet.
Chat, I have no idea why he has electricity. Oh shit, oh dude, Spooder Man.
Even I can feel it.
Why does he have electricity powers?
This amount of electricity will fry him alive.
The spider that bit him had it?
I need you to stay away from the water, okay? Drain the excess energy.
Bro, you played the last game? I don't remember anything. Okay, don't fucking ask me.
Thanks a million, kid.
Oh, come on, Scorpion. Oh, classic. You knew what I was when you pulled me into the water. Get it? Chat, get it? Like Scorpion and the Frog, like the famous story. Like, you tricked me, I said to the Scorpion Man. And he said, you knew what I was. You know what I mean? Miles would be the frog in the situation. How we've never... It's the same story that Trump tells all the time about immigration when he says the snake. You knew what I was when you let me in.
Saved you. Really?
It's just my nature. Exactly.
No.
Hassan, what's this boomer fairy tale, dude? There's... Wait, what?
This isn't real.
There's nothing funnier than someone saying fairy tales are boomer shit. Motherfucker said La Fontaine? Boomer shit, dog. Don't know about that. It's a fable, homie. What the fuck?
Maybe I'm just a guy who doesn't give up. Give up. Give up.
Miles.
What the fuck?
It's not safe. Miles.
What is happening?
Time running out.
Huh?
He got hit with that good shit. I'll have what he's having.
I have to find them.
Like what the youth say, he's smoking on that loud ganja. The lettuce, the devil's lettuce.
taking over his body.
Clear.
We got him.
No, Lee! Lee! You cannot escape!
Wait, what am I? Why am I more powerful now? Oh my god! As if it was.
Venom power. I can barely control it. Spider-Man! They got Lee!
Scorpion 2! I'm after them now! Miles, do you think you can handle Lee? I can turn around right now!
No! I got this! Go on!
Are you sure?
I can't let him near my family again! Not after what he did to my dad!
Oh shit!
I have to protect them! They need me, man!
Nothing will happen to your family! Nothing! You got this! I'll be back soon!
Got this!
Oh my god, those chains are fucking insane, dude. Wait, I defeated the enemies. What do you want? Wait, what is happening with this camera? Hello? Oh.
Get back here!
This is just like when Nelson Mandela was in prison and they told him to renounce violence and he told him that he was in prison. Thank you, chatter, for reminding everyone of this key detail.
Right here. Subdue this fight and receive him.
You're not taking him!
They are ours.
Let's see you try!
Gooning!
I don't know who you are, but you messed with the wrong city! And you think I'm naive?
Get him on the ground!
Fuck! God damn!
I have a shot! Knocking shot!
Bitch! Fuck these things, dude. Those things are fucking annoying. Put him up! Put him up! Yeah. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Oh my god, that guy's a rocket launcher? What the hell?
I think that's all of them.
Fucking Craven! Fucking hell! Aaron Taylor Johnson is so fucking hot,
Spider-Man,
and he's a better Craven,
things just
I
went
will
from
say.
bad to East River on fire bad.
That's... well, okay. I'm on my way. We'll deal with Scorpion later. Come on! Come on!
Damn! I will commandeer the ship
Hang on to something!
for my purposes, please. Supercharge, turbocharge.
He's not going anywhere!
Damn, bro. Obsessive much? Let him go. If you love someone, you let him go. If they come back, then you know. You know what I mean?
That propeller! Run! I'll stop it! I'm here, guys!
I'm jizzing all over it, dude. I'm jizzing all over it.
Lay off me so I can stop that propeller. I can't whip that propeller with these guys beating on me.
We got him.
How many times I gotta tell you people? Lee stays with me.
Oh! Shit! I'm dead.
We got him.
I'll be honest. I am not very good, but also your health bar gets fucking ripped pretty quick.
Can't whip that propeller with these guys beating on me.
Wait, why couldn't I fucking use that?
We've got it. How many times I gotta tell you people? Lee stays with me.
What this?
Yeah, beat your fucking ass in the air, dude. I love sticking him to the walls. It's my favorite thing to do. Negative Man is hot.
You don't know what you took from me.
Spider-Man, let him go!
This part's kind of silly. I will not let Markiplier go.
Spider-Man, I need your
The
help!
FNAF movie is coming out. Why didn't I do that before? Goddamn. Bro, that's pretty funny. Just smack the shit out of that propeller. That was a very Monkey D. Luffy-ass way of dealing with that problem, just punching it really hard.
Police are still fishing, but there's no sign of him. Any luck upriver?
Nothing but debris. Who were those guys?
Whoever they are, they're packing some serious tech.
And now they got all that, plus Scorpion and Lee.
Hey, whatever they're planning, we'll find them. We'll stop them.
Yeah.
Spider-Man is looking opium, and that's on purpose. That's by design.
Pete, when I saw Lee inside that ship, my powers, they...
You think his energy got entangled with yours?
I don't know, man. It feels volatile.
Wherever Electric Blue came from, it saved the day back there. Hey, we'll put Lee back where he belongs. Promise.
Eric Adams releases New York coin to raise money for harbor repairs.
Trying to soak over here.
Not on my watch. Come on.
Don't let him hanging, dude. That's kind of fucked.
You're too much, man.
Miles' suit is pretty ass, not gonna lie. Okay, you shut your mouth.
Hang in there, Miles.
Abilities. You unlock chain lightning. Whoa. I'm still opening up new skills, which is pretty pog. All right, dude. All right, chat. Here. You want encoded suit? This one, for some reason, looks more Indian than the Indian Spider-Man. I don't know why. Like, you know, I was watching the Spider-Verse movie last night, and it looks this one looks more Indian than the Indian Spider-Man suit. It's Filipino. I could see that. Family business suit. Classic suit. Tracksuit is the worst one, I think. It's Filipino. That's why it's in Lakers colors. Pinoy gang suit. I mean, we can all admit that the Red Spectre suit is ass. The ones with the hair are just so bad. They accidentally gave Miles a Cuban flag in his bedroom and people got mad. Wait, really? I like the biomechanical suit, but everyone's shitting on it.
Hey, Miles. Get used to hearing that voicemail of yours. Dropped you a pin. Wanna come through?
Hey, Uncle Aaron.
What? Too busy to visit your fam?
Nah.
Chad, I have a
I was
question.
just giving you space after you got out.
Don't need to. Besides, we gotta settle some things.
We do?
See you soon, kid.
Just
so
go see him and get it over with, Miles. Then we focus on whoever took Lee and Scorpion. Something tells me they're planning something big.
Question I have, Chad, is that Miles, his uncle is dead in the Spider-Verse, but in this one, his dad is dead. How does that work? Photo op discovered. Where? And in that universe, there's no Spider-Man anyway, right? How do you fucking film? How do you... Oh, there it is.
It's perfect for Robbie.
Is that? Oh, man. I haven't been there in years. When we were at the Bugle's old office, we'd hide out here whenever Jonah was about to blow. Yeah, I finished a lot of assignments sitting at that bar. And a lot of grasshoppers.
What the fuck? Why? Swing, man. What the hell? Thanks for the creep shot, Spidey. I'm gonna enjoy these later. Damn, it's hard to fuck the swing around in Williamsburg, dude. There's not enough high,
Hey friends, it's Danica. You are listening to the Danicast. Get this. Now the fastest growing podcast in New York. Hold on to your knickers, Jonah. I'm coming for the crown. For you new listeners, welcome. The Danicast is your spot for real takes on real news about real people. Did y'all hear about this train worker, Dennis, who single-handedly kept the trains running during the Sandman attack? Main track control booth got cut off by a power failure, and he had to patch in from his cell phone on a hotspot to keep the lines up. Thousands of people got evacuated to Queens and Brooklyn thanks to him. Dennis, we at the Danicast salute you. Keep doing what you're doing.
have Danny on Fear and no shot, dude. No fucking shot, bro dingo. How does it feel not having a superhero from New Jersey? There is nothing.
Traditional's always best, but it does not mean we're unwilling to experiment every once in a while.
There's nothing more normal than not having a superhero from New Jersey.
Join our membership program, and you can even request new flavors, like this one.
Also, yeah, you're right. Tony Soprano is the hero of New Jersey. Let's be fucking real. Can you fast travel yet? Or how does that work? How does fast travel work here? Oh, you can't. Hummus vendor.
Special banana bread.
Where's the... What the fuck? Where is it? Oh. Is that it? Is that the hummus vendor? No. Oh my god, I almost killed people.
Coming through. That's good.
Was that a good photo? Post it online.
Ah, here we go. Now, I'll admit, I first walked into his shop because of all the articles about his new flavors. His traditional ones would have kept me coming back. Sometimes a classic is a classic for a reason.
Oh, God. Let's go, dude. I fucking love this shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Ah! I feel like I swing very irresponsibly. It's giving early Harry Potter. Please only talk in a New York accent for full immersion. Hey, Spider-Man, it's top of the fucking hour coming to you. Hey, how you doing? Fuck you. Hey. Are you gonna play Mario Wonder? Only one Italian game at a time, all right? Fucking Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Hey, how you doing? Fuck you, Spider-Man. Is this it? What am I? Where's the fucking camera area? Oh. No?
But you still get that for Spider Bros.
Fuck is it?
Does it help if we toss out some quotes to get the energy going? Taste my webs, Rhino. Spider zap.
Yeah, that'll definitely work.
Well. Spider-Man's a shutterbug. Click. Whip.
That's so...
Yeah. Some things in New York you just can't explain. And that's what's great about it.
Pittsburgh over New York? You're fucking
You really gotta do
delusional.
this with the mask on?
Depends.
Relax. I'm not trying to get my ass kicked by my nephew again. Your dad used to give me that exact same look.
Weeby, that is the most unhinged thing you've ever said, and you are literally a relentless supporter of Bill Maher on this fucking show.
Kid?
You are known as the of Bill Maher's #1 supporter, and honestly, that was probably still the most insane thing you've ever said.
Martin Lee. Someone got him out.
Know what you're thinking, Miles. This is not on you. You can't let him live up here. It's just another kind of prison.
It's not that easy.
Never said it was. But sometimes you gotta push the past away so you can make room for the future.
Dude, every
That's actually
family
why I
member
called.
of Spider-Man historically has to speak in
Need your
these
help
like
getting
weird
something. Get it myself.
truisms,
Role means Prowler's retired. What is it?
idioms,
Just
words of
some old
wisdom.
tech I gotta get off the street. Hashed it by a decommissioned Roxxon lab near Central Park.
Yeah, I know the one. Are you really putting Prowler behind you?
Behind us.
Someone just said
Getting some?
Schittsburg.
How did you...
Miles, a Lee business? Don't be stupid.
Yeah.
Hasn't your uncle ever said anything inspirational? You know who my uncle is, so the answer is no.
I'm serious, Miles. I've heard this dude can turn your brain into scrambled eggs. Leave it alone. Now, what else is going on? Our school? College? Anyone you like?
I don't know.
So there is someone.
I'm here. What am I looking for?
Just use your eyes, nephew. Uploaded some Prowler code into your mask when I swiped it.
Of course you did.
Stash stays hidden until it detects the code from my suit. Last step is to decrypt the key. Give it a shot. Don't cheat it. Take your time.
That's cool. That's cool.
Not bad, kid.
It's using the grip, the different kinetics, or the different haptics. I like that. What am I supposed to do? Move to a position where you can yank the panel.
Another gate.
Yes, it's cool as fuck because it's like different levels of haptic feedback.
Sweet. Can't pull it open from down here.
What's the adaptive trigger situation like this for game? Like the left one was the left one was like more powerful than the right one. It's weird. Like you have to have a stronger grip on the left one than the right
You should be seeing
one.
how to get inside now.
Oh, this is next level, man. Hit this whole room in plain sight.
It's not that impressive. What the fuck? It's just a room, dog. You're literally Spider-Man. What the fuck?
Got it. Wanna finally tell me what this is?
Old suit prototypes. Feel free to keep it. Some good tech in there.
Cool. Could definitely use this.
Boost your combat and traversal capabilities by upgrading suit tech. Select health. Definitely need that. Tech parts, rare tech parts, buy Prowler stashes. All right.
Listen,
have you unlocked the
this
Aki
isn't
way
the only
suit?
stash.
Unc.
Whoever freed Lee sounds like my tech is right up their alley. I want it falling into the wrong hands. You're the only person I trust with this.
Okay, I got you.
Coordinates are in the mask. Thanks, nephew. Don't be a stranger.
Wonder what Ma's gonna say about this.
Okay, Unc.
Oye,
Okay,
Miles, me enteré de lo que pasó con el transfer y con... ¿Estás bien?
Sí, Ma. Todo bien. Estaba ayudando a Uncle Aaron with some stuff.
Ah. ¿Y cómo está él?
Está trotando.
Pues
His
qué bueno.
Spanglish is so
Mami,
abrasive,
te veo en
dude.
casa. And before you ask me again, estoy bien. Te lo juro. Te quiero. Let's head out
Like,
into
I know
the
that's
city.
supposed to be the case, but
See what's going
goddamn.
on. Maybe even find Lee while I'm at it. Maybe I should find more of Marco's mind fragments. Find out what's eating him.
Spot around the corner.
Nice.
I feel bad about it too, but what am I supposed to do?
Surprise chest bump?
Reminds me of the people who write into the Bugle. And a few who work there. Freedom of speech is a beautiful thing. But saying a thing over and over again doesn't make it true.
Miles, club fair, remember? You on your way?
Oh, right, that's today.
Mr. Atlas is confirmed to be here. He's got the best music technology program in the state. And I heard he's talking scholarships.
Have so many questions for him. Be there soon.
Crazy how New York is literally like this? Yeah, bro, this is New York. What do you mean? Crime happens all the time, and then you have to defeat it. Anne. Oh God, whatever she's cooking, whatever you're cooking is crazy. Like hurting my nose. I don't know how. I guess I don't have really any missions right now. Is that what it is? Can I fast travel here? Damn, I can't fast travel anywhere, bro. What the fuck is this? Here, I'll do one crime.
Another day, another disaster befalls our beautiful city. And guess who's to blame? In what should have been a routine prison transfer, the Spider-Men felt the need to inject themselves into a situation that was already being handled by the proper authorities. And complete... Spider-Man!
We're ending this now!
Stop fighting us!
He said, I'm not your enemy. Please stop. Oh, shit. Bro, why does every fucking 2-bit thug have a goddamn gun in this fucking city? I thought Eric Adams had this fucking shit on lock, dude. Too busy. NYPD is too busy racially profiling black people to realize that all of these, like, diverse gangs are responsible for so much of the gun violence in this goddamn city.
You guys are pretty tough. I'm sure Feast could use some strong hands. Think about it.
Yeah, even the gang's got DEI initiatives going, dude. That's funny. Hey, sorry about that. Keep it going. Move it along. Nothing to see here.
That's perfect for Robbie.
Literal woke mob, yeah.
I mean, if I was rich, I'd take advantage of that backdrop too. I'd also be worried
Should I do this Marco memory collectible? Yeah, maybe I should do that.
about constantly launching balls off the roof, but I guess they can afford it.
City seems pretty quiet. Still no sign of Lee. Or the gang that took him. Wonder if Pete's having better luck than me. Chris was mine this time.
Oh shit, what the fuck? Swipe left to... Oh, you can do you can swap.
Warn a guy
Oh
next
fuck.
time. Sheesh. No way we can talk this out?
Oh, fuck. Bitch! Fuck out of here, dude.
Now, let's see what this crystal has.
Someone's watching us, Kimia. But I don't want you to worry. That's my job.
Someone was keeping tabs on Marco. Who's Kimia?
HasanAbi's a one-hit one. Okay, so I have to... What do I do? Pete's touring the new foundation in the city, so I have to switch to Peter, huh?
Hey, Pete, you ready to come by the foundation?
Sure. I'm excited to see what you're up to.
Great. I'm excited to show you.
He's sus as
Gotta
fuck,
grab
dude.
this call from MJ. See you soon.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Just got off the phone with Harry, and this foundation thing could be interesting. Gotta do a thing. One sec.
Really? To fucking talk to Robbie, you can't multitask?
Sometimes, I worry with all the terrible things that happen in our city. People be afraid to leave their homes, live their lives. But not today.
Remind me, I owe you a pizza date. Anyway, what were we talking about?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Just got off the phone with Harry, and this foundation thing could be interesting.
Oh, nice. Some hope.
I'll call you right back.
I'm gonna keep... Norman never tips?
Protesting isn't just a constitutional right in New York. It's your civic duty. Especially when a multinational corporation is behind a bioweapon unintentionally getting released into the city.
Hey, hon, I'm back. So, you were saying?
Oh, nice. Some hope on my work front, too. I dug into the tech that gang used to mess with the prison transfer. It's...
There's no way that it just automatically fucking made me stop the getaway car. Oh, god damn it. Wait, what? What the fuck? What is happening in this game right now? Oh, dude, I'm gonna do the coolest thing. I'm gonna fucking come up in front of them. Like in the movies. Oh, never mind. How do you grab, chat? How do you grab this fucking thing? Oh, there it is. Dude, this is way more damaging than anything else.
Chalk one up for the good guys.
Yeah, you better fucking watch it, dude. Watch it!
Chief Clark, everything okay?
We're about to demolish a hospital that was damaged during Sandman's attack, but there's a lot of debris slowing down the technicians. If you're free, they could really use your webs to help keep the building stable while they work.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Dude, that's
We'll keep
crazy.
working until you get here.
Spider-Man is They're like, hey man, can you please help? Can you please fucking splooge all over this house that we're doing a demolition at? Where was Spider-Man for fucking Tower 7? You know what I'm saying?
That's perfect.
Honestly, we need a whole other photo series just on New York's music. Its impact, the communities it built, its outright brilliance. It's hard to encapsulate in one photo, but this isn't bad.
I'm already doing slingshot. Chat, look, isn't that a slingshot? The X? This is a slingshot, isn't it?
Hey, what's up?
Just wanted to let you know that I talked to Gloria, and Feast is gonna send a donation truck to the house tomorrow for the rest of May's stuff.
I don't think I'll be able to go through everything by then. Could you cancel that? I promise I'll donate it all myself as soon as I'm finished with...
Everything? I'll call him right now. But don't push yourself too.
Wow. I was wondering what this place was.
Hung up on my girlfriend 4 times in a row. You know what I'm saying? Fucking. That's that Sigma boyfriend shit, dude. You don't even know about that, chat. You fucking don't know.
It's Emily's tree. This is perfect.
You made it.
I thought you said this was a startup.
Yeah, I was hoping for something a little less this, but my dad was the one who, you know, he made all the arrangements.
Peter Parker.
Make your girlfriend pay the mortgage, hang up on her 4 fucking times
What
in
do
a
you
row.
think? The far cry from that chop shop that Otto had you in. And now that you're on board, this place is really gonna start cooking.
Dad, Pete hasn't decided he's joining yet.
Oh, really?
But I was gonna give him a tour, let him decide for himself.
All right. You know, seeing you boys together again. Right then. Have fun.
I thought
Get your
Peter was
badge
black
out.
in this game. No, that's
Let's go
Miles
exploring.
Morales.
So the first thing I want to show you is downstairs.
Harry, this place.
Right? Dad went a little more over the top than I would have liked.
How did
He
you...
got things set up while I was still undergoing treatment, but when I got out, I made a few changes.
Like what?
Diverted my salary into research projects, installed a diverse board to keep us on the right track.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Okay. The DEI initiatives jump out at every fucking corner. Stop current daying us! I invested in the R&D and hired a diverse board of representatives. Like, he's actually doing DEI, dude. What the fuck?
And made sure all research aligned with our mission, to heal the world. First, I want you to meet Dr. Young, who's a leading entomologist. You know what entomology is?
Yeah.
Dr. Young is doing this super cool research on bees, or to be more precise, on bee predators.
California shit! Bethesda!
Here, follow me.
Data does not cross-calculate with the AI learning we did during the last milestone.
Ready to talk to Dr. Young?
You must be Peter. So nice to meet you.
Someone said, what's wrong with DI? Isn't this literally a weapons manufacturer led by a fucking evil billionaire? What are you talking about? What's wrong with DEI? If anything, it's so on the nose, and it's more so a criticism of the same situation. Like, it's literally, this is literally the Human Rights campaign, HRC, not HRW, going, Gaytheon is the fucking gayest weapons manufacturer of all time.
I think you'll like this project.
Norman
Great to meet you,
Oswald.
Dr. Young. Harry says you're working with bees.
Yes, and it's quite an urgent situation. A full third of the food you eat every day comes from crops pollinated by bees. But worldwide populations are in steep decline, primarily due to a significant predator.
This is greenwashing Oscorp. Shut the fuck up, chat.
So, we developed
A
an innovative
subsidiary
way to
of
help the bees.
Oscorp.
Want to see how?
Funded by the profits accumulated by a weapons manufacturer, death dealing.
Whoa, this is cool. These little drones are essentially bee bodyguards that were training to detect and attack bee wolves.
AKA bee killer wasps.
And you're helping with the machine learning algorithm. Do you see those little holographic bee wolves? The better you are at shooting those, the better our drones get at recognizing what to target.
The idea is for the drones to scare the bee wolves away, not hurt them.
Oh, nice! Yes! Yep. Oh, yeah! Gotta protect the hive.
Stop current daying us,
Nice.
beehive.
Gotcha! Wow!
While you're yapping, I'm zapping, chat.
I'm getting the hang of it.
Done, Peter. A very productive session. We got great data.
Okay, flying home.
Welcome to entomology. Attention.
If those virtual bee wolves you just took out were real, you'd have saved the lives of about 2,500 bees.
Wow. I'd love to help any way I can. I could take a look at juicing the neural network speed.
Oh, yes, please.
Maybe if Pete decides to join us, you two can talk some more.
That's crazy. He's like,
Thanks,
hey,
Dr.
what's
Young.
up, scientist? Let me help you. Classic white
I've got
guy
so
behavior.
much more to show you, Pete. Let's go.
Classic white guy behavior. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just juice up the neural network for no reason.
Now up ahead is the
I'll
medical
fucking do it.
research area. We're doing cutting-edge proton beam work. Using
Not gonna
protons
lie, that's
instead
not
of
very DEI of you, my guy.
X-rays with better targeting and less radiation.
It's all the stuff we talked about. All the stuff we dreamed could make the world a better place.
That's the idea.
Oh, nepotism hire Andy over here. White guys still hiring other white guys that are unqualified for the job.
Harry, a moment, if you please. Any chance it can wait a sec? It'll be quick. Thank you.
Doc, this is my friend Peter. Peter, Dr. Connors.
We've actually met. I used to work with Dr. Octavius. You came to the lab once to consult on electrotactile stimuli.
By the way, Spooter, man, has the most express anti-doctor narrative you can ever get. Every single doctor becomes a fucking villain. That is Lizard Man, okay? Or whatever the fuck he is. Like, every single doctor turns into a villain at the end of the day.
Yes. Shame about Dr. Octavius. Work had so much promise. Any changes since this morning? Dizziness, aches, pains, anxiety, impulsive thoughts?
Nope. I've never been better.
That's what worries
Save
me.
the World Court run by lizard people.
Nice to see you again.
Also very happy you know so much of the lore here, man. What do you mean? It's like, this is what I grew up with.
Dad believes in second chances. Hey, listen, I gotta go make a call, but feel free to explore. Come meet me upstairs when you're ready.
Why did Hassan read my dumb message? Can't he just tell me his take on FNAF lore?
So
Dude,
that
you
was
think I've ever
crazy.
played FNAF?
But it seems to be working for everyone to have Dr. Connors here.
I don't know anything about
Guess
FNAF.
I'll look around.
I just know Markiplier invented it or something.
The origins of life on Earth remain a mystery. How could organic life forms have arisen from non-biological chemical compounds?
Boring. I don't want to know about the fake invention of the world. We already know. It was Jesus Christ and dinosaurs.
I don't suppose that's an option.
What about your arch enemy, Matt Pat? Why is Matt Pat my arch enemy? I'm not up to date on lore.
Hey, what are you doing with these bikes?
We're working on ultra-efficient batteries, charged by bicycles.
These bikes? Can I ride them?
Not right now, but when they're road ready, we'll need people to test them.
Nice.
Come on,
I'll try to
Dr.
come back.
Wynn. Let me at him.
Asteroids, meteors, and meteorites.
Do I like Spider-Man and Wolverine more? Wolverine was my favorite growing up because he had way more adult stuff going on.
Cool fish.
Not just fish, research subjects. Want to feed them?
Yeah?
Japanese koi fish have well-studied pigmentation variation, which is...
Here's how I know Donald Trump has broken my mind and politics have broken my mind, because immediately the first thing that came to my mind is Donald Trump dumping an entire bag of feed on top of the koi fish next to Shinzo Abe like a fucking baby.
Deal for our research into enhanced reflectivity.
Stacks
Going,
of
"Ah!"
intracellular anhydrous guanine crystals.
Separated by cytoplasm, we're finding it very useful for eco-friendly roofing materials.
Oh my god,
So
these
cool.
fucking nerds, dude. Unbearable. Shut up. My cytoplasm. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Like, we get it, bro. Shut the fuck up. God, I would never want to work here. Surrounded by freaking nerds. I almost tried to spider web up here. I forgot I'm in Peter mode right now. What's the goal here? What am I supposed to be doing? Explore the Emily May
work
Fountain?
here every day. It's almost too good to be true. Let's start paying off the mortgage. But what if Spidey work gets in the way? Gotta think this through before signing on.
What do you mean Spidey work gets in the way? It's your homie's fucking manufacturing facility, dude. Greenwashing the weapons lab down the street. With like literal villains at the helm too.
Looks like Connors is putting the research he did after he lost his arm to good use. Wonder if he regrets testing that serum on himself. Must be unnerving walking around with dormant lizard DNA in your body.
Also, lizards controlling the fucking world, like doctors who are lizards, very anti-vaxxer, which I'm on board with.
Numbers available donors. An innovative solution uses 3D printing technology to create custom replacement organs, decreasing the likelihood of transplant rejection and increasing the chances of a successful outcome.
Okay, that sounds crazy.
Here at the Emily May Foundation. Welcome to entomology.
Drones?
Yeah, doing a little cross-collaboration between the Energy Lab and the Agricultural Lab. Ultralight drones using the new battery tech for crop monitoring.
Very cool. Do they collect crop data too?
They will, by the time we're done with them.
That's awesome.
Thanks.
What is this fucking mission? It's the nerd mission, dude.
Yeah. Hey, whenever you're ready, come meet me up here.
I'm on my way. I'll see you in a sec.
I'm telling you, it's the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell mission, dude. It's fucking annoying.
On your left.
I did watch the 90s X-Men animated show growing up. But the reason why I love Wolverine is because Wolverine had a separate, like, standalone thing where he would travel the world and, like, I think he worked for the CIA or something, or the government.
We use it to send proton beams to that treatment room downstairs. It's being repaired right now, but...
Like, in Japan and stuff, it was so sick.
Incredible. Where are we heading now?
Up to the top floor.
Your energy seems really good, Harry.
Yeah, Canadian.
I feel great.
Secret.
So put your Wayback helmet on and think back. Even before high school. To middle school.
Okay.
Now, do you know the...
Hang on.
You're a popular guy.
Sorry, it's just my tutoring job. You were saying?
You know the stuff everyone studies in middle school with Gregor Mendel and the pea plants?
Yeah, I think so. About genetics and plant hybridization?
Exactly. So, Dr. Foster up ahead, he's won every top prize in the field for his work with plant genetics.
Wow.
Hey, when you were walking around, did you have a chance to feed the fish?
Yes, that was so great. Interesting research project. And lowers the old cortisol levels, too.
Right? I honestly think it's one of my favorite spots in the building.
I can't stand these fucking nerds, dude. I want to give Harry a wedgie.
I see what you're saying.
The algorithm is similar to long division, if you look at it that way.
Got it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was in a tank for 2 years. What salary is a good question. Nepotism baby.
Dr. Foster.
Thanks, Dr. Foster.
Ah, Peter, I presume. Harry talks about you frequently.
So nice to meet you.
Dr. Foster is working on agricultural efficiency.
With the population growing and the climate changing unpredictably, we need to adapt more quickly than nature normally would.
It's fake.
Genetic recombination can customize crops to best
Climate
meet
change is
these new
fake.
challenges, be it extreme weather or an increase in pests. Would you like to see this testbed?
No.
Okay.
The idea is to tweak a plant's genes to maximize optimal qualities. For instance, a plant that can thrive in drought conditions. In our simulation, the goal is to maximize growth. Why don't you practice on this?
Okay.
Match the base pairs to incorporate as many growth genes as you can. That'll be a plant that can feed the world.
Interesting.
This is too difficult. Too difficult. What the fuck? Damn, I just did it. I'm as smart as that guy.
Okay, I think I get the hang of it.
Great. Now you're ready to try the real thing. This is a plant we're working on to grow well in drought conditions. Corporations patent GMO seeds for profit and are rightly criticized. But ours are open source, developed for sustainability instead of financial gain.
So smart.
Wow, I did it.
One step closer to feeding the world.
They're doing open
Nice
source
work.
GMO shit, dude. That's
Listen,
crazy.
I know you're not officially on, but could you look at one more gene for me? Curious to get your take on it. It's a crop specifically adapted to urban gardens.
Of course.
Oh, fuck. I fucked this up.
Let's see.
Not working. What the fuck's going on? Did I ruin it? What happened? What's that noise?
Beautiful work, Peter.
Our coronavirus was invented, chat.
Using this technology, We're on track to end world hunger by 2035.
Wow. I know a rooftop you could use for a real-world test if you're interested.
Oh, very much so. Harry was right. You'll be a real asset here.
Bro, this guy has won like Nobel Prizes, and I just did his dumbass puzzle.
Might be my favorite.
As a fucking unemployed teacher who can't even hold a job. What kind of fucking world are we living in, dude? White guys on top, okay? This is all this game is showing
It's
me.
commanding, but not overbearing. Playful, but not tasteless. Impressive, but not show-off.
Your office.
Or is it our office?
Harry.
Now remember, the things you've seen today are just a small taste of what we're working on. But don't decide just yet, not till you've seen this last thing.
Nobel Prize winning fucking doctor goes, wow, you're a real asset. You know a rooftop.
Okay.
And also you're friends with the boss, who is a fail son, who bought this entire operation.
Don't tell me you lost it.
Nope, false alarm. Right here.
Go ahead. Wipe.
Wow.
Yeah, I got fired on my first day of teaching for splooging off with one of the students when there was a crisis unfolding.
Harry, this is all so amazing. It's perfect, really. It's just things are really hectic right now.
When I was in treatment, all I could think about was, what would I do if I survived? I kept hearing my mom's voice, telling me that our planet is in trouble. It's my responsibility to save it.
Dude, stop. Just be evil. Come on. Just be evil already. This is like too much. I hate this shit.
You join me? God, there's so much more that we can do. I mean, we both know you're the smarter one. Come on. Let's make my mom and May proud, huh?
It's amazing.
Why would you say no to this, Peter? You fucking idiot. You have no job. You're literally...
Can I move my desk over there?
You're literally... He's about to get a fucking typical no-show job by knowing a rich kid, okay? This is literally why people go to Harvard, okay? So they can fucking graduate with a gentleman's C and then get a no-show job where they make $250,000 a year starting salary on their best friend who also happens to be a fucking fail son and their startup that is like $7 gazillion that he started
I like
with.
to face the wall when I work.
Oh, one quick thing.
Oh my God, the embarrassment. Imagine the fucking embarrassment, dude. Insanity.
I'm gonna need a little time to transition out of my tutoring job.
So disastrously cringe.
Take whatever time you need. All about balance, right?
But Coney Island later, yeah?
You bet.
This game is banned in Florida for being too gay. If they literally straight started butt fucking, that would be infinitely less gay and way more cool. They should just do
I
that.
forgot to tell you. Some of our researchers have field experiments set up around the city.
I wish that was
If you
what
have
this
time,
entire
check 'em out.
segment was QTE
I've sent you the location,
sex.
and your badge will grant you access.
All right, I'll swing by.
QTE gay sex, also known as sex. What the fuck? Oh, the hybrid suit is fucking cool. Oh, what is this? Orantia suit? This one is the punk Spider-Man, right? Fucking hell. This guy is black in the Spider-Verse and British. What is happening with this? I kind of have to craft this. I'm afraid I must craft this and use it. I don't know what's happening here, but why do you say pervert suit?
Hey, sorry I didn't get back to you before, but I just got a new job.
For real? Well, that's awesome. Where's it at?
This new foundation run by my best friend. It's incredible. But I can fill you in later. What's up?
The guys who took Lee and Scorpion? Genki and I tracked the exhaust trails from their aircraft to the Williamsburg Bridge. I'll meet you there.
Hold on! Don't you have an essay to finish?
Yeah, but duty calls.
Trust me, your duty is to your future right now. I'll keep you updated on anything I find.
All right. Good luck out there.
Looks like one of Marco's memory crystals Miles told me about. I should check it out. So many puns, and I don't even know where to start.
Any chance we make this easy?
This pervy ass fucking suit is sick. I don't know why people were saying that it's not good. What is the art where you
Now to see what's inside the crystal.
what is it when you the sex thing where you get binded?
Maybe I'm being paranoid, but everywhere I go,
Shibari bondage?
I see them too. Work,
Shibari, yeah.
corner store, in the park. They're tracking us.
Marco made a lot of enemies.
Real sus that y'all came up with that so quick. I'll remember that. Very suspicious.
What's up, Danicasters? I've seen the questions about that new Emily May Foundation. Who are they? What do they do? Well,
Good question.
big picture, it's an Oscorp spinoff, which we don't love, I know, but the man in charge, Harry Osborn, has got a decent rep. At the very least, he hired my favorite bee scientist, aka apiologist,
Don't see any bad guys. Maybe Miles and Genki had it wrong?
Bro, she said my favorite bee scientist. On what fucking planet are podcasters? On what fucking planet are podcasters like, that's my favorite bee scientist? Oh my God. You know, this is an Oscorp cutout to greenwash their fucking operations. But honestly, they hired my favorite bee scientist.
Hey, I'm at the bridge. But there's no sign of our mysterious safari pirates.
Oh, man. We were sure it was there. Sorry about the wild goose chase.
Don't sweat it. We'll find him.
Is this what the Red Scare is like?
Come on, man.
I haven't listened to it. Yeah, that, but also with like a lot more transphobia and also just a lot more vocal fry.
Okay. What in the...
The insect! Arachnid, come on! Now have your boss with the main get this kind of tech! A new hunter knows how to camouflage! You could have just said I don't know!
Whooping that ass. Where are they? Beep, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep, splooge.
Seriously though, where'd your boss take Lee and Gargan?
What's happening? Wait, is that what the fuck?
What do we have here? Maybe it'll lead me to some answers. Okay, Birdie. Take me to your nest. Gonna miss these chases when I'm an Emily May. The adrenaline, going through the city like it's an obstacle course, never gets old. Getting to do real science, though. For actual money. Oh my God, finally did it. I have a stable career. Okay, cool it, Parker. Can daydream about those fat science stacks later. Time to chase. Whoa, is that a railgun? That actually works?
Oh, fuck. Oops.
Up, up, and you won't get away!
Damn, dude.
No, no, no, no, no, no!
Craven's homies are everywhere,
Nice
huh?
cloaking tech. Mind if I take a look under the hood? I'll take that as a no.
This is typical New York City, by the way. A lot of you don't know this, but in New York City, this kind of cloaking tech exists, dude. Yeah. They have it in every rooftop. You better watch it.
It's too close now. I wonder if I can get my suit to identify their visual frequencies. I don't see your boss around. Where's he hiding? I want to talk to him about his lifestyle choices.
You are not worthy of his attention.
But Scorpion is? Okay. You know, I've got nothing against Gargan. I'm just saying I've kicked his butt a few times.
And yet you always held back.
By not killing him? Yeah, killing really isn't my thing. Now, where's your boss?
I probably killed someone with that, by the way. I just launched that fucking projectile off the rooftop. Like, someone's dying with that. You know what I mean? I wonder if that hit somebody, you know what I mean? I heard everything is so high tech, and then they just have a lit on fire barrel, you know what I mean?
Another robot. Maybe I can test something out. Okay, let's see. Sorry, Birdie. This is just as awkward for me.
Keep Gargan on my Osborne till I web. That's disgusting. You're disgusting.
Yep. Oh, is that your home?
That doesn't even make sense.
Come on, Birdie, let go. Come on. Not buy a ticket for this ride. Gonna send this location to MJ. Maybe she can dig up some building records. Where are we going now?
Oh shit, what is that? What is that structure?
Hey, MJ. Did you get that location data I sent you?
Yeah, it's an old food market. Owner died last year. Building sold a few weeks ago. Wait. This buyer. There's some shell company that's been acquiring property all over the city. Like, whole city blocks.
Yes, Spooderman would free Gaza, for sure. Alright, I have to pee, hold on. Alright, later.
I tried to do a story on them last
När
month,
den?
but the trail dried up. Every person I was talking to just vanished.
Go make yourselves useful. Our departure is imminent.
Who are these people?
This is how they get so good at fighting, dude.
find out.
Is they just play fight all the time.
Need to take these two out nice and quiet.
And the rest of the hunters?
Their blinds are all set up and communications have been linked. We're ready.
What a city to hunt in.
Gotta draw one of them away.
Heard something.
Yeah, go. Perch takedowns are basically OP.
That was fast. You find something?
Two things. This armed group calls themselves hunters. And they've got a lot of accents.
International mercenaries?
That's what I'm thinking. Could be front page material for your article.
I'm writing it up now. Thanks.
Oh, and speaking of work, I accepted Harry's offer.
Connection.
That's fantastic.
Generators are
We
green.
should celebrate later after you're done with your current work.
Totally. Talk soon.
My current work is serving the top of the hour ad break.
See you later. That's a lot of gear. It's like they're prepping for war.
Dude, how did they find this like ancient ass Chinese temple in the middle of fucking New York where there's so much fauna?
Two of the lines have stopped responding. The spider has been seen in your area. Prepare the beasts. Yes, Craven, at once.
Raven, it's their leader?
Where did he recruit you? Alaska. Track poachers for the parks, but when I'd find them, I was harsher than my bosses would have preferred. Idiots. After the 6th incident, I got put on, what do they call it? Leave of absence. So I torched their building. Nice. Holed up in my place afterwards and waited for him to come for me. But it was Craven who did. Asked me if I wanted to hunt real game. Here I am. Attaboy.
Why can't I get up on that perch back there?
Spider-Man's here! Up top! He's in the air!
You good, bro?
That's everyone. Now, what were they up to? Hello? Surveillance video from the blind I was just at. Looks like they've got others. All around the city. I'll send this to Genki. He could help pinpoint these.
Nice stealth, dude. Yeah, you know it, baby.
What's Craven hunting? Why?
You like the game so far? It's fucking awesome. I mean, it's great. It's bubblegum. Everything you would want from a Spider-Man game.
Yes,
Nice, it's easy.
I'll join you soon. Just make sure the beasts have the right scent. I want them hungry.
It's also kind of funny though, because
you like... hungry too? Sleep tight. Aw, for me?
Glad you're having fun playing on easy. The real men are playing on extreme. Brother, you are talking about a video game marketed towards children. You are talking about playing on extreme difficulty. A video game is a comic book franchise that I enjoyed when I was a child, okay? I hope it makes you feel cooler. You're like, it's actually rated T for teen, sir. It's not for children. Like, imagine being sweaty about a single-player game made for mostly children.
Yeah. Oh, sturdy and flexible. I wonder. Nice.
Oh, he's gonna incorporate it to his Spidey outfit.
Time to take my shiny new toy for a test drive.
Surrounding bases are online. Remaining blind secured. Docking fields operational. Good. Beetles, Talon drones, ammunition, rations.
Hold L2 to aim and then fire a web line.
Still missing some shit. I'll have to pay that yardmaster a visit. But otherwise... Wait, what's this?
What'd you find? What is it? Alright, I guess nothing.
These guys are better equipped than most armies. Craven guy must be rich. Well connected. Both.
Fair enough. I did not expect Craven to care so much about plants.
I've seen him walk a hunter back from the brink of death. His pouches. Doesn't restrict himself with the straight jacket. Modern medicine.
Explains a lot. No man can have strength like his. Not normal.
That's what focus gives you. He knows nothing but the hunt. Perhaps if you focus more on yourself instead of others, you're strong too.
Perhaps.
How do they not see this?
And sleep.
That's crazy. I'm in the middle of their fucking ginormous compound.
But his youth would give him the advantage. He had lived their own life. Trails perfect.
It makes sense. His age is what did him in. He got impatient against the one man who does not.
You think another hunter will challenge Craven here?
Only if they are fools. Look around. Craven has given us the greatest feat of our lives in this city. We were aimless before, but here, truly is the left.
Anything to report? Wait, lad. Someone check their position.
Copy. Heading over.
Check the position, dog.
No one's here.
Uh-oh.
Relax.
Light work, baby. Wait, can I clear it out? Is there another person that I'm missing? Oh, there's one more guy. You are killing some of these people
like
for
this
real?
Is the only... All right. Where to next?
Yeah, well, they deserve it.
Research lab?
Yeah, the last guy didn't even ask questions. He was just like, it's over. It's over.
I was so proud of her work at Feast. Lee broke bad in a big way. I just hope that doesn't mean everything he ever touched was corrupted. Craven's studying Lee's blood. He is trying to figure out where his powers came from. How to get them for himself. An inner demon mask. Lee's old superpowered gang. Craven better not be trying for the same with his hunters. Hallucinogens. Probably the worst part of Scorpion's poison. Craven's adding this to his arsenal.
They get lit.
The Tiara Abetai. One of the rarest flowers in the world. Its extract has some pretty powerful medicinal properties. I tried to get some years ago to counteract Scorpion's poison. Couldn't afford the flights to Ayatea? Guess Craven could.
Why is Craven so goated at fucking all of this shit? I don't understand why he's so rich.
Dr. Farley Stillwell? Genetic experiments gave Scorpion his abilities. Craven sure does his research.
You think he's, yeah, you think Craven's pushing the...
Are they testing their weapons on that armor? Whoa! Not a single scratch? Almost an exact replica. They've been probing it for weaknesses. You'll never be too careful with Scorpion. A sec. Would you look at that? Hey, MJ. I have another name for you. Craven. Seems like he's the boss of these guys. He's here on some kind of hunt.
Craven the Hunter. What's he hunting?
Whatever it is, it definitely involves Scorpion and Lee. Mind looking into this Craven guy in the meantime and letting Miles know what's up?
Already on it. Stay safe.
How many more fires must we light out in the city?
As many as we need to. Raven said they surrounded him in his dream.
But if his dream is accurate, then the fires are fated to happen anyway. Why not wait for them?
I will hip in on his terms, not fate's.
Let's see if I can get clap this little shit. Can I?
How about this? The main Craven wears. Know the story behind it?
Didn't know there was one.
There was some mine outside Sav. There was a man-eater who'd killed close to 100 workers. Craven was young, in his prime. He tracked the lion easily. Took a few hours. Finally got close enough to draw his blade. Lion was stronger, faster, more cunning. It was only through luck that he managed to strike a killing blow. Sensation before that moment.
I know it.
Craven had never been so close before. He took that mane as a reminder. Like a bloodhound, he uses it to find killers who stink of him. Just as much as a man hunter.
You can do more web lines from the line. It's so OP. I had no... Really? That's insane. What the fuck?
I was worried Lee wouldn't have any spirit left in him. Locked away for so long. Like a coiled viper.
I may never need to fight another person ever again, I think.
When was the last time you really cut loose? 2 years ago?
Around then, when the spider caught him.
Like that? He must be aching to unload on someone.
He will have his...
Spot him in something! Oh, fuck.
Eyes on target! Repositioning!
What the hell? Where'd that come from? Guy, how did you fucking get up there? There's a lot more people here than I thought there were. Oh shit! I thought I dodged that. Guess not.
Target sighted.
Bitch ass motherfucker.
Eyes on target!
Oh shit. Okay. Fuck you with the shield. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh god.
Target acquired.
I died.
You never had a chance.
Okay, that room was definitely a little bit more packed than I thought it was gonna be. Anyway, I'm gonna fucking run the last 3-minute ad break here and end it on that point, I think. Good place to end it. I just got spider splooged on. Anyway, see you guys tomorrow. Okay. Love you all. And yeah, that's it. That was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed the Spooderman splooging everywhere. I sure did. Peace. Be kind to one another.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Out in Discord at Chip Prop. Renames take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders. LGBTQ Air Force. All left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments. Austin show chat bites. Dog waste the right wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. Full blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out of find. System you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, help me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming.